Chapter 0 of The Dark Star. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information on to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Dark Star by Robert W. Chambers. Preface. To my friend, Edgar Sisson. Dans ce métier il faut rien chercher à comprendre. Renee Benjamin. Alex Song. Where are you going, Naya? Through the still noon? Where are you going? To hear the thunder of the sea, and the wind blowing, to find a stormy moon to comfort me, across the dune? Why are you weeping, Naya, through the still noon? Why are you weeping? Because I found no wind, no sea, no white surf leaping, nor any flying moon to comfort me, upon the dune. What did you see there, Naya, in the still noon? What did you see there? Only the parched world drowsed in drought, and a fat bee there, prying and probing at a puppy's mouth that drooped a swoon. What did you hear there, Naya, in the still noon? What did you hear there? Only a kestrel's lonely cry from the wood near there, a rustle in the wheat as I passed by, a cricket's rune. Who led you homeward, Naya, through the still noon? Who led you homeward? My soul within me sought the sea, leading me foamward. But the lost moon's ghost returned with me through the high noon. Where is your soul then, Naya, lost at high noon? Where is your soul then? It wanders east or west, I think, or near the pole then, or died, perhaps there on the dune's dry brink, seeking the moon. The Dark Star. The dying star grew dark, the last light faded from it, went out. Prince Erlich laughed. And suddenly the old order of things began to pass away more swiftly. Between earth and outer space, between creator and created, confusing and confounding their identities, a rushing darkness grew, the hurrying wrack of immemorial storms heralding whirlwinds through which truth alone survives, awaiting the inevitable re-establishment of such temporary conventions as render the instant of human existence possible. The brooding demon which men call truth stares steadily at Tengri, under the high stars which are passing too, and which at last shall pass away and leave the demon watching all alone amid the ruins of eternity. The Prophet of the Kiot, Borjiguen. Preface. Children of the Star. Not the dark companion of Sirius, brightest of all stars, not our own chill and spectral planet rushing toward Vega in the constellation of Lyra, presided at the birth of millions born to corroborate a bloody horoscope, but a dark star, speeding unseen through space, known to the ancients, by them called Erlich, after the Prince of Darkness, ruled at the birth of those myriad souls destined to be engulfed in the earthquake of the ages, or flung by it out of the ordered pathway of their lives into strange byways, stranger highways, into depths and deserts not dreamed of. Also one of the dozen odd temporary stars on record blazed up on that day, flared for a month or two, dwindled to a cinder, and went out. But the dark star Erlich, terribly immortal, sped on through space to complete a 200,000-year circuit of the heavens, and begin anew an immemorial journey by the will of the Most High. What spectroscope is to a horoscope, destiny is to chance. The black star Erlich rushed through interstellar darkness unseen. Those born under its violent augury squalled in their cradles, or, thumb in mouth, slumbered the dreamless slumber of the newly born. One of these, a tiny girl baby, fussed and fidgeted in her mother's arms, tortured by prickly heat when the hot winds blew through Trebizond. Overhead vultures circled. A Steen Adler, cleaving the blue, looked down where the surf made a thin white line along the coast, then set his lofty course for China. Thousands of miles to the westward, the little boy of 8 gazed out across the ruffled waters of the mill pond at Neelands Mills, and wondered whether the ocean might not look that way, and, wondering, with the salt sea, effervescent, working in his inland-born body, he fitted a cork to his fishing line and flung the baited hook far out across the ripples. Then he seated himself on the parapet of the stone bridge and waited for monsters of the deep to come. And again, off Serigilio Point, men were rowing in a boat, and a corded sack lay in the stern, horridly and limply heavy. There was also a box lying in the boat, oddly bound and clamped with metal which glistened like silver under the eastern stars when the waves of the Bosphorus dashed high. The flying scud rained down on box and sack and the red-capped rowers. In Petrograd, a little girl of 12 was learning to eat other things than sour milk and cheese, learning to ride otherwise than like a demon on a Cossack saddle, learning deportment too, and languages, and social graces, and the fine arts, and, most thoroughly of all, the little girl was learning how deathless should be her hatred for the Turkish Empire and all its works, and how only less perfect than our Lord in Paradise was the Tsar on his throne amid that earthly paradise known as all the Russias. Her little brother was learning these things too, in the corps of officers. Also he was already proficient on the balalaika. And again, in the mountains of a conquered province, the little daughter of a gamekeeper to nobility was preparing to emigrate with her father to a new home in the Western world, where she would learn to perform miracles with rifle and revolver, where the beauty of the hermit thrush's song would startle her into comparing it to the beauty of her own untried voice. But to her father, and to her, the most beautiful thing in all the world was love of fatherland. Over these, and millions of others, brooded the spell of the dark star. Even the world itself lay under it, vaguely uneasy, sometimes startled to momentary seismic panic. Then, ere mundane self-control restored terrestrial equilibrium, a few mountains exploded, an island or two lay shattered by earthquake, boiling mud and pumice blotted out one city, earthshock and fire another, a tidal wave a third. But the world settled down and balanced itself once more on the edge of the perpetual abyss into which it must fall some day. The invisible shadow of the dark star swept it at intervals when some far, nameless sun blazed out unseen. Days dawned. The sun of the solar system rose, furtively, each day and hung around the heavens until the dusky huntress, Night, chased him once more beyond the earth's horizon. The shadow of the dark star was always there, though none saw it in sunshine or in moonlight, or in the silvery lustre of the planets. A boy, born under it, stood outside the fringe of willow and alder, through which moved two English setters followed and controlled by the boy's father. "Mark!" called the father. Out of the willows, like a feathered bomb, burst a big grouse, and the green foliage that barred its flight seemed to explode as the strong bird sheered out into the sunshine. The boy's gun, slanting upward at 30 degrees, glittered in the sun an instant. Then the left barrel spoke, and the grouse, as though struck by lightning in mid-air, stopped with a jerk, then slanted swiftly and struck the ground. "Dead!" cried the boy, as a setter appeared, leading on straight to the heavy mass of feathers lying on the pasture grass. "Clean work, Jim," said his father, strolling out of the willows. "But wasn't it a bit risky, considering the little girl yonder?" "Father!" exclaimed the boy, very red. "I never even saw her. I'm ashamed." They stood looking across the pasture, where a little girl in a pink gingham dress lingered watching them, evidently lured by her curiosity from the old house at the crossroads just beyond. Jim Nealand, still red with mortification, took the big cock grouse from the dog which brought it, a tender-mouthed, beautifully trained Belton, who stood with his feathered offering in his jaws, very serious, very proud, waiting praise from the Nealands, father and son. Nealand Senior drew the bird and distributed the sacrifice impartially between both dogs, it being the custom of the country. Nealand Junior broke his gun, replaced the exploded shell, content indeed with his 100% performance. "Better run over and speak to the little girl, Jim," suggested old Dick Nealand, as he motioned the dogs into covert again. So Jim ran lightly across the stony, clover-set ground to where the little girl roamed along the old snake fence, picking berries sometimes watching the sportsmen out of shy, golden-grey eyes. "Little girl," he said, "I'm afraid the shot from my gun came rattling rather close to you that time. You'll have to be careful. I've noticed you here before. It won't do. We'll have to keep out of range of those bushes, because when we're inside we can't see exactly where we're firing." The child said nothing. She looked up at the boy, smiled shyly, then, with much composure, began her retreat, not neglecting any tempting blackberry on the way. The sun hung low over the hazy Gayfield hills, the beeches and oaks of Mohawk County burned brown and crimson, silver birches supported their delicate canopies of burnt gold, and imperial white pines clothed hill and vale in a stately robe of green. Jim Nealand forgot the child, or remembered her only to exercise caution in the Brookhollow covert. The little girl, Ruhana, who had once fidgeted with prickly heat in her mother's arms outside the walls of Trebizond, did not forget this easily smiling, tall young fellow, a grown man to her, who had come across the pasture lot to warn her. But it was many a day before they met again, for these two also had been born under the invisible shadow of the dark star, but the shadow of Erlik is always passing like swift lightning across the phantom planet which has fled the other way since time was born. Alahau, Ekber, O, Shinguiz, Khagan. a native Mongol missionary said to Ruhana's father, "As the chronicles of the years have it, long ago there fell metal from the black racer of the skies. The first dagger was made of it, and the first image of the Prince of Darkness. These passed from Kurd to Cossack by theft, by gift, by loss. They pass from nation to nation by accident, which is divine design. And where they remain, war is, and lasts until image and dagger are carried to another land where war shall be. But where there is war, only the predestined suffer, those born under Erlik, children of the Dark Star." "I thought," said the Reverend Wilbur Carew, "that my brother had confessed Christ." "I am but repeating to you what my father believed, and Temujin before him," replied the native convert, his remote gaze lost in reflection. His eyes were quite little and coloured like a lion's, and sometimes, in deep reverie, the corners of his upper lip twitched. This happened when Ruhana lay fretting in her mother's arms, and the hot wind blew on Trebizond. Under the Dark Star, too, the boy grew up in Minetta Lane, not less combative than other ragged boys about him, but he was inclined to range and superintend fist-fights rather than to participate in battle, except with his wits. His name was Eddie Brands. His first fortune of $3 was amassed at craps. He became a hanger-on in ward politics, at racetracks, stable, club, squared ring, vaudeville, burlesque. Long Acre attracted him, but always the gambling end of the operation, which predilection, with its years of ups and downs, landed him one day in Western Canada with an unknown to match against an Athabasca blacksmith, and a training camp as the prospect for the next 6 weeks. They lived there, gradually dying, when Albrecht Dumont, lately head gamekeeper to nobility in the mountains of a lost province, and wearing the Iron Cross of 1870 on the ruins of a gigantic and bony chest, now as hollow as a Gothic ruin. And if, like 1,000 fellow patriots, he had been ordered to the Western world to watch and report to his government the trend and tendency of that Western, English-speaking world, only his government and his daughter knew it, a child of the Dark Star and now grown to early womanhood, with a voice like a hermit thrush and the skill of a sorceress with anything that sped a bullet. Before the unknown was quite ready to meet the Athabasca blacksmith, Albrecht Dumont, dying faster now, signed his last report to the government at Berlin, which his daughter Ilsa had written for him, something about Canadian canals and stupid Yankees and their greed, indifference, cowardice, and sloth. Dumont's mind wandered. "After the well-born Herr Gott relieves me at my post," he whispered, "do thou pick up my burden and stand guard, little Ilsa." "Yes, father. Thy sacred promise. My promise." The next day Dumont felt better than he had felt for a year. "Ilsa, who is the short and broadly constructed American who comes now already every day to see thee and to hear thee sing?" "His name is Eddie Brands. He is of the fight Gesellschaft, not? He should gain much money by the fight. A theatre in Chicago may he willingly control, in which light opera shall be given." "Is it for that he hears so willingly thy voice?" "It is for that. And love." "And what of Herr Max Venom, who has asked of me thy little hand in marriage?" The girl was silent. "Thou dost not love him?" "No." Towards sunset, Dumont, lying by the window, opened his eyes of a dying Lemmergeier. "My Ilsa, father, what hast thou to this man said?" "That I will be engaged to him if thou approve. He has gained the fight today, and many $1,000. The theatre in Chicago is his when he desires. Riches, leisure, opportunity to study for a career upon his stage, are mine if I desire." "Dost thou desire this, little Ilsa?" "Yes." "And the man Venom, who has followed thee so long?" "I cannot be what he would have me, a housefrau, to mend his linen for my board and lodging." "And the fatherland, which placed me here on outpost?" "I take thy place when God relieves thee." "So ist's recht. Grüß Gott, Ilse." Among the German settlers a 5-piece brass band had been organised the year before. It marched at the funeral of Albrecht Dumont, lately head gamekeeper to the nobility in the mountains of a long-lost province. 3 months later, Elsa Dumont arrived in Chicago to marry Eddie Brands. When Benjamin Stull was best man, others present included Captain Quint, Doc Kerfoot, Parson Smalley, Abe Gordon, friends of the bridegroom. Invited by the bride, among others, were Theodore Weishelm, the Honourable Charles Wilson, M.P., and Herr Johann Kästner, a wealthy gentleman from Leipzig, seeking safe and promising investments in Canada and the United States. A year later, Ilse Dumont Brands, assuming the stage name of Minna Minty, sang the role of Bettina in The Mascotte at the Brands Theatre in Chicago. A year later, when she created the part of Kathy in The White Horse, Max Venom sent word to her that she would live to see her husband lying in the gutter under his heel, which made the girl unhappy in her triumph. But Venom hunted up Abe Grittlefield and told him very coolly that he meant to ruin Brands, and within a month the latest public favourite, Minna Minty, sat in her dressing room, wet-eyed, enraged, with the reports of Venom's private detectives locked in the drawer of her dressing table and the curtain waiting. So complex was life already becoming to these few among the million children of the Dark Star Erlich, to everyone, from the child that fretted in its mother's arms under the hot wind near Trebizond, to a deposed sultan, cowering behind the ivory screen in his zenana, weeping tears that rolled like oil over his fat jowl, to which still adhered the powdered sugar of a Turkish sweetmeat. Allahu Ekber, Khodja, God is great. Great also, Ande, is Ali, the fourth caliph, cousin companion of Mahomet the Prophet. But, O Tugchi, be thy name Niaz, and thy surname Bai, for Prince Erlich speeds on his dark star, and beneath the end of the argument between those two last survivors of a burnt-out world, behold, the sword. End of Chapter 0, read by Inkell.
Chapter 1 of The Dark Star. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by lightcrystal. The Dark Star by Robert W. Chambers. The Wonder Box. As long as she could remember, she had been permitted to play with the contents of the late Herr Conrad Wilner's Wonder Box. The program on such occasions varied little. The child was permitted to rummage among the treasures in the box until she had satisfied her perennial curiosity. Conversation with her absent-minded father ensued, which ultimately included a personal narrative, dragged out piecemeal from the reticent, dreamy invalid. Then always a few pages of the diary kept by the late Herr Wilner were read as a bedtime story, and bath and bed and dreamland followed. That was the invariable routine, now once more in full swing. Her father lay on his invalid's chair, reading. His rubber-shod crutches rested against the wall, within easy reach. By him, beside the kerosene lamp, her mother sat, mending her child's stockings and underwear. Outside the circle of lamplight, the incandescent eyes of the stove glowed steadily through the semi-dusk, and the child, always fascinated by anything that aroused her imagination, lifted her gaze furtively from time to convince herself that it really was the big familiar stove which glared redly back at her, and not a dragon into which her creative fancy had so often transformed it. Reassured, she continued to explore the contents of the Wonder Box, a toy she preferred to her doll, but not to her beloved set of watercolours and crayon pencils. Some centuries ago, Pandora's box let loose a world of troubles. Herr Wilner's box apparently contained only pleasure for a little child whose pleasures were mostly of her own invention. It was a curious old box, made of olive wood and bound with bands of some lacquered silvery metal to make it strong, rupee silver perhaps, strangely wrought with Arabic characters engraved and in shallow relief. It had handles on either side, like a sea chest, a silver lacquered lock and hasp which retained traces of violent usage, and 6 heavy strap hinges of the same lacquered metal. Within it the little child knew that a most fascinating collection of articles was to be discovered, taken out one by one with greatest care, played with discreetly, and, at her mother's command, returned to their several places in her Wilner's box. There were in this box 2 rather murderous-looking Kurdish daggers in sheaths of fretted silver, never to be unsheathed, it was solemnly understood, except by the child's father. There was a pair of German army revolvers of the pattern of 1900, the unexploded cartridges of which had long since been extracted and cautiously thrown into the mill pond by the child's mother, much to the surprise, no doubt, of the pickerel and sunfish. There were writing materials of sandalwood, a few seashells, a dozen books in German with many steel plate engravings, also a red Turkish fez with a dark blue tassel, 2 pairs of gold-rimmed spectacles, several tobacco pipes of Dresden porcelain, a case full of instruments for mechanical drawing, a thick blank book bound in calf and containing the diary of the late Herr Wilner, down to within a few minutes before his death. Also there was a figure in bronze, encrusted with tarnished gold and faded traces of polychrome decoration. Ehrlich, the Yellow Devil, as Herr Wilner called it, seemed too heavy to be a hollow casting, and yet, when shaken, something within rattled faintly, as though when the molten metal was cooling a fissure formed inside, into which a few loose fragments of bronze had fallen. It apparently had not been made to represent any benign Chinese god. The aspect of the yellow figure was anything but benevolent. The features were terrific. Scowls infested its grotesque countenance. Threatening brows bent inward. Angry eyes rolled in apparent fury. Its double gesture with sword and javelin was violent and almost humorously menacing, and Ruhana adored it. For a little while the child played her usual game of frightening her doll with the Yellow Devil, and then rescuing her by the aid of a fairy prince which she herself had designed, smeared with watercolours and cut out with scissors from a piece of cardboard. After a time she turned to the remaining treasures in the wonder box. These consisted of several volumes containing photographs, others full of sketches in pencil and watercolour, and a thick roll of glazed linen scrolls covered with designs in India ink. The photographs were of all sorts: landscapes, rivers, ships in dock, dry dock, and at sea, lighthouses, forts, horses carrying soldiers armed with lances and wearing the red fez, artillery on the march, infantry, groups of officers, all wearing the same sort of fez, which lay there in Herr Wilner's box of olive wood. There were drawings, too, sketches of cannon, of rifles, of swords, drawings of soldiers in various gay uniforms, all carefully coloured by hand. There were pictures of ships, from the sterns of which the crescent flag floated lazily, sketches of great, ugly-looking objects, which her father explained were Turkish ironclads. The name, ironclad, always sounded menacing and formidable to the child, and the forbidding pictures fascinated her. Then there were scores and scores of scrolls, made out of slippery white linen, on which had been drawn all sorts of most amazing geometrical designs in ink. Plans, her father explained vaguely, and when pressed by reiterated questions, plans for military works, I believe, forts, docks, barracks, fortified cuts, and bridges. You are not yet quite old enough to understand, Ruhana.
Who did draw them, Daddy?
A German friend of mine, Herr Conrad Wilner.
What for?
I think his master sent him to Turkey to make those pictures.
For the Sultan?
No, for his emperor.
Why?
I don't exactly know, Rue. At this stage of the conversation, her father usually laid aside his book and composed himself for the inevitable narrative soon to be demanded of him. Then, although having heard the story many times from her crippled father's lips, but never weary of the repetition, the child's eyes would grow round and very solemn in preparation for her next and inevitable question.
And did Herr Wilner die, Daddy?
Yes, dear.
Tell me.
Well, it was when I was a missionary in the Trebizond district, and your mother and I went.
And me, Daddy? And me too?
Yes, you were a little baby in arms, and we all went to Gallipoli to attend the opening of a beautiful new school which was built for little Mohammedan converts to Christianity.
Did I see those little Christian children, Daddy?
Yes, you saw them, but you were too young to remember.
Tell me, don't stop.
Then, listen attentively, without interrupting, Rue. Your mother and you and I went to Gallipoli, and my friend, Herr Wilner, who had been staying with us at a town called Tchadjak, came along with us to attend the opening of the American school. And the night we arrived there was trouble. The Turkish people, urged on by some bad officials in the Sanjak, came with guns and swords and spears and set fire to the mission school. They did not offer to harm us. We had already collected our converts and our personal baggage. Our caravan was starting. The mob might not have done anything worse than burn the school if Herr Wilner had not lost his temper and threatened them with a dog whip. Then they killed him with stones, there in the walled yard. At this point in the tragedy, the eagerly awaited and ardently desired shivers passed up and down the child's back.
Oh, did they kill him dead?
Yes, dear.
Was he a martyr?
In a way, he was a martyr to his duty, I suppose. At least I gather so from his diary and from what he once told me of his life.
And then what happened? Tell me, Daddy.
A Greek steamer took us and our baggage to Trebizond.
And what then?
And then, a year later, the terrible massacre at our Trebizond mission occurred. That was what the child was waiting for.
I know, she interrupted eagerly. The wicked Turks and the cruel Kurds did come galloping and shouting Allah. And all the poor converted people became martyrs. And God loves martyrs, doesn't he?
Yes, dear.
And then they did kill all the poor little Christian children, exclaimed the child excitedly. And they did cut you with swords and guns. And then the kind sailors with the American flag took you and Mama and me to a ship and saved us by the grace of our Lord Jesus.
Yes, dear.
Tell me.
That is all.
No, you walk on 2 crutches, and you cannot be a missionary any more, because you are sick all the time. Tell me, Daddy.
Yes, and that is all, Rue.
Oh no, please, tell me. And then, don't you remember how the brave British sailors and our brave American sailors pointed their cannon at the ironclads, and they said, 'Do not shoot, or we shall shoot you to pieces.' And then the brave American sailors went on shore and brought back some poor little wounded converted children, and your baggage and the magic box of Herr Wilner."
"Yes, dear. And now that is enough tonight."
"Oh, Daddy, you must first read in the diary which Herr Wilner made."
"Bring me the book, Rue." With an interest forever new, the Carew family prepared to listen to the words written by a strange man who had died only a few moments after he had made the last entry in the book, before even the ink was entirely dry on the pages. The child, sitting cross-legged on the floor, clasped her little hands tightly. Her mother laid aside her sewing, folded it, and placed it in her lap. Her father searched through the penciled translation which he had written in between the lines of German script, found where he had left off the time before, then continued the diary of Herr Conrad Wilner, deceased. March 3. My original plans have been sent to the Yildiz Palace. My duplicates are to go to Berlin when a messenger from our embassy arrives. Murad Bey knows this. I am sorry he knows it, but nobody except myself is aware that I have a third set of plans carefully hidden. March 4. All day with Murad's men, setting wire entanglements underwater. 2 Turkish destroyers patrolling the entrance to the bay, and cavalry patrols on the heights to warn away the curious. March 6. Forts Alamout and Shah Abbas are being reconstructed from the new plans. Wide areas underwater and along the coves and shoals are being plotted. Murad Bey is unusually polite and effusive, conversing with me in German and French. A spidery man and very dangerous. March 7. A strange and tragic affair last night. The heat being severe, I left my tent about midnight and went down to the dock where my little sailboat lay, with the object of cooling myself on the water. There was a hot land breeze. I sailed out into the bay and cruised north along the coves which I have wired. As I rounded a little rocky point, I was surprised to see in the moonlight very near a steam yacht at anchor, carrying no lights. The longer I looked at her, the more certain I became that I was gazing at the imperial yacht. I had no idea what the yacht might be doing here. I ran my sailboat close under the overhanging rocks and anchored. Then I saw a small boat in the moonlight, pulling from the yacht toward shore, where the crescent cove had already been thoroughly staked and the bottom closely covered with barbed wire as far as the edge of the deep channel, which curves in here like a scimitar. It must have been that the people in the boat miscalculated the location of the channel, for they were well over the sunken barbed wire when they lifted and threw overboard what they had come there to get rid of, 2 dark bulks that splashed. I watched the boat pull back to the imperial yacht. A little later the yacht weighed anchor and steamed northward, burning no lights. Only the red reflection tinging the smoke from her stacks was visible. I watched her until she was lost in the moonlight, thinking all the while of those weighted sacks so often dropped overboard along the Bosphorus and off Sarajevo Point from that same imperial yacht. When the steamer had disappeared, I got out my sweeps and rowed for the place where the dark objects had been dropped overboard. I knew that they must be resting somewhere on the closely criss-crossed mesh of wires just below the surface of the water,
but I probed for an hour before I located anything. Another hour passed in trying to hook into the object with the little 3-flute grapnel which I used as an anchor. I got hold of something finally, a heavy chest of olive wood bound with metal, but I had to rig a tackle before I could hoist it aboard. Then I cast out again, and very soon my grapnel hooked into what I expected, a canvas sack, weighted with a round shot. When I got it aboard, I hesitated a long while before opening it. Finally, I made a long slit in the canvas with my knife. She was very young, not over 16, I think, and she was really beautiful, even under her wet, dark hair. She seemed to be a Caucasian girl, maybe a Georgian. She wore a small gold cross which hung from a gold cord around her neck. There was another and tighter cord around her neck too. I cut the silk bowstring and closed and bound her eyes with my handkerchief before I rowed out a little farther and lowered her into the deep channel which cuts eastward here, like the scimitar of that true believer, Abdul Hamid. Then I hoisted sail and beat up slowly toward my little dock under a moon which had become ghastly under the pallid aura of a gathering storm. "A poor dead young lady?" interrupted the child, clasping her hands more tightly. "Did the Sultan kill her, Daddy?" "It seems so, Ruana." "Why?" "I don't know. He was a very cruel and wicked Sultan." "I don't see why he killed the beautiful, poor, dead lady." "If you will listen and not interrupt, you shall learn why." "And was the chest that Her Wilna pulled up the very same chest that is here on the floor beside me?" insisted the child. "The very same. Now listen, Rue, and I shall read a little more in Her Wilna's diary, and then you must have your bath and be put to bed." "Please, read, Daddy." The Reverend Wilbur Carew turned the page and quietly continued. March 20. In my own quarters at Rebizond again, and rid of Murad for a while. A canvas cover and robe handles conceal the character of my olive wood chest. I do not believe anybody suspects it to be anything except one of the various boxes containing my own personal effects. I shall open it tonight with a file and chisel, if possible. March 21. The contents of the chest reveal something of the tragedy. The box is full of letters written in Russian, and full of stones which weigh collectively 100 pounds at least. There is nothing else in the chest except a broken icon and a bronze figure of Erlich, a Yildiz relic, no doubt, of some Kurdish raid into Mongolia, and probably placed beside the dead girl by her murderers in derision. I am translating the letters and arranging them in sequence. March 25. I have translated the letters. The dead girl's name was evidently Tatyana, one of several children of some Cossack chief or petty prince, and on the eve of her marriage to a young officer named Mitya, the Kurds raided the town. They carried poor Tatyana off along with her wedding chest, the chest fished up with my grapnel. In brief, the chest and the girl found their way into Abdul's seraglio. The letters of the dead girl, which were written and entrusted probably to a faithless slave, but which evidently never left the seraglio, throw some light on the tragedy, for they breathe indignation and contempt of Islam, and call on her affianced, on her parents, and on her people to rescue her and avenge her. And after a while,
no doubt, Abdul tired of reading fierce, unreconciled little Tatiana's stolen letters, and simply ended the matter by having her bowstrung and dumped overboard in a sack, together with her marriage chest, her letters, and the yellow devil in bronze as a final insult. She seems to have had a sister, Naya, 13 years old, betrothed to a prince, Mistachenka, a cavalry officer in the Terek Cossacks. Her father had been hetman of the Don Cossacks before the Emperor Nicholas reserved that title for imperial use, and she ended in a sack off Gallipoli. That is the story of Tatiana and her wedding chest. March 29. Murad arrived, murderously bland and assiduous in his solicitude for my health and comfort. I am almost positive he knows that I fished up something from Cove No. 37 under the theoretical guns of theoretical Fort Osman, both long plotted out but long delayed. April 5. My duplicate plans for Gallipoli have been stolen. I have a third set still. Colonel Murad Bey is not to be trusted. My position is awkward and is becoming serious. There is no faith to be placed in Abdul Hamid. My credentials, the secret agreement with my government, are no longer regarded, even with toleration, in the Yildiz chaos. 100 insignificant incidents prove it every day, and if Abdul dare not break with Germany, it is only because he is not yet ready to defy the Young Turk Party. The British Embassy is very active and bothers me a great deal. April 10. My secret correspondence with Enver Bey has been discovered, and my letters opened. This is a very bad business. I have notified my government that the Turkish government does not want me here, that the plan of a Germanized Turkish army is becoming objectionable to the Porte, that the duplicate plans of our engineers for the Dardanelles and the Gallipoli Peninsula have been stolen. April 13. A secret interview with Enver Bey, who promises that our ideas shall be carried out when his party comes into power. Evidently, he does not know that my duplicates have been stolen. Troubles threaten in the Vilayet of Trebizond, where is an American mission. I fear that our emissaries and the emissaries of Enver Bey are deliberately fomenting disorders because Americans are not desired by our government. Enver denies this, but it is idle to believe anyone in this country. April 16. Another interview with Enver Bey. His scheme is flatly revolutionary, namely the deposition of Abdul, a secret alliance, offensive and defensive, with us, the Germanization of the Turkish army and navy, the fortification of the Gallipoli district, according to our plans, a steadily increasing pressure on Serbia, a final reckoning with Russia, which is definitely to settle the status of Albania and Serbia and leave the Balkan grouping to be settled between Austria, Germany, and Turkey. I spoke several times about India and Egypt, but he does not desire to arouse England unless she interferes. I spoke also of Abdul Hamid's secret and growing fear of Germany, and his increasing inclination toward England once more. No trace of my stolen plans. The originals are in the Yildiz Palace. I have a third set secreted, about which nobody knows. April 21. I have been summoned to the Yildiz Palace. It possibly means my assassination. I have confided my box of data, photographs and plans to the Reverend Wilbur Carew, an American missionary in the Trebizond Sanjak. There are rumours that Abdul has become mentally unhinged through dread of assassination. One of his own aides-de-camp, while being granted an audience in the Yildiz, made a sudden and abrupt movement to find his handkerchief, and Abdul Hamid whipped out a pistol and shot him dead. This is authentic. April 30. Back at Tchadak with my good missionary and his wife. A strange interview with Abdul. There were 20 French clocks in the room, all going and all striking at various intervals. The walls were set with French mirrors. Abdul's cordiality was terrifying. The full original set of my Gallipoli plans was brought in. After a while, the Sultan reminded me that the plans were in duplicate and asked me where were these duplicates. What duplicity! But I said pleasantly that they were to be sent to General Staff Headquarters in Berlin. He pretended to understand that this was contrary to the agreement, and insisted that the plans should first be sent to him for comparison. I merely referred him to his agreement with my government. But all the while we were talking, I was absolutely convinced that the stolen duplicates were at that moment in the Yildiz kiosk. Abdul must have known that. I believed it. Yet we both merely smiled, our confidence in each other. He seemed to be unusually good-natured and gracious, saying that no doubt I was quite right in sending the plans to Berlin. He spoke of Enver Bey cordially, and said he hoped to be reconciled to him and his friends very soon. When Abdul Hamid becomes reconciled to anybody who disagrees with him, the latter is always dead. He asked me where I was going. I told him about the plans I was preparing for the Trebizond district. He offered me an escort of Kurdish cavalry, saying that he had been told the district was not very safe. I thanked him and declined his escort of assassins. I saw it all very plainly. Like a pirate captain, Abdul orders his crew to dig a secret hole for his treasure, and when the hole is dug and the treasure hidden, he murders the men who hid it for him, so that they shall never betray its location. I am one of those men. That is what he means for me, who have given him his Gallipoli plans. No wonder that in England they call him Abdul the Damned. May 3. In the bazaar at Tchadak, yesterday 2 men tried to stab me. I got their daggers, but they escaped in the confusion. Murad called to express horror and regret. Yes, regret that I had not been murdered. May 5. I have written to my government that my usefulness here seems to be ended, that my life is in hourly danger, that I desire to be more thoroughly informed concerning the relations between Berlin and the Yildiz Palace. May 6. I am in disgrace. My government is furious because my correspondence with Enver Bey has been stolen. The Porte has complained about me to Berlin. Berlin disowns me, disclaims all knowledge of my political activities outside of my engineering work. This is what failure to carry out secret instructions invariably brings. Desertion by the government from which such instructions are received. In diplomacy, failure is a crime never forgiven. Abandoned by my government, I am now little better than an outlaw here. 2 courses remain open to me: to go back in disgrace and live obscurely for the remainder of my life, or to risk my life by hanging on desperately here with an almost hopeless possibility before me of accomplishing something to serve my government and rehabilitate myself. The matter of the stolen plans is being taken up by our ambassador at the Sublime Porte. The British Embassy is suspected. What folly! I possess a 3rd set of plans. Our embassy ought to send to Trebizond for them. I don't know what to do. May 12. A letter I wrote May 10 to the German embassy has been stolen. I am now greatly worried about the 3rd set of plans. It seems safest to include the box containing them among the baggage of the American missionary, the Reverend Wilbur Carew, and 2, for me to seek shelter with him. As I am now afraid that an enemy may impersonate an official of the German embassy, I have the missionary's promise that he will retain and conceal the contents of my box until I instruct him otherwise. I am practically in hiding at his house and in actual fear of my life. May 15. The missionary and his wife and baby travel to Gallipoli, where an American school for girls is about to be opened. Today, in a cafe, I noticed that the flies, swarming on the edge of my coffee cup, fell into the saucer dead. I did not taste my coffee. May 16. Last night a shot was fired through my door. I have decided to travel to Gallipoli with the missionary. May 18. My groom stole and ate an orange from my breakfast tray. He is dead. May 20. The Reverend Mr. Carew and his wife are most kind and sympathetic. They are good people, simple, kindly, brave, faithful, and fearlessly devoted to God's service in this vile land of treachery and lies. May 21. I have confessed to the Reverend Mr. Carew, as I would confess to a priest in holy orders. I have told him all under pledge of secrecy. I told him also that the sanctuary he offers might be violated with evil consequences to him, and that I would travel as far as Gallipoli with him and then leave. But the kind, courageous missionary and his wife insist that I remain under the protection which he says the flag of his country affords me. If I could only get my 3rd set of plans out of the country. May 22. Today my coffee was again poisoned. I don't know what prevented me from tasting it. Some vague premonition. A pariah dog ate the bread I soaked in it, and died before he could yelp. It looks to me as though my end were inevitable. Today I gave my bronze figure of Erlich, the yellow devil, to Mrs. Carew, to keep as a dowry for her little daughter, now a baby in arms. If it is hollow, as I feel sure, there are certain to be 1 or 2 jewels in it, and the figure itself might bring 500 marks at an antiquary's. May 30. Arrived at the Gallipoli mission. 3 Turkish ironclads lying close inshore, a British cruiser, the Cobra, and an American cruiser, the Oneida, appeared about sunset and anchored near the ironclads. The bugles on deck were plainly audible. If a German warship appears, I shall carry my box on board. My only chance to rehabilitate myself is to get the third set of plans to Berlin. June 1. In the middle of the religious exercises with which the new school is being inaugurated, cries of Allah come from a great crowd which has gathered. From my window, where I am writing, I can see how insolent the attitude of this Mohammedan riff-raff is becoming. They spit upon the ground. A pebble is tossed at a convert. A sudden shout of Allah, pushing and jostling. A lighted torch blazes. I take my whip of rhinoceros hide and go down into the court to put a stop to this insolence. Her father slowly closed the book. "Daddy, is that where poor Herr Wilner died?" "Yes, dear." After a silence, his wife said thoughtfully, "I have always considered it very strange that the German government did not send for Herr Wilner's papers." "Probably they did, Mary, and very probably Murad Bey told them that the papers had been destroyed." "And you never believed it to be your duty to send the papers to the German government?" "No. It was an unholy alliance that Germany sought with that monster Abdul. And when Enver Pasha seized the reins of government, such an alliance would have been none the less unholy. You know, and so do I, that if Germany did not actually incite the Armenian massacres, she at least was cognizant of preparations made to begin them. Germany is still hostile to all British or American missions, all Anglo-Saxon influence in Turkey. No, I did not send Herr Wilner's papers to Berlin, and the events of the last 15 years have demonstrated that I was right in withholding them." His wife nodded, laid aside her work basket, and rose. "Come, Ruhana," she said with decision. "Put everything back into the wonder box." And, stooping, she lifted and laid away in it the scowling, menacing, yellow devil. And so, every month or two, the wonder box was opened for the child to play with, the same story told, extracts from the diary read, but these ceremonies, after a while, began to recur at lengthening intervals as the years passed, and the child grew older. And finally, it was left to her to open the box when she desired, and to read for herself the penciled translation of the diary, which her father had made during some of the idle and trying moments of his isolated and restricted life. And when she had been going to school for some years, other and more vivid interests replaced her dolls and her wonder box, but not her beloved case of watercolours and crayon pencils. End of Chapter 1.
Chapter 2 of The Dark Star. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Carrie Arnold. The Dark Star by Robert W. Chambers. Brookhollow. The mother, shading the candle with her work-worn hand, looked down at the child in silence. The subdued light fell on a freckled cheek where dark lashes rested, on a slim neck and thin shoulders framed by a mass of short, curly, chestnut hair. Though it was still dark, the mill whistle was blowing for 6 o'clock. Like a goblin horn, it sounded ominously through Ruhana's dream. She stirred in her sleep. Her mother stole across the room, closed the window, and went away carrying the candle with her. At 7, the whistle blew again. The child turned over and unclosed her eyes. A brassy light glimmered between leafless apple branches outside her window. Through the frosty radiance of sunrise, a blue jay screamed. Ruhana cuddled deeper among the blankets and buried the tip of her chilly nose. But the gray eyes remained wide open, and under the faded quilt, her little ears were listening intently. Presently, from the floor below, came the expected summons. "Ruhana!" "Oh, please, Mother." "It's after 7. "I know, I'll be ready in time." "It's after 7, Ru." "I'm so cold, Mother dear." "I closed your window. You may bathe and dress down here." "Brr, I can see my own breath when I breathe." "Come down and dress by the kitchen range," repeated her mother. "I've warm water all ready for you." The brassy light behind the trees was becoming golden. Slim, bluish shadows already stretched from the base of every tree across frozen fields dusted with snow. As usual, the lank black cat came walking into the room, its mysterious crystal green eyes brilliant in the glowing light. Listening, the child heard her father moving heavily about in the adjoining room. Then, from below, again. "Ruhana!" "I'm going to get up, Mother." "Ru, obey me." "I'm up. I'm on my way." She sprang out amid a tempest of bedclothes, hopped gingerly across the chilly carpet, seized her garments in one hand, comb and toothbrush in the other, ran into the hallway and pattered downstairs. The cat followed leisurely, twitching a coal-black tail. "Mother, could I have my breakfast first? I'm so hungry." Her mother turned from the range and kissed her as she huddled close to it. The sheet of zinc underneath warmed her bare feet delightfully. She sighed with satisfaction, looked wistfully at the coffee pot simmering, sniffed at the biscuits and sizzling ham. "Could I have one little taste before I—" "Come, dear. There's the basin. Bathe quickly now." Ruhana frowned and cast a tragic glance upon the tin washtub on the kitchen floor. Presently she stole over, tested the water with her fingertip, found it not unreasonably cold, dropped the nightdress from her frail shoulders, and stepped into the tub with a perfunctory shiver. A thin, overgrown child of 15, with pipe-stem limbs and every rib anatomically apparent. Her hair, which had been cropped to shoulder length, seemed to turn from chestnut to bronze fire, gleaming and crackling under the comb which she hastily passed through it before twisting it up. "Quickly but thoroughly," said her mother. "Hasten, Ru." Ruhana seized soap and sponge, gasped, shut her gray eyes tightly, and fell to scrubbing with the fury of despair. "Don't splash, dear." "Did you warm my towel, Mother?" blindly stretching out one thin and dripping arm. Her mother wrapped her in a big crash towel from head to foot. Later, pulling on stockings and shoes by the range, she managed to achieve a buttered biscuit at the same time, and was already betraying further designs upon another one when her mother sent her to set the table in the sitting room. Thither sauntered Ruhana, partly dressed, still dressing. By the nickel-trimmed stove she completed her toilet, then hastily laid the breakfast cloth and arranged the china and plated tableware and filled the water pitcher. Her father came in on his crutches. She hurried from the table, syrup jug in one hand, cruet in the other, and lifted her face to be kissed. Then she brought hot plates, coffee pot, and platters, and seated herself at the table where her father and mother were waiting in silence. When she was seated, her father folded his large, pallid, bony hands. Her mother clasped hers on the edge of the table, bowing her head, and Ruhana imitated them. Between her fingers she could see the cat under the table, and she watched it arch its back and gently rub against her chair. "For what we are about to receive, make us grateful, Eternal Father. This day we should go hungry except for thy bounty. Without presuming to importune thee, may we ask thee to remember all who awake hungry on this winter day. Amen. Ruhana instantly became very busy with her breakfast. The cat beside her chair purred loudly and rose at intervals on its hind legs to twitch her dress, and Ruhana occasionally bestowed alms and conversation upon it. Ru, said her mother, you should try to do better with your algebra this week. Yes, I do really mean to. Have you had any more bad conduct marks? Yes, mother. Her father lifted his mild, dreamy eyes of an invalid. Her mother asked, What for? For wasting my time in study hour, said the girl truthfully. Were you drawing? Yes, mother. Ru, again, why do you persist in drawing pictures in your copybooks when you have an hour's lesson in drawing every week? Besides, you may draw pictures at home whenever you wish. I don't exactly know why, replied the girl slowly. It just happens before I notice what I am doing. Of course, she explained, I do recollect that I oughtn't to be drawing in study hour, but that's after I've begun, and then it seems a pity not to finish. Her mother looked across the table at her husband. Speak to her seriously, Wilbur. The Reverend Mr. Carew looked solemnly at his long-legged and rapidly growing daughter, whose gray eyes gazed back into her father's sallow visage. Ru, he said in his colorless voice, try to get all you can out of your school. I haven't sufficient means to educate you in drawing and in similar accomplishments, so get all you can out of your school, because someday you will have to help yourself and perhaps help us a little. He bent his head with a detached air and sat gazing mildly at vacancy, already, perhaps, forgetting what the conversation was about. Mother? What, Ru? What am I going to do to earn my living? I don't know. Do you mean I must go into the mill like everybody else? There are other things. Girls work at many things in these days. What kind of things? They may learn to keep accounts, help in shops. If father could afford it, couldn't I learn to do something more interesting? What do girls work at whose fathers can afford to let them learn how to work? They may become teachers, learn stenography and typewriting. They can, of course, become dressmakers. They can nurse. Mother! Yes? Could I choose the business of drawing pictures? I know how. Dear, I don't believe it is practical to... Couldn't I draw pictures for books and magazines? Everybody says I draw very nicely. You say so, too. Couldn't I earn enough money to live on and to take care of you and father? Wilbur Carew looked up from his reverie. To learn to draw correctly and with taste, he said in his gentle, pedantic voice, requires a special training which we cannot afford to give you, Ruhana. Must I wait till I'm 25 before I can have my money? She asked for the 100th time. I do so need it to educate myself. Why did Grandma do such a thing, Mother? Your grandmother never supposed you would need the money until you were a grown woman, dear. Your father and I were young, vigorous, full of energy. Your father's income was ample for us then. Have I got to marry a man before I can get enough money to take lessons in drawing with? Her mother's drawn smile was not very genuine. When a child asks such questions, no mother finds it easy to smile. If you marry, dear, it is not likely you'll marry in order to take lessons in drawing. 25 is not old. If you still desire to study art, you will be able to do so. 25, repeated Ru aghast. I'll be an old woman. Many begin their life's work at an older age. Mother, I'd rather marry somebody and begin to study art. Oh, don't you think that even now I could support myself by making pictures for magazines? Don't you, Mother dear? Ru, as your father explained, a special course of instruction is necessary before one can become an artist. But I do draw very nicely. She slipped from her chair, ran to the old secretary where the accumulated masterpieces of her brief career were treasured, and brought them for her parents' inspection, as she had brought them many times before. Her father looked at them listlessly. He did not understand such things. Her mother took them one by one from Ruhana's eager hands and examined these grimy records of her daughter's childhood. There were drawings of every description in pencil, in crayon, in mussy watercolors, done on scraps of paper of every shape and size. The mother knew them all by heart, every single one, but she examined each with a devotion and an interest forever new. There were many pictures of the cat. Many of her parents, too. Odd, shaky, smeared portraits, all out of proportion, but usually recognizable. A few landscapes varied the collection, a view or two of the stone bridge opposite, a careful drawing of the ruined paper mill. But the majority of the subjects were purely imaginary, pictures of demons and angels, of damsels and fairy princes, paragons of beauty with castles on adjacent crags and swans adorning convenient ponds. Her mother rose after a few moments, laid aside the pile of drawings, went to the kitchen, and returned with her daughter's schoolbooks and lunch basket. "Rue, you'll be late again. Get on your rubbers immediately." The child's shabby winter coat was already too short in skirt and sleeve, and could be lengthened no further. She pulled the blue toboggan cap over her head, took a hasty osculatory leave of her father, seized books and lunch basket, and followed her mother to the door. Below the house, the Brookhollow road ran south across an old stone bridge and around a hill to Gayfield, half a mile away. Rue, drawing on her woolen gloves, looked up at her mother. Her lip trembled very slightly. She said, "I shouldn't know what to do if I couldn't draw pictures. When I draw a princess, I mean her for myself. It is pleasant to pretend to live with swans." She opened the door, paused on the step. The frosty breath drifted from her lips. Then she looked back over her shoulder. Her mother kissed her, held her tightly for a moment. "If I'm to be forbidden to draw pictures," repeated the girl, "I don't know what will become of me, because I really live there, in the pictures I make." "We'll talk it over this evening, darling. Don't draw in study hour any more, will you?" "I'll try to remember, Mother." When the spindle-limbed, boyish figure had sped away beyond sight, Mrs. Carew shut the door, drew her wool shawl closer, and returned slowly to the sitting-room. Her husband, deep in a padded rocking chair by the window, was already absorbed in the volume which lay open on his knees, the life of the Reverend Adoniram Judson, one of the world's good men. Ruhina had named her cat after him. His wife seated herself. She had dishes to do, 2 bedrooms, preparations for noonday dinner, the usual and unchangeable routine. She turned and looked out of the window across brown fields thinly powdered with snow. Along a brawling, wintry dark stream, fringed with gray alders, ran the Brookhollow road. Clumps of pines and elms bordered it. There was nothing else to see except a distant crow in a 10-acre lot walking solemnly about all by himself. Like the vultures that wandered through the compound that dreadful day in May, she thought involuntarily. But it was a far cry from Trebizond to Brookhollow, and her husband had been obliged to give up after the last massacre, when every convert had been dragged out and killed in the floating shadow of the stars and stripes, languidly brilliant overhead. For the Sublime Porte and the Kurds had had their usual way at last. There was nothing left of the mission. School and converts were gone, her wounded husband, her baby, and herself refugees in a foreign consulate, and the Turkish government making apologies with its fat tongue in its greasy cheek. The Quran says, "Woe to those who pray, and in their prayers are careless." The Quran also says, "In the name of God the Compassionate, the Merciful, what thinkest thou of him who treateth our religion as a lie?" Mrs. Carew and her crippled husband knew, now, what the Sublime Porte thought about it, and what was the opinion of the Kurdish cavalry concerning missionaries and converts who treated the Moslem religion as a lie. She looked at her pallid and crippled husband. He was still reading. His crutches lay beside him on the floor. She turned her eyes to the window. Out there the solitary crow was still walking busily about in the frozen pasture. And again she remembered the vultures that hulked and waddled amid the debris of the burned mission. Only that had been in May, and above the sunny silence in that place of death had sounded the unbroken and awful humming of a million flies. And so, her husband being now hopelessly broken and useless, they had come back with their child, Ruhana, to their home in Brookhollow. Here they had lived ever since. Here her gray life was passing. Here her daughter was already emerging into womanhood amid the stark, unlovely environments of a country crossroads, arid in summer, iron-naked in winter, with no horizon except the Gayfield hills, no outlook save the Brookhollow road, and that led to the mill. She had done what she could, was still doing it, but there was nothing to save. Her child's destiny seemed to be fixed. Her husband corresponded with the Board of Missions, wrote now and then for the Christian Pioneer, and lived on the scanty pension allowed to those who, like himself, had become incapacitated in line of duty. There was no other income. There was, however, the $6,000 left to Ruhana by her grandmother, slowly accumulating interest in the Mohawk Bank at Orangeville, the county seat, and not to be withdrawn, under the terms of the will, until the day Ruhana married or attained, unmarried, her 25th year. Neither principal nor interest of this legacy was available at present. Life in the Carew family at Brookhollow was hard sledding, and bid fair to continue so indefinitely. The life of Ruhana's father was passed in reading or in gazing silently from the window, a tall, sallow, bearded man with the eyes of a dreaming martyr and the hands of an invalid, who still saw in the winter sky, across brown, snow-powdered fields, the minarets of Trebizond. In reading, in reflection, in dreaming, in spiritual acquiescence, life was passing in somber shadows for this middle-aged man who had been hopelessly crushed in Christ's service, and who had never regretted that service, never complained, never doubted the wisdom and the mercy of his leader's inscrutable maneuvers with the soldiers who enlist to follow him. As far as that is concerned, the Reverend Wilbur Carew had been born with a believing mind. Doubt of divine goodness and deity was impossible for him, doubt of human goodness almost as difficult. Such men have little chance in a brisk, busy, and jaunty world, but they prefer it should be that way with them, and of these few believers in the goodness of God and man are our fools and gentlemen composed. On that dreadful day, the Kurd, who had mangled him so frightfully that he recovered only to limp through life on crutches, bent over him and shouted in his face, "Now, you Christian dog, before I cut your throat, show me how this Christ of yours can be a god." "Is it necessary," replied the missionary faintly, "to light a candle in order to show a man the midday sun?" Which was possibly what saved his life and the lives of his wife and child. Your Moslem adores and understands such figurative answers. So he left the Reverend Mr. Carew lying half dead in the blackened doorway and started cheerfully after a frightened convert praying under the compound wall. End of Chapter 2.
Chapter 3 of The Dark Star. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Kendra. The Dark Star by Robert W. Chambers. In Embryo. A child on the floor, flat on her stomach in the red light of the stove, drawing pictures, her mother by the shaded lamp mending stockings, her father reading, a faint odor of kerosene from the glass lamp in the room, and the rattle of sleet on the roof and window. This was one of her childhood memories, which never faded through all the years of Ruhana's life. Of her waking hours, she preferred that hour after supper when, laying prone on the worn carpet, with pencil and paper, just outside the lamp's yellow circle of light, her youthful imagination kindled and caught fire. For at that hour, the magic of the stove's glowing eyes transformed the sitting-room chairs to furtive watchers of herself, made her mother's work table a sly and spidery thing on legs, crouching in ambush, bewitched the ancient cottage piano so that its ivory keys menaced her like a row of monstrous teeth. She adored it all. The tall secretary stared at her with owlish significance. Through that neutral veil where lamplight and shadow meet upon the wall, the engraved portrait of a famous and godly missionary peered down at her out of altered and malicious eyes. The claw-footed haircloth sofa was a stealthy creature offering to entrap her with wide, inviting arms. 3 folded umbrellas leaned over the edge of their shadowy stand, looking down at her like scrawny and baleful birds. ready to peck at her with crooked handles. And as for Adoniram, her lank black cat, the child's restless creative fancy was ever transforming him from a goblin into a warlock, from hydra to hippogriff, until the earnestness of pretense sent agreeable shivers down her back, and she edged a trifle nearer to her mother. But when pretense became a bit too real and too grotesque, she had always a perfect antidote. It was merely necessary to make a quick picture of an angel or two, a fairy prince, a swan, and she felt herself in their company, and delightfully protected. There was a night when the flowing roar of the gale outside filled the lamplit silence, and the snow was drifting level with the window sills, when Adoniram, unable to prowl abroad, lay curled up tight and sound asleep beside her, where she sat on the carpet in the stove radiance. Wearied of drawing castles and swans, she had been listening to her father reading passages aloud from the book on his knees to her mother, who was sewing by the lamp. Presently he continued his reading. "I ask Alaro the angel, 'What place is this, and which people are these?' And he answered, 'This place is the star track, and these are those who in the world offered no prayer and chanted no liturgies. Through other works they have attained felicity.'" Her mother nodded, continuing to sew. Ruana considered what her father had read. Then, "Father?" "Yes?" He looked down at her absently. "What were you reading?" "A quotation from the sacred anthology." "Isn't prayer really necessary?" Her mother said, "Yes, dear." "Then how can the people who offered no prayers go to heaven?" Her father said, "Eternal life is not attained by praise or prayer alone, Ruana. Those things which alone justify prayer are also necessary." "What are they?" "What we really think and what we really do, both in Christ's name. Without these, nothing else counts very much. Neither form nor convention, nor those individual garments called creed and denomination, which belief usually wears throughout the world." Her mother, sewing, glanced gravely down at her daughter. "Your father is very tolerant of what other people believe, as long as they do really believe. Your father thinks that Christ would have found friends in Buddha and Muhammad." "Do such people go to heaven?" asked Ruana, astonished. "Listen," said her father, reading again. "I came to a place and I saw the souls of the liberal, adorned above all other souls in splendor, and it seemed to me sublime. I saw the souls of the truthful who walked in lofty splendor, and it seemed to me sublime. I saw the souls of teachers and inquirers. I saw the friendly souls of interceders and peacemakers, and these walked brilliantly in the light, and it seemed to me sublime." He turned to his wife. "To see and know is sublime. We know Mary, and Ruana is intelligent. But in spite of her faith in what she has learned from us, like us, she must one day travel the common way, seeking for herself the reasons and the evidence of immortality." "Perhaps her faith, Wilbur." "Perhaps, but with the intelligent, faith, which is emotional, usually follows belief, and belief comes only from reasoning. I think that Ruana is destined to travel the way of all intelligence when she is ready to think for herself." "I am ready now," said the girl. "I have faith in our Lord Jesus, and my father and mother." Her father looked at her. "It is good building material someday. God willing, you shall build a very lofty temple with it. But the foundation of the temple must first be certain. Intelligence ultimately requires reasons for beliefs. You will have to seek them for yourself, Ruana. Then, on them, build your shrine of faith, and nothing shall shake it down." "I don't understand." "And I cannot explain, only this. As you grow older, all around you in the world, you will become aware of people, countless millions and millions of people, asking themselves, ready with the slightest encouragement, or without it, to ask you the question which is the most vital of all questions to them. And whatever way it is answered, always they will ask for evidence. You, too, will one day ask for evidence. All the world asks for it, but few recognize it as evidence when it is offered." He closed his book and dropped a heavy hand upon it. "Amid the myriad pursuits and interests and trades and professions of the human race, amid their multitudinous aspirations, perplexities, doubts, passions, endeavors, deep within every intelligent man remains one dominant desire, one persistent question to be answered if possible." "What desire, Father?" "The universal desire for another chance, for immortality. Man's never-ending demand for evidence of an immortality which shall terminate for him the most tremendous of all uncertainties, which shall solve for him the most vital of all questions, What is to become of him after physical death? Is he to live again? Is he to see once more those he loved the best? Rowana sat thinking in the red stove light, cross-legged, her slim ankles clasped in either hand. "But our souls are immortal," she said at last. "Yes." "Our Lord Jesus has said it." "Yes." "Then why should anyone not believe it?" "Try to believe it always, particularly after your mother and I are no longer here. Try to believe it. You are unusually intelligent, and if someday your intelligence discovers that it requires evidence for a belief, seek that evidence. It is obtainable. Try to recognize it when you encounter it. Only, in any event, remember this. Never alter your early faith. Never destroy your childhood's belief until evidence to prove the contrary convinces you." "No, there is no such evidence, is there, Father?" "I know of none." "Then," said the girl calmly, "I shall take Christ's evidence that I shall live again if I do no evil. Father?" "Yes." "Is there any evidence that Adoniram has no soul?" "I know of none." "Is there any that he has a soul?" "Yes, I think there is." "Are you sure?" "Not entirely." "I wonder," mused the girl, looking gravely at the sleeping cat. It was the first serious doubt that Rowana ever entertained in her brief career. That night she dreamed of the yellow devil in Herr Wilner's box, and, awaking, remembered her dream. It seemed odd, too, because she had not even thought of the yellow devil for over a year. But the menacing Mongol figure seemed bound to intrude into her life once more and demand her attention, as though resentful of a long oblivion and neglect. For, a week later, an old missionary from Indochina, a native Chinese who had lectured at the Baptist church in Gayfield the evening previous, came to pay his respects to Reverend Wilbur Carew. Anru had taken the yellow devil from the olive wood box that day and was busily making a pencil drawing of it. At the sight of the figure, the native missionary's narrow almond eyes opened extremely wide, and he leaned on the table and regarded the bronze demon very intently. Then he took from his pocket and adjusted to his button nose a pair of large horn spectacles, and he carefully examined the Chinese characters engraved on the base of the ancient bronze, following them slowly with a yellow and claw-like forefinger. "Can you read what is written there?" inquired the Reverend Mr. Carew. "Yes, brother, and this is what is written. I am Erlich, ruler of chaos and all that was. The old order passes when I arrive. I bring confusion among the peoples. I hurl down emperors. Kingdoms crumble where I pass. The world begins to rock and tip, spilling nations into outer darkness. When there are no more kingdoms and no more kings, no more empires and no more emperors, and when only the humble till, the blameless sow, and the pure reap, and when only the teachers teach in the shadow of the tree, and when the thinker sits unstirring under the high stars. Then from the dark edges of the world I let go my grasp and drop into the immeasurable depths from which I came, I, Erlich, ruler of all that was." After a silence, the Reverend Mr. Carew asked whether the figure was very old. "It is from before the period known as Han, a dynasty during which the Mongols were a mighty people. This inscription is Mongol. Erlich was the yellow devil of the Mongols." "Not a heathen god, then?" "No, a heathen devil, their prince of darkness." Rowana, pencil in hand, looked curiously at this heathen prince of darkness, arrived out of the dark ages to sit for his scowling portrait. "I wonder what he thinks of America," she said, partly to herself. The native missionary smiled, picked up the yellow devil, shook the figure, listening. "There is something inside," he said. "Perhaps, Jules, if you drilled a hole in him, you could find out." The Reverend Mr. Carew nodded absently. "Yes, it might be worth while," he said. "If there is a jewel," repeated the missionary, "you had better take it, then cast away the figure. Erlich brings disaster to the land where his image is set up." The Reverend Mr. Carew smiled at his Chinese and Christian confreres in eradicable vein of superstition. End of Chapter 3. Chapter 4 of The Dark Star. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Kendra. The Dark Star by Robert W. Chambers. The Trodden Way. There came the indeterminate year when Rowana finished school and there was no money available to send her elsewhere for further embellishment, no further horizon than the sky above the Gayfield hills, no other perspective than the main street of Gayfield, with the knitting mill at the end of it. So into the Gayfield mill the girl walked and found a place immediately among the unskilled, and her career appeared to be predetermined now, and her destiny a simple one, to work, to share the toil and the gaieties of Gayfield with the majority of other girls that she knew, to marry, ultimately, some boy, some clerk in one of the Gayfield stores, some farmer lad perhaps, possibly a schoolteacher or a local lawyer or physician, or possibly the head of some department in the mill, or maybe a minister. She was sufficiently well-bred and educated for any one of these. The winter of her 17th year found her still very much a child at heart, physically backward, a late adolescent, a little shy, inclined to silences, romantic, sensitive to all beauty, and passionately expressing herself only when curled up by the stove with her pencil and the red light of coals falling athwart the slim hand that guided it. She went sometimes to the village parties, learned very easily to dance, had no preferences among the youths of Gayfield, no romances. For that matter, while she was liked and even furtively admired, her slight shyness, reticence, and a vague, indefinite something about her seemed to discourage familiar, rustic gallantry. Also, she was as thin and awkward as an overgrown lad, not thought to be pretty, known to be poor. But for all that, more than one young man was vaguely haunted at intervals by some memory of her grey eyes and the peculiar sweetness of her mouth, forgetting for the moment several freckles on the delicate bridge of her nose and several more on her sun-tanned cheeks. She had an agreeable time that winter, enchanted to learn dancing, happy at showers and parties, at sleigh rides and chicken suppers, and the various species of the village gaiety, which ranged from moving pictures every Thursday and Saturday nights, to church entertainment, amateur theatricals at the town hall, and lectures under the auspices of the aristocratic DOF, Daughters of the Old Frontier. But she never saw any boy she preferred to any other, never was conscious of being preferred, excepting once, and she was not quite certain about that. It was old Dick Nealon's son, Jim, vaguely understood to have been several years in Paris studying art, and who was now turned up in Gayfield during Christmas week. Rowana remembered seeing him on several occasions when she was a little child. He was usually tramping across the country with his sturdy father, Dick Nealand of Nealand's Mills. An odd, picturesque pair with their setter dogs and burnished guns, and old Dick's face as red as a wrinkled winter apple, and his hair snow white. It was a 6-year difference between their ages, Jim Nealand's and hers, and she had always considered him a grown and formidable man in those days. But that winter, when somebody at the movies pointed him out to her, she was surprised to find him no older than the other youths she skated and danced with. Afterwards, at a noisy village party, she saw him dancing with every girl in town, and the drop of Irish blood in this handsome, careless young fellow established him at once as a fascinating favorite. Rue became quite tremulous over the prospect of dancing with him. Presently her turn came. She rose with a sudden odd loss of self-possession as he was presented, stood dumb, shy, unresponsive, suffered him to lead her out, became slowly conscious that he danced rather badly, but awe of him persisted even when he trod on her slender foot. He brought her an ice afterward, and seated himself beside her. "I'm a clumsy dancer," he said. "How many times did I spike you?" She flushed, and would have found a pleasant word to reassure him, but discovered nothing to say, it being perfectly patent to both of them that she had retired from the floor with a slight limp. "I'm a steamroller," he repeated carelessly, "but you dance very well, don't you?" "I have only learned to dance this winter." "I thought you an expert. Do you live here?" "Yes, I live at Brookhollow." "Funny, I don't remember you. Besides, I don't know your name. People mumble so when they introduce a man." "I'm Rowana Carew." "Carew," he repeated, while a crease came between his eyebrows. "Of Brookhollow. Oh, I know! Your father is a retired missionary, the red house facing the bridge." "Yes." "Certainly," he said, taking another look at her. "You're the little girl Daddy and I used to see across the fields when we were shooting woodcock in the willows." "I remember you," she said. "I remember you." She colored gratefully. "Because," he added, "Dad and I were always afraid you'd wander into range and we'd pepper you from the bushes. You've grown a lot, haven't you?" He had a nice, direct smile, though his speech and manners were a trifle breezy, confident and sans façon. But he was at that age which succeeds the age of bumptiousness, with life and career before him, attainment, realization, success, everything the mystery of life holds for a young man who has just flung open the gates and who takes the magic road to the future, with a stride instead of his accustomed pace. He was already a man with a profession, and meant that she should become aware of it. Later in the evening, someone told her what a personage he had become, and she became even more deeply thrilled, impressed and tremulously desirous that he should seek her out again, not venturing to seek him out, not dreaming of encouraging him to notice her by glance or attitude, not even knowing, as yet, how to do such things. She thought he had already forgotten her existence, but that this thin, freckled young thing with grey eyes ought to learn how much of a man he was remained somewhere in the back of Neelan's head. And when he heard his hostess say that somebody would have to see Rue Carew home, he offered to do it, and presently went over to ask the girl if he might, not too patronizingly. In the cutter, under fur, with moonlight electrically brilliant and the world buried in white, she ventured to speak of his art, timidly, as in the presence of the very great. "Oh, yes," he said, "I studied in Paris. Wish I were back there. But I've got to draw for magazines and illustrated papers. Got to make a living, you see. I teach at the Art League, too." "How happy you must be in your career," she said, devoutly meaning it, knowing no better than to say it. "It's a business," he corrected her kindly. But it is art, too." "Oh, art," he laughed. It was the fashion that year to shrug when art was mentioned, reaction from too much gabble. "We don't busy ourselves with art, we busy ourselves with business, and when they use my stuff, I feel I'm getting on. You see," he admitted with reluctant honesty, "I'm young at it yet. I haven't had much of my stuff in magazines yet." After a silence, cursed by an instinctive truthfulness which always spoiled any little plan to swagger, "I've had several, well, about a dozen, pictures reproduced." One picture accepted by any magazine would have awed her sufficiently. The mere fact that he was an artist had been enough to impress her. "Do you care for that sort of thing? Drawing, painting, I mean?" he inquired kindly. She drew a quick breath, steadied her voice, and said she did. "Perhaps you may turn out some stuff yourself some day." She scarcely knew how to take the word stuff. Vaguely, she surmised it to be professional vernacular. She admitted shyly that she cared for nothing so much as drawing, that she longed for instruction, but that such a dream was hopeless. At first he did not comprehend that poverty barred the way for her. He urged her to cultivate her talent, bestowed advice concerning the Art League, boarding houses, studios, ways, means, and ends, until she felt obliged to tell him how far beyond her means such magic splendors lay. He remained silent, sorry for her, thinking also that the chances were against her having any particular talent, consoling a heart that was unusually sympathetic and tender, with the conclusion that this girl would be happier here in Brookhollow than scratching around the purlieus of New York to make both ends meet. "It's a tough deal," he remarked abruptly. "I mean, this art stuff. You work like the dickens and kick your heels in anterooms. If they take your stuff, they send you back to alter it or redraw it. I don't know how anyone makes a living at it, in the beginning." "Don't you?" "I know." He reddened, but she could not notice in the moonlight. "No," he repeated. "I have an allowance from my father. I'm new at it yet." "Couldn't a girl, support herself by drawing pictures for magazines?" she inquired tremulously. "Oh, well, of course there are some who have arrived, and they manage to get on. Some even make wads, you know." "Wads?" she repeated, mystified. "I mean a lot of money. There's that girl on the Star, Jean Throssell, who makes all kinds of wealth, they say, out of her spidery, filmy girls and ringlets and cheesecloth dinner gowns." "Oh." "Yes, Jean Throssell. And that Waythorn girl, Belinda Waythorn, you know, does all that stuff for the Looking Glass. Futurist graft, no maths on her people. She makes hers, I understand." It was rather difficult for Rue to follow him amid the vernacular mazes. "Then, of course," he continued, "men like Alexander Fairless and Philip Lightwood, who imitates him, make fortunes out of their drawings. I could name a dozen, perhaps, but the rest, hard sledding, Miss Carew." "Is it very hard?" "Well, I don't know what on earth I'd do if Dad didn't back me as his fancy." "A father ought to, if he can afford it." "Oh, I'll pay my way some day. It's in me. I feel it. I know it. I'll make plenty of money," he assured her confidently. "I'm sure you will." "Thank you," he smiled. "My friends tell me I've got it in me. I have one friend in particular, the Princess Mischenka, who has all kinds of confidence in my future. When I am blue, she bolsters me up. She is quite wonderful. I owe her a lot for asking me to her Sunday nights and for giving me her friendship." "A princess?" whispered the girl, who had drawn pictures of thousands, but was a little startled to realize that such fabled creatures really existed. "Is she very beautiful?" she added. "She's tremendously pretty." "Her clothes are very beautiful, I suppose," ventured Rue. "Well, they're very smart. Everything about her is smart. Her Sunday night suppers are wonderful. You meet people who do things, all sorts, everyone who is somebody." He turned to her frankly. "I think myself very lucky that the Princess Mischenka should be my friend, because honestly, Miss Carew, I don't see what there is in me to interest such a woman." Rue thought she could see, but remained silent. "If I had my way," said Neeland a few moments later, "I'd drop illustrating and paint battle scenes. But it wouldn't pay, you see." "Couldn't you support yourself by painting battles?" "Not yet," he said honestly. "Of course I have hopes, intentions." He laughed, drew his reins. The silvery chimes clashed in jingles and flashed in the moonlight. They had arrived. At the door he said, "I hope someday you'll have the chance to take lessons. Thank you for dancing with me. If you ever do come to New York to study, I hope you'll let me know." "Yes," she said, "I will." He was halfway to his sleigh, looked back, and saw her, looking back as she entered the lighted doorway. "Good night, Rue," he said impulsively, warmly sorry for her. "Good night," she said. The drop of Irish blood in him prompted him to go back to where she stood framed in the lighted doorway, and the same drop was no doubt responsible for him taking her by the waist and tilting back her head in its fur hood and kissing her soft, warm lips. She looked up at him in a flushed, bewildered sort of way, not resisting, but his eyes were so gay and mischievous, and his quick smile so engaging that a breathless, uncertain smile began to edge her lips, and it remained, stamped there, stiffening even after he had jumped onto his cutter and driven away, jingling joyously into the dazzling moonshine. In bed, the window open and covers pulled to her chin, Rue lay wakeful, living over again the pleasures of the evening, and Neeland's face was always before her open eyes, and his pleasant voice seemed to be sounding in her ears. As for the kiss, it did not trouble her. Girls she went with were not infrequently so saluted by boys. That being her own first experience was important only in that degree, and she shyly thought the experience agreeable. And as she recalled, revived, and considered all that Neeland had said, it seemed to her that this young man led an enchanted life, and that such as he were indeed a companion fit for a princess. "Princess Mischenka," she repeated aloud to herself, and somehow it sounded vaguely familiar to the girl, as though somewhere, long ago, she had heard another voice pronounce the name. End of Chapter 4.
Chapter 5 of The Dark Star. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Alyssa Williams. The Dark Star by Robert W. Chambers, Ex Machina. After she had become accustomed to the smell of rancid oil and dye-stuffs and the interminable racket of machinery, she did not find her work at the knitting mill disagreeable. It was like any work, she imagined, an uninteresting task which had to be done. The majority of girls and young men of the village worked there in various capacities. Wages were fair, salaries better, union regulations prevailed. There was nothing to complain of. And nothing to expect, except possible increase in wages, holidays, and a disquieting chance of getting caught in the machinery, which familiarity soon discounted. As for the social status of the mill workers, the mill was Gayfield, and Gayfield was a village where the simpler traditions of the Republic still survived, where there existed no invidious distinction in vocations. A typical old-time community harboring the remains of a grand army post and too many churches of too many denominations, where the chance metropolitan stranger was systematically done, where distrust of all cities and desire to live in them was equaled only by a passion for moving pictures and automobiles, where the school trustees used double negatives and traced their ancestry to colonial considerables, who, however, had signed their names in lowercase or with a Maltese cross. The world in miniature, with its due proportion of petty graft, petty squabbles, envy, kindness, jealousy, generosity, laziness, ambition, stupidity, intelligence, honesty, hypocrisy, hatred, affection, badness, and goodness, as standardized by the code established according to folkways on Earth. In brief, a perfectly human community composed of the usual ingredients, worthy and unworthy. That was Gayfield, Mohawk County, New York. Before spring came, before the first robin appeared, and while icy roads still lay icy under sunlit pools of snow water, a whole winter indoors, and a sedentary one, had changed the smoothly tanned and slightly freckled cheeks of Rue Carew to a thinner and paler oval. Under her transparent skin, a tea-rose pink came and went. Under her gray eyes lay bluish shadows. Also, floating particles of dust, fleecy and microscopic motes of cotton and wool, filling the air in the room where Ruhana worked, had begun to irritate her throat and bronchial tubes, and the girl developed an intermittent cough. When the first bluebird arrived in Gayfield, the cough was no longer intermittent, and her mother sent her to the village doctor. So, Rue Carew was transferred to the box factory adjoining, in which the mill made its own paper boxes, where young women sat all day at intelligent machines and fed them with squares of pasteboard and strips of gilt paper, and the intelligent and grateful machines responded by turning out hundreds and hundreds of complete boxes, all neatly gilded, pasted, and labeled. And, after a little while, Ruhana was able to nourish one of these obliging and responsive machines, and by July, her cough had left her, and 2 delicate freckles adorned the bridge of her nose. The half-mile walk from and to Brookhollow twice a day was keeping her from rapid physical degeneration. Yet, like all Northern American summers, the weather became fearfully hot in July and August, and the half-mile, even in early morning and at 6 in the evening, left her listless, nervously dreading the great concrete-lined room, the reek of glue and oil, the sweaty propinquity of her neighbors, and the monotonous appetite of the sprawling machine which she fed all day long with pasteboard squares. She went to her work in early morning, bareheaded, in a limp pink dress very much open at the throat, which happened to be the merciful mode of the moment. A slender, sweet-lipped thing, beginning to move with grace now, and her chestnut hair burned gold pale by the sun. There came that movable holiday in August, when the annual shutdown for repairs closed the mill and box factory during 48 hours, a matter of prescribing oil and new bearings for the overfed machines so that their digestion should remain unimpaired and their dispositions amiable. It was a hot August morning, intensely blue and still, with that slow, subtle concentration of suspended power in the sky, ominous of thunder brooding somewhere beyond the western edges of the world. Ruhana aided her mother with the housework, picked peas and a squash and a saucer full of yellow pansies in the weedy little garden, and, at noon, dined on the trophies of her husbandry, physically and aesthetically. After dinner, dishes washed and room tidied, she sat down on the narrow, woodbine-infested veranda with pencil and paper, and attempted to draw the stone bridge and the little river where it spread in deeps and shallows above the broken dam. Perspective was unknown to her. Of classic composition she was also serenely ignorant, so the absence of these in her picture did not annoy her. On the contrary, there was something hideously modern and recessional in her vigorous endeavor to include in her drawing everything her gray eyes chanced to rest on. She even arose and gently urged a cow into the already overcrowded composition, and, having accomplished its portrait with Cezanne-like fidelity, was beginning to look about for Adoniram to include him also, when her mother called to her, holding out a pair of old gloves. "Dear, we are going to save a little money this year. Do you think you could catch a few fish for supper?" The girl nodded. took the gloves, laid aside her pencil and paper, picked up the long bamboo pole from the veranda floor, and walked slowly out into the garden. A trowel was sticking in the dry earth near the flower bed, where poppies and pansies and petunias and phlox bordered the walk. Under a lilac, the ground seemed moister and more promising for vermicular investigation. She drew on her gloves, dug a few holes with a trowel, extracted an angleworm, frowned slightly, holding it between gloved fingers, regarding its contortions with pity and aversion. To bait a hook was not agreeable to the girl. She managed to do it, however. Then, shouldering her pole, she walked across the road and down to the left, through rank grasses and patches of milkweed, bergamot, and queenslace, scattering a cloud of brown and silver-spotted butterflies. Alder, elder, and Indian willow barred her way. Rank thickets of jewelweed hung vivid, blossoming drops across her path. Woodbine and clematis trailed dainty snares to catch her in their fairy nets. A rabbit scurried out from behind the ruined paper mill as she came to the swift, shallow water below the dam. Into this, she presently plumped her line, and the next instant jerked it out again with a wriggling, silvery minnow flashing on the hook. Carrying her pole with its tiny, glittering victim dangling aloft, Rue hastily retraced her steps to the road, crossed the bridge to the further end, seated herself on the limestone parapet, and swinging her pole with both hands, cast line and hook and minnow far out into the pond. It was a business she did not care for, this extinguishing of the life spark in anything. But, like her millwork, it appeared to be a necessary business, and, so regarding it, she went about it. The pond above the half-ruined dam lay very still. Her captive minnow swam about with apparently no discomfort, trailing on the surface of the pond above him the cork which buoyed the hook. Rue, her pole clasped in both hands between her knees, gazed with preoccupied eyes out across the water. On the sandy shore, a pair of speckled tip-ups ran busily about, dipping and bobbing, or spread their white striped wings to shear the still surface of the pond, swing shoreward with bowed wings again, and resume their formal, quaint, and busy manners. From the interstices of the limestone parapet grew a white bluebell, the only one Rue had ever seen. As long as she could remember, it had come up there every year and bloomed, snow-white, amid a world of its blue comrades in the grass below. She looked for it now, saw it in bud, 3 sturdy stalks sprouting at right angles from the wall and curving up parallel to it. Somehow or other, she had come to associate this white freak of nature with herself. She scarcely knew why. It comforted her, oddly, to see it again, still surviving, still delicately vigorous, though where among those stone slabs it found its nourishment she never could imagine. The intense blue of the sky had altered since noon. The west became gradually duller and the air stiller. And now, over the Gayfield hills, a tall cloud thrust up silvery-edged convolutions toward a zenith still royally and magnificently blue. She had been sitting there, watching her swimming cork for over an hour, when the first light western breeze arrived, spreading a dainty ripple across the pond. Her cork danced, drifted. Beneath it, she caught the momentary glimmer of the minnow. Then the cork was jerked under. She clasped the pole with all her strength, struck upward, and a heavy pickerel, all gold and green, sprang furiously from the water and fell back with a sharp splash. Under the sudden strain of the fish, she nearly lost her balance, scrambled hastily down from the parapet, propping the pole desperately against her body, and stood so, unbending, unyielding, her eyes fixed on the water where the taut line cut it at 45 degrees. At the same time, 2 men in a red runabout speeding westward caught sight of the sharp turn by the bridge which the ruins of the paper mill had hidden. The man driving the car might have made it even then, had he not seen Ruhana in the center of the bridge. It was instantly all off. So were both mudguards and one wheel. So were driver and passenger, floundering on their backs among the rank grass and wildflowers. Ruhana, petrified, still fast to her fish, gazed at the catastrophe over her right shoulder. A broad, short, squarely built man of 40 emerged from the weeds, went hastily to the car, and did something to it. Noise ceased. Clouds of steam continued to ascend from the crumpled hood. The other man, even shorter but slimmer, sauntered out of a bed of milkweed whither he had been catapulted. He dusted with his elbow a gray felt hat as he stood, looking at the wrecked runabout. His comrade, still clutching a cigar between his teeth, continued to examine the car. "Hell," remarked the short, thick-set man. "It's going to rain like it, too," added the other. The thunder boomed again beyond Gayfield Hills. "What do you know about this?" growled the thick-set man in utter disgust. "Do we hunt for a garage or what?" "It's up to you, Eddie. And say, what was the matter with you? Don't you know a bridge when you see one?" "That damn girl." He turned and looked at Ruhana, who was dragging the big, flapping pickerel over the parapet by main strength. The men scowled at her in silence. Then the one addressed as Eddie rolled his cigar grimly into the left corner of his jaw. "Damn little skirt," he observed briefly. "It seems to worry her a lot what she's done to us." "Well, I wonder does she know she wrecked us?" suggested the other. He was a stunted, wiry little man of 35. His head seemed slightly too large. He had a pasty face with the slow black eyes, button nose, and the widely chiseled mouth of a circus clown. The eyes of the short, thick-set man were narrow and grayish-green in a round, smoothly shaven face. They narrowed still more as the thunder broke louder from the west. Ruhana, dragging her fish over the grass, was coming toward them, and the man called Eddie stepped forward to bar her progress. "Say, girlie," he began, the cigar still tightly screwed into his cheek. "Is there a juice mill anywhere near us, do you know?" "What?" said Rue. "A garage." "Yes, there is one at Gayfield." "How far, girlie?" Rue flushed, but answered, "It is 1/2 a mile to Gayfield." The other man, noticing the color in Ruhana's face, took off his pearl-gray hat. His language was less grammatical than his friend's, but his instincts were better. "Thank you," he said, his companion staring all the while at the girl without the slightest expression. "Is there a telephone in any of them houses, miss?" glancing around behind him at the 3 edifices which composed the crossroads called Brookhollow. "No," said Rue. It thundered again. The world around had become very dusky and silent, and the flash veined a rapidly blackening west. "It's going to rain buckets," said the man called Eddie. "If you live around here, can you let us come into your house till it's over, miss?" "Yes." "I'm Mr. Brandis, Ed Brandis, of New York," speaking through cigar-clutching teeth. "This is Mr. Ben Stahl of the same. It's raining already. Is that your house?" "I live there," said Rue, nodding across the bridge. "You may go in." She walked ahead, dragging the fish. Stahl went to the car, took 2 suitcases from the boot. Brandis threw both overcoats over his arm and followed in the wake of Ruhana and her fish. "No Saratoga and no races today, Eddie," remarked Stahl. But Brandis' narrow gray-green eyes were following Ruhana. "It's a pity," continued Stahl. "Somebody didn't learn you to drive a car before you ask your friends joyriding." "Oh, shut up," returned Brandis slowly, between his teeth. They climbed the flight of steps to the veranda, through a rapidly thickening gloom which was ripped wide open at intervals by lightning. So, Brandis and his shadow, Benny Stahl, came into the home of Ruhana Carew. Her mother, who had observed their approach from the window, opened the door. "Mother," said Ruhana, "here is the fish I caught, and 2 gentlemen." With which dubious but innocent explanation, she continued on toward the kitchen, carrying her fish. Stahl offered a brief explanation to account for their plight and presence. Brandis, listening and watching the mother out of greenish, sleepy eyes, made up his mind concerning her. While the spare room was being prepared by mother and daughter, he and Stahl, seated in the sitting room, their hats upon their knees, exchanged solemn commonplaces with the Reverend Mr. Carew. Brandis, always the gambler, always wary and reticent by nature, did all the listening before he came to conclusions that relaxed the stiffness of his attitude and the immobility of his large, round face. Then, at ease under circumstances and conditions which he began to comprehend and have an amiable contempt for, he became urbane and conversational, and a little amused to find navigation so simple, even when out of his proper element. From the book on the invalid's knees, Brandis took his cue, and the conversation developed into a monologue on the present condition of foreign missions, skillfully inspired by the respectful attention and the brief and ingenious questions of Brandis. "Doubtless," continued the Reverend Mr. Carew, "you are familiar with the life of Reverend Adoniram Judson, Mr. Brandis?" It turned out to be Brandis' favorite book. "You will recollect, then, the amazing conditions in India which confronted Dr. Judson and his wife." Brandis recollected perfectly, with a slow glance at Stahl. "All that is changed," said the invalid. "God be thanked. And conditions in Armenia are changing for the better, I hope." "Let us hope so," returned Brandis solemnly. "To doubt it is to doubt the goodness of the Almighty," said the Reverend Mr. Carew. His dreamy eyes became fixed on the rain-splashed window, burned a little with somber inward light. "In Trebizond," he began, "in my time—" His wife came into the room, saying that the spare bedchamber was ready, and that the gentleman might wish to wash before supper, which would be ready in a little while. On their way upstairs, they encountered Ruhana coming down. Stahl passed with a polite grunt. Brandis ranged himself for the girl to pass him. "Ever so much obliged to you, Miss Carew," he said. "We have put you to a great deal of trouble, I am sure." Rue looked up surprised, shy, not quite understanding how to reconcile his polite words and pleasant voice with the voice and manner in which he had addressed her on the bridge. "It is no trouble," she said, flushing slightly. "I hope you will be comfortable." And she continued to descend the stairs a trifle more hastily, not quite sure she cared very much to talk to that kind of man. In the spare bedroom, whither Stahl and Brandis had been conducted, the latter was seated on the big and rather shaky maple bed, buttoning a fresh shirt and collar, while Stahl took his turn at the basin. Rain beat heavily on the windows. "Say, Ben," remarked Brandis, "you want to be careful when we go downstairs that the old guy don't spot us for sporting men. He's a minister or something." Stahl lifted his dripping face of a circus clown from the basin. "What's that?" "I say we don't want to give the old people a shock. You know what they'd think of us." "What do I care what they think?" "Can't you be polite?" "I can be better than that. I can be honest," said Stahl, drying his sour visage with a flimsy towel. After Brandis had tied his polka-dotted tie carefully before the blurred mirror, "What do you mean by that?" he asked stolidly. "Ah, I know what I mean, Eddie. So do you. You're a smooth talker, all right. You can listen and look wise, too, when there's anything in it for you. Just see the way you got Stein to put up good money for you. And all you done was to listen to him and keep your mouth shut. Brandis rose with an air almost jocular and smote Stahl upon the back. Stein thinks he's the greatest manager on earth. Let him tell you so if you want anything out of him, he said, walking to the window. The volleys of rain splashing on the panes obscured the outlook. Brandis flattened his nose against the glass and stood as though lost in thought. Behind him, Stahl dried his features, rummaged in the suitcase, produced a bathrobe and slippers, put them on, and stretched himself out on the bed. "Aren't you coming down to buzz the preacher?" demanded Brandis, turning from the drenched window. "So you can talk phony to the little kid? No." "Ah, get it out of your head that I mean phony." "Well, what do you mean?" "Nothing." Stahl gave him a contemptuous glance and turned over on the pillow. "Are you coming down?" "No." So Brandis took another survey of himself in the glass, used his comb and brushes again, added a studied twist to his tie, shot his cuffs, and walked out of the room with the solid deliberation which characterized his carriage at all times. End of Chapter 5.
Chapter 6 of The Dark Star. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Dark Star by Robert W. Chambers. The End of Solitude. A rain-washed world, smelling sweet as a wet rose, a cloudless sky delicately blue, and a swollen stream tumbling and foaming under the bridge. Of these, Mr. Eddie Brandis was agreeably conscious as he stepped out on the veranda after breakfast and, unclasping a large gold cigar case, inserted a cigar between his teeth. He always had the appearance of having just come out of a Broadway barber shop with the visible traces of shave, shampoo, massage, and manicure patented upon his person. His short, square figure was clothed in well-cut blue serge. A smart straw hat embellished his head, polished russet shoes his remarkably small feet. On his small fat finger several heavy rings were conspicuous, and the odor of cologne exhaled from and subtly pervaded the ensemble. Across the road, hub-deep in wet grass and weeds, he could see his wrecked runabout, glistening with raindrops. He stood for a while on the veranda, both hands shoved deep into his pockets, his cigar screwed into his cheek. From time to time he jingled keys and loose coins in his pockets. Finally he sauntered down the steps and across the wet road to inspect the machine at closer view. Contemplating it tranquilly, head on one side and his left eye closed to avoid the drifting cigar smoke, he presently became aware of a girl in a pink print dress leaning over the gray parapet of the bridge. And, picking his way among the puddles, he went toward her. "Good morning, Miss Carew," he said, taking off his straw hat. She turned her head over her shoulder, the early sun glistening on his shiny, carefully parted hair, and lingered in glory on a diamond scarf pin. "Good morning," she said, a little uncertainly, for the memory of their first meeting on the bridge had not entirely been forgotten. "You had breakfast early," he said. "Yes." He kept his hat off. Such little courtesies have their effect. Also, it was good for his hair, which, he feared, had become a trifle thinner recently. "It is beautiful weather," said Mr. Brandis, squinting at her through his cigar smoke. "Yes." She looked down into the tumbling water. "This is a beautiful country, isn't it, Miss Carew?" "Yes." With his head a little on one side, he inspected her. There was only the fine curve of her cheek visible, and a white neck under the chestnut hair, and one slim tanned hand resting on the stone parapet. Do you like motoring? He asked. She looked up. Yes, I've only been out a few times. I'll have another car up here in a few days. I'd like to take you out. She was silent. Ever go to Saratoga? He inquired. No. I'll take you to the races. With your mother. Would you like to go? She remained silent so long that he became a trifle uneasy. With your mother, he repeated, moving so he could see a little more of her face. I don't think Mother would go, she said. Would she let you go? I don't think so. There's nothing wrong with racing, he said, if you don't bet money on the horses. But Rue knew nothing about sport, and her ignorance, as well as the suggested combination of Saratoga, automobile, and horse racing, left her silent again. Brandis sat down on the parapet of the bridge and held his straw hat on his fat knees. Then we'll make it a family party, he said. Your father and mother and you, shall we? And we'll just go off for the day. Thank you. Would you like it? Yes. Will you go? I work in the mill. Every day? Yes. How about Sunday? We go to church. I don't know. Perhaps we might go in the afternoon. I'll ask your father, he said, watching the delicately flushed face with odd, almost sluggish persistency. His gray-green eyes seemed hypnotized. He appeared unable to turn them elsewhere, and she, gradually becoming conscious of his scrutiny, kept her own eyes averted. What were you looking at in the water? He asked. I was looking for our boat. It isn't there. I'm afraid it has gone over the dam. I'll help you search for it, he said, when I come back from the village. I'm going to walk over and find somebody who'll cart that runabout to the railroad station. You're not going that way, are you? He added, rising. No. Then he lifted his hat high and put it on with care. Until a little later, Miss Carew, and I want to apologize for speaking so familiarly to you yesterday. I'm sorry, it's the way we get into in New York. Broadway isn't good for a man's manners. Will you forgive me, Miss Carew? Embarrassment kept her silent. She nodded her head and finally turned and looked at him. His smile was agreeable. She smiled faintly too and rose. Until later then, he said. This is a Gayfield road, isn't it? Yes. She turned and walked toward the house, and as though he could not help himself, he walked beside her, his hat in his hand once more. I like this place, he said. I wonder if there's a hotel in Gayfield. The Gayfield house. Is it very bad? He asked jocosely. She seemed surprised. It was considered good, she thought. With a slight, silent nod of dismissal, she crossed the road and went into the house, leaving him standing beside his wrecked machine once more, looking after her out of sluggish eyes. Presently, from the house emerged Stoll, his pasty face startling in its pallor under the cloudless sky, and walked slowly over to Brandis. Well, Ben, said the latter pleasantly, I'm going to Gayfield to telegraph for another car. How soon can I get one up? Inquired Stoll, inserting a large cigar into his slitted mouth and lighting it. Oh, in a couple of days, I guess. I don't know. I don't care much either. We can go on to Saratoga by train, suggested Stoll complacently. We can stay here, too. What for? Brandis said in his tight-lipped, even voice, The fishing's good. I guess I'll try it. He continued to contemplate the machine, but Stoll's black eyes were turned on him intently. How about the races? He asked. Do we go or not? Certainly. When? When they send us a car to go in. Isn't the train good enough? The fishing here is better. Stoll's pasty visage turned sourer. Do you mean we lose a couple of days in this God-forsaken dump because you'd rather go to Saratoga in a runabout than in a train? I tell you, I'm going to stick around for a while. For how long? Oh, I don't know. When we get our car, we can talk it over and... Ah, ejaculated Stoll in disgust. What the hell's the matter with you? Is it that little skirt you was buzzing out here like you never seen one before?" "How did you guess, Ben?" returned Brandis, with the almost expressionless jocularity that characterized him at times. "That little red-haired, spindling, freckled, milk-fed mill hand? Funny, ain't it? But there's no telling what will catch the tired businessman, is there, Ben?" "Well, what does catch him?" demanded Stoll angrily. "What's the answer?" "I guess she's the answer, Ben." "Ah, leave the kid alone." "I'm going to have the car sent up here. I'm going to take her out. Go on to Saratoga if you want to. I'll meet you there." "When?" "When I'm ready," replied Brandis evenly, but he smiled. Stoll looked at him, and his white face, soured by dyspepsia, became sullen with wrath. At such times, too, his grammar suffered from indigestion. "Say, Eddie," he began, "can't no one learn you nothing at all? How many times would you have been better off if you'd listened to me? Every time you throw me, you hand yourself one. Now that you got a little money again and a little backing, don't do anything like that." "Like what?" "Like chasing dames. Don't act foolish like you done in Chicago last summer. You wouldn't listen to me then, would you? And that Denver business, too. Say, look at all the foolish things you done against all I could say to save you. Like backing that cowboy plug against battling Jensen. Like taking that big hunk of beef, Wallstein, to San Antonio, where Kid O'Rourke put him out in the first. And everybody's laughing at you yet." "Ah!" he exclaimed angrily. "Somebody tell me why I don't quit you, you big dill pickle. I wish someone would tell me why I stand for you, because I don't know. And look what you're doing now. You got some money of your own and plenty of syndicate money to put on the races and a big commish. You got a good theater in town with Morris Stein to back you and everything. And look what you're doing," he ended bitterly. Brandis tightened his dental grip on his cigar and squinted at him good-humoredly. "Say, Ben," he said, "would you believe it if I told you I'm stuck on her?" "Ah, you'd fall for anything. I never seen a skirt you wouldn't chase." "I don't mean that kind." "What kind, then?" "This is on the level, Ben." "What?" "Ah, go on. You on the level?" "All the same, I am." "You can't be on the level. You don't know how." "Why?" "You got a wife, and you know damn well you have." "Yes, and she's getting her divorce." Stoll regarded him with habitual and sullen distrust. "She hasn't got it yet." "She'll get it, don't worry." "I thought you was for fighting it." "I was going to fight it, but—" His slow, narrow, greenish eyes stole toward the house across the road. "Just like that," he said, after a slight pause. "That's the way the little girl hit me. I'm on the level, Ben. First skirt I ever saw that I wanted to find waiting dinner for me when I come home. Get me?" "I don't know whether I do or not." "Get this, then. She isn't all over paint. She's got freckles, thank God, and she smells sweet as a daisy field. Ah, what the hell," he burst out between his parted teeth, "when every woman in New York smells like a chorus girl. Don't I get it all day? The whole city stinks like a star's dressing room. And I married one. And I'm through. I want to get my breath, and I'm getting it." Stoll's white features betrayed merely the morbid suffering of indigestion. He said nothing and sucked his cigar. "I'm through," repeated Brandis. "I want a home and a wife. The kind that even a fly cop won't pinch on sight. The kind of little thing that's over there in that old shack. Whatever I am, I don't want a wife like me, nor kids either." Stoll remained sullenly unresponsive. "Call her a hick if you like. All right, I want that kind." No comment from Stoll, who was looking at the wrecked car. "Understand, Ben?" "I tell you I don't know whether I do or not." "Well, what don't you understand?" "Nothing." "Well, then you're falling for a kid like that, first crack out of the box. I'm honest, I don't understand it." "She hit me that way, so help me God." "And you're on the level?" "Absolutely, Ben." "What about the old guy and the mother? Take him to live with you?" "If she wants him." Stoll stared at him in uneasy astonishment. All right, Eddie. Only don't act foolish till minute passes you up. And get out of here or you will. If you're on the level, as you say you are, you've got to mark time for a good long while yet. Why? You don't have to ask me that, do you? Yes, I do. Why? I want to marry her, I tell you. I mean to. I'm taking no chances that some hick will do it while I'm away. I'm going to stay right here. And when the new car comes, I'll keep her humming between here and Saratoga. And then what? Branda's greenish eyes rested on the car, and he smoked in silence for a while. Then, listen, Ben, I'm a busy man. I got to be back in town, and I got to have a wedding trip, too. You know me, Ben. You know what I mean. That's me. When I do a thing, I do it. Maybe I make plenty of mistakes. Hell, I'd rather make 'em than sit pat and do nothing. You're crazy. Don't bet on it, Ben. I know what I want. I'm going to make money. Things are going big with me. You tin horn, you always say that. Watch me. I bet you I make a killing at Saratoga. I bet you I make good with Morris Stein. I bet you the first show I put on goes big. I bet... can it? Wait. I bet you I marry that little girl in 2 weeks and she stands for it when I tell her later we'd better get married again. Say, talk sense. I am. What'll they do to you if your wife makes a holler? Who ever heard of her or me in the East? You want to take a chance like that? I'll fix it. I haven't got time to wait for a minute to shake me loose. Besides, she's in Seattle. I'll fix it so she doesn't hear until she gets her freedom. I'll get a license right here. I guess I'll use your name. What? Yelled Stoll. Shut your face, retorted Brandes. What do you think you're going to do, squeal? You think I'm going to stand for that? Well, then I won't use your name. I'll use my own. Why not? I mean, honest, it's dead level. I'll remarry her. I want her, I tell you. I want a wedding trip, too, before I go back. With the first rehearsal called for September 15th? What's the matter with you? Do you think Stein is going to stand for? You'll be on hand, said Brandes pleasantly. I'm going to Paris for 4 weeks. 2 weeks there, 2 on the ocean. You? Save your voice, Ben. That's settled. Stoll turned upon him a dead white visage distorted with fury. I hope she throws you out, he said breathlessly. You talk about being on the level. Every level's crooked with you. You don't know what square means. A square has got more than 4 corners for you. Go on, stick around. I don't give a damn what you do. Go on and do it. But I quit right here. Both knew that the threat was empty. As a shadow clings to a man's heels, as a lost soul haunts its slayer, as damnation stalks the damned, so had Stoll followed Brandes and would follow to the end. Why? Neither knew. It seemed to be their destiny, surviving everything. Their bitter quarrels, the injustice and tyranny of Brandes, his contempt and ridicule sometimes, enduring through adversity, even penury, through good and bad days, through abundance and through want, through shame and disgrace, through trickery, treachery, and triumph, nothing had ever broken the occult bond which linked these two, and neither understood why, but both seemed to be vaguely conscious that neither was entirely complete without the other. Ben, said Brandes affably, I'm going to walk over to Gayfield. Want to come? They went off together. End of section 6, read by Brize Cries, Ohio.
Chapter 7 of The Dark Star. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Michael Schwartz. The Dark Star by Robert W. Chambers. Obsession. By the end of the week, Brands had done much to efface
any unpleasant impression he had made on Ruana Carew. The girl had never before had to do with any mature man. She was therefore at a disadvantage in every way, and her total lack of experience emphasized the odds. Nobody had ever before pointedly preferred her, paid her undivided attention. No man had ever sought her, conversed with her, deferred to her, interested himself in her. It was entirely new to her, this attention which Brize paid her, nor could she make any comparisons between this man and other men, because she knew no other man. He was an entirely novel experience to her. He had made himself interesting, had proved amusing, considerate, kind, generous, and apparently interested in what interested her. And if his unfeigned preference for her society disturbed and perplexed her, his assiduous civilities toward her father and mother were gradually winning from her far more than anything he had done for her. His white-faced, odd little friend had gone. He himself had taken quarters at the Gayfield house, where a cow like the wrecked one was stabled for his use. He had already taken her father and mother and herself everywhere within motoring distance. He had accompanied them to church, he escorted her to the movies, he walked with her in the August evenings after supper, rowed her about on the pond, fished from the bridge, told her strange stories in the moonlight on the veranda, her father and mother interested and attentive. For the career of Mr. Eddie Brize was capable of furnishing material for interesting stories, if carefully edited and related with discretion and circumspection. He had been many things to many men, and to several women. He had been a tin-horn gambler in the Southwest, a miner in Alaska, a saloon keeper in Wyoming, a fight promoter in Arizona. He had traveled profitably on popular ocean liners until requested to desist. Auteuil, Nailly, Vincent, and Longchamp knew him as stout, booky, and, when fitfully prosperous, as a blunger. Epsom knew him once as a welcher, and knew him no more. He had taken a comic opera company through the wheat belt. One way, he had led a burlesque troupe into Arizona and had traded it there for a hotel. When Eddie wants to talk, Stahl used to say, that smoke Othello hasn't got nothing on him. However, Brize seldom chose to talk. This was one of his rare garrulous occasions, and with careful self-censorship, he was making an endless series of wonder tales out of the episodes and faits divers common to the experience of such as he. So, of moving accidents by flood and field, this man had a store, and he contrived to make them artistically innocuous and perfectly fit for family consumption. Further, 2 of his friends, motored over from Saratoga to see him, were brought to supper at the Carews, and they gave him a clean bill of moral health. They were respectively Doc Kerfoot, suave haunter of Peacock Alley, and Gentleman Capper, whom Brize introduced as the celebrated specialist Dr. Albert Kerfoot, and Captain Herman Quinn, partner in Quinn's celebrated Temple of Chance, introduced as the distinguished navigating officer which he appeared to be. The steering for their common craft, however, was the duty of the eminent Doc. They spent the evening on the veranda with the family, and it was quite wonderful what a fine fellow each turned out to be. Information confidentially imparted to the Reverend Mr. Carew by each of the 3 distinguished gentlemen in turn.
Doc Kerfoot, whose business included the ability to talk convincingly on any topic, took the Reverend Mr. Carew's measure and chose literature, and his suave critique presently became an interesting monologue listened to in silence by those around him. Brize had said, "Put me in right, Doc," and Doc was accomplishing it, partly to oblige Brize, partly for practice. His agreeable voice, so nicely pitched, so delightfully persuasive, recapitulating all the commonplaces and cant phrases concerning the literature of the day, penetrated gratefully the intellectual isolation of these humble, gentle people, and won very easily their innocent esteem. With the Reverend Mr. Carew, Doc discussed such topics as the influence on fiction of the ethical ideal. With Mrs. Carew, Captain Quint exchanged reminiscences of travel on distant seas. Brize attempted to maintain low-voice conversation with Rue, who responded in diffident monosyllables to his advances. Brize walked down to their car with them, after they had taken their leave. "What's the idea, Eddie?" inquired Doc Kerfoot, pausing before the smart little speeder. "It's straight." "Oh," said Doc, softly betraying no surprise, about the only thing he never betrayed. "Anything in it for you, Eddie?" "Yes, a good girl, the kind you read about. Isn't that enough?" "Minna chucked you?" inquired Captain Quinn. "She will get her degree in 2 or 3 months. Then I'll have a home. And everything that you and I are keeps out of that home, Cap. See?" "Certainly," said Quint. "Quite right, Eddie." Doc Kerfoot climbed in and took the wheel. Quint followed him. "Say," he said in his pleasant, guarded voice, "watch out that Minnas don't double-cross you, Eddie." "How?" "Or shoot you up. She's some Schützenfest, you know, when she turns loose. Ah, I tell you, she wants the divorce. Abe Crittlefeld's crazy about her. He will get Abe Gordon to star her on Broadway, and that's enough for her. Besides, she will marry Max Venom when she can afford to keep him." "You never understood Minna Minty?" "Well, whoever understood any German?" demanded Brize. "She is one of those sour-blooded, silent Dutch women that make me ache." Doc pushed the self-starter. There came a click, a low humming. Brize's face cleared, and he held out his square-shaped hand. "You fellows," he said, "have put me right with the old folks here. I will do the same for you some day. Don't talk about this little girl and me, that's all." "All the same," repeated Doc, "don't take any chances with Minna. She's on to you, and she's got a rotten Dutch disposition." "That's right, Doc. And say, Herman," to Quint, "tell Ben he's doing fine. Tell him to send me what's mine, because I will want it very soon now. I'm going to take a month off, and then I'm going to show Stein how a theater can be run." "Eddie," said Quint, "it's a good thing to think big, but it's a damn poor thing to talk big. Cut out the talk, and you will be a big man someday." The graceful car moved forward into the moonlight. His 2 friends waved an airy adieu, and Brize went slowly back to the dark veranda where sat a young girl, pitiful and immature in mind and body, and 2 old people little less innocent for all their experience in the ranks of Christ, for all the wounds that scarred them both in the overseas service, which had broken them forever. "A very handsome and distinguished gentleman, your friend Dr. Kerfoot," said the Reverend Mr. Carew. "I imagine his practice in New York is not only fashionable but extensive." "Both," said Brize. "I assume so. He seems to be intimately acquainted with people whose names for generations have figured prominently in the social columns of the New York press." "Oh, yes, Kerfoot and Quint know them all." Which was true enough. They had to. One must know people from whom one accepts promissory notes to liquidate those little affairs peculiar to the Temple of Chance, and New York's best furnished the neophytes of these rites. "I thought Captain Quinn very interesting," ventured Ruhana. "He seems to have sailed over the entire globe." "Naval men are always delightful," said her mother, and laying her hand on her husband's arm in the dark. "Do you remember, Wilbur, how kind the officers from the cruiser Oneida were when the rescue party took us aboard?" "God sent the Oneida to us," said her husband dreamily. "I thought it was the end of the world for us, for you and me and baby Rue, the dreadful flight from the mission to the sea." His bony fingers tightened over his wife's toil-worn hand. In the long grass along the creek, fireflies sparkled, and their elfin lanterns, waning, glowing, drifted high in the calm August night. The Reverend Mr. Carew gathered his crutches. The night was a trifle damp for him. Besides, he desired to read. Brand, as always, rose to aid him. His wife followed. "Don't stay out long, Rue," she said in the doorway. "No, Mother." Brand came back. Departing from his custom, he did not light a cigar, but sat in silence, his narrow eyes trying to see Ruhana in the darkness. But she was only a delicate shadow shape to him, scarcely detached from the darkness that enveloped her. He meant to speak to her, and suddenly found he could not, realized all at once that he lacked the courage. This was the more amazing and disturbing to him, because he could not remember the time or occasion when the knack of fluent speech had ever failed him. He had never foreseen such a situation. It had never occurred to him that he would find the slightest difficulty in saying easily and gracefully what he had determined to say to this young girl. Now he sat there silent, disturbed, nervous, and tongue-tied. At first, he did not quite comprehend what was making him afraid. After a long while he understood that it was some sort of fear of her refusal, fear of losing her, fear that she might have in some occult way divined what he really was, that she might have heard things concerning him, his wife, his career. The idea turned him cold. And all at once he realized how terribly in earnest he had become, how deeply involved, how vital this young girl had become to him. Never before had he really wanted anything as compared to this desire of his for her. He was understanding too, in a confused way, that such a girl and such a home for him as she could make was going not only to give him the happiness he expected, but that it also meant betterment for himself, straighter living, perhaps straighter thinking, the birth of something resembling self-respect, perhaps even aspiration, or at least the aspiration toward that respect from others which honest living dare demand. He wanted her now, he wanted to marry her, whether or not he had the legal right. He wanted to go away for a month with her, and then return and work for them both, build up a fortune and a good reputation with Stein's backing and Stein's theater, stand well with honest men, stand well with himself, stand always with her for everything a man should be. If she loved him, she would forgive him, and quietly remarry him as soon as Minna kicked him loose. He was confident he could make her happy, make her love him, if once he could find courage to speak, if once he could win her. And suddenly the only possible way to go about it occurred to him. His voice was a trifle husky and unsteady from the nervous tension when he at last broke the silence. "Miss Rue," he said, "I have a word to say to your father and mother. Would you wait here until I come back?" "I think I'd better go in, too." "Please don't." "Why?" She stopped short, instinctively but not surmising. You will wait then? He asked. I was going in, but I'll sit here a little while. He rose and went in, rather blindly. Ruana, dreaming there deep in her splint armchair, slim feet crossed, watched the fireflies sailing over the elders. Sometimes she thought of Brans pleasantly, sometimes of other matters. Once the memory of her drive home through the wintry moonlight with young Neeland occurred to her, and the reminiscence was vaguely agreeable. Listless, a trifle sleepy, dreamily watching the fireflies, the ceaseless noise of the creek in her ears, inconsequential thoughts flitted through her brain, the vague, aimless, guiltless thoughts of a young and unstained mind. She was nearly asleep when Brains came back, and she looked up at him, where he stood beside the porch chair in the darkness. "Miss Rue," he said, "I have told your father and mother that I'm in love with you and want to make you my wife." The girl lay there speechless, astounded. End of chapter 7.
Chapter 8 of The Dark Star. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Dark Star by Robert W. Chambers. Chapter 8. A Change Impends. The racing season at Saratoga drew toward its close, and Brandis had appeared there only twice in person, both times with a very young girl. "If you got to bring her here to the races, can't you get her some clothes?" whispered Stull in his ear. "That get-up of hers is something fierce." Late hours, hot weather, indiscreet nourishment, and the feverish anxiety incident to betting other people's money had told on Stull. His eyes were like two smears of charcoal on his pasty face. Sourly he went about the business which Brandis should have attended to, nursing resentment, although he was doing better than Brandis had hoped to do. Their joint commission from his winnings began to assume considerable proportions. At a track and club and hotel, people were beginning to turn and stare when the little man with the face of a sick circus clown appeared, always alone, greeting with pallid indifference his acquaintances, ignoring overtures, noticing neither sport nor fashion, nor political importance, nor yet the fair and frail whose curiosity and envy he was gradually arousing. Obsequiousness from club, hotel, and racing officials made no impression on him. He went about his business alone, sullen, preoccupied, deathly pale, asking no information, requesting no favors, conferring with nobody, doing no whispering and enduring none. After a little study of that white, sardonic, impossible face, people who would have been glad to make use of him became discouraged. And those who first had recognized him in Saratoga found, at the end of the racing month, nothing to add to their general identification of him as Ben Stull, partner of Eddie Brandis, Western Sports. Stull, whispering in Brandis's ear again, where he sat beside him in the grandstand, added to his earlier comment on Ruhana's appearance. "Why don't you fix her up, Eddie? It looks like you've been robbing a country school." Brandis's slow, greenish eyes marked sleepily the distant dust, where Mr. Sanford's Nick Stoner was leading a brilliant field, steadily overhauling the favorite, Deborah Glenn. "When the time comes for me to fix her up," he said between thin lips which scarcely moved, "she'll look like Washington Square in May, not like Fifth Avenue and Broadway." Nick Stoner continued to lead. Stull's eyes resembled two holes burnt in a sheet. Brandis yawned. They were plunging the limit on the Sanford favorite. As for Ruhana, she sat with slender gloved hands tightly clasped, lips parted, intent, fascinated with the sunlit beauty of the scene. Brandis looked at her, and his heavy, expressionless features altered subtly. "Some running," he said. A breathless nod was her response. All around them repressed excitement was breaking out. Men stood up and shouted, women rose, and the clubhouse seemed suddenly to blossom like a magic garden of wind-tossed flowers. Through the increasing cheering, Stull looked on without a sign of emotion, although affluence or ruin, in Sanford colours, sat astride the golden roan. Suddenly Ruhana stood up, and one hand pressed to the ill-fitting blue serge over her wildly beating heart. Brandis rose beside her. Not a muscle in his features moved. "God," whispered Stull in his ear, as they were leaving. "Some killing, Ben," nodded Brandis in his low, deliberate voice. His heavy round face was deeply flushed. Fortune, the noisy wanton, had flung both arms around his neck. But his slow eyes were continually turned on the slim young girl whom he was teaching to walk beside him without taking his arm. "Ain't she on to us?" Stull had inquired. And Brandis's reply was correct. Ruhana never dreamed that it made a penny's difference to Brandis whether Nick Stoner won or whether it was Deborah Glenn which the wild-voiced throng saluted. They did not remain in Saratoga for dinner. They took Stull back to his hotel on the rumble of the runabout, Brandis remarking that he thought he should need a chauffeur before long, and suggesting that Stull look about Saratoga for a likely one. Halted in the crush before the United States Hotel, Stull decided to descend there. Several men in the passing crowds bowed to Brandis. One, Norton Smalley, known to the fraternity as Parson Smalley, came out to the curb to shake hands. Brandis introduced him to Rue as Parson Smalley, whether with some sinister future purpose already beginning to take shape in his round, heavy head, or whether a perverted sense of humor prompted him to give Rue the idea that she had been in godly company. It is difficult to determine. He added that Miss Carew was the daughter of a clergyman and a missionary, and the parson took his cue. At any rate, Rue, leaning from her seat, listened to the persuasive and finely modulated voice of Parson Smalley with pleasure, and found his sleek, graceful presence and courtly manners most agreeable. There were no such persons in Gayfield. She hoped shyly that if he were in Gayfield he would call on her father. Once in a very long while clergymen called on her father, and their rare visits remained a pleasure to the lonely invalid for months. The parson promised to call very gravely. It would not have embarrassed him to do so. It was his business in life to have a sufficient knowledge of every man's business to enable him to converse convincingly with anybody. He took polished leave of her, took leave of Brandis with the faintest flutter of one eyelid, as though he understood Brandis's game, which he did not, nor did Brandis himself entirely. They had 30 miles to go in the runabout, so they would not remain to dinner. Besides, Brandis did not care to make himself conspicuous in public just then. Too many people knew more or less about him, the sort of people who might possibly be in communication with his wife. There was no use slapping Chance in the face. 2 quiet visits to the races with Ruhana was enough for the present. Even those 2 visits were scarcely discreet. It was time to go. Stull and Brandis stood consulting together beside the runabout. Rue sat in the machine watching the press of carriages and automobiles on Broadway and the thronged sidewalks along which brilliant animated crowds were pouring. "I'm not coming again, Ben," said Brandis, dropping his voice. "No use to hunt the limelight just now. You can't tell what some of these people might do. I'll take no chances that some fresh guy might try to start something." "Stir up Minna?" Stull's lips merely formed the question, and his eyes watched Ruhana. "They couldn't. What would she care? All the same, I play safe, Ben. Well, be good. Better send me mine on payday. I'll need it." Stull's face grew sourer. "Can't you wait till she gets her decree?" "And lose a month off? No." "It's all coming your way, Eddie. Stay wise and play safe. Don't start anything now." "It's safe. If I don't take September off, I wait a year for my honeymoon. And I won't, see?" They both looked cautiously at Ruhana, who sat motionless, absorbed in the turmoil of vehicles and people. Brandis's face slowly reddened. He dropped one hand on Stull's shoulder and said, between thin lips that scarcely moved, "She's all I'm interested in. You don't think much of her, Ben. She isn't painted. She isn't dolled up the way you like 'em. But there isn't anything else that matters very much to me. All I want in the world is sitting in that runabout, looking out of her kid eyes at 1,000 or 2 people who ain't worth the pair of run-down shoes she's wearing." But Stull's expression remained sardonic and unconvinced, so Brandis got into his car and took the wheel, and Stella watched them threading a tortuous path through the traffic tangle of Broadway. They sped past the great hotels, along crowded sidewalks, along the park, and out into an endless stretch of highway where hundreds of other cars were traveling in the same direction. "Did you have a good time?" he inquired, shifting his cigar and keeping his narrow eyes on the road. "Yes, it was beautiful. Exciting. Some horse-nick stoner. Some race, eh?" "I was so excited, with everybody standing up and shouting. And such beautiful horses, and such pretty women in their wonderful dresses. I never knew there were such things." He swung the car, sent it rushing past a lumbering limousine, slowed a little, gripped a cigar between his teeth, and watched the road, both hands on the wheel. Yes, things were coming his way, coming faster and faster all the while. He had waited many years for this, for material fortune, for that chance which every gambler waits to seize when the psychological seconds tick out. But he never had expected that the chance was to include a very young girl in a country-made dress and hat. As they sped westward, the freshening wind from distant pine woods whipped their cheeks. North, blue hills and bluer mountains beyond took fairy shape against the sky, and over all spread the tremendous heavens where fleets of white clouds sailed the uncharted wastes, and other fleets glimmered beyond the edges of the world, hull down on vast horizons. "I want to make you happy," said Brandes, in a low, even voice. It was perhaps the most honest statement he had ever uttered. Rohanna remained silent, her eyes riveted on the far horizon. It was a week later, one hot evening, that he telegraphed to Stull in Saratoga. "Find me a chauffeur who will be willing to go abroad. I'll give you 24 hours to get him here." The next morning he called up Stull on the telephone from the drugstore in Gayfield. "Get my wire, Ben?" "Yes, but I—" "Wait, here's a postscript. I also want Parson Smalley. I want him to get a car and come over to the Gayfield house. Tell him I count on him. And he's to wear black and a white tie." "Yes, but about that chauffeur you want." "Don't argue. Have him here. Have the parson also. Tell him to bring a white tie. Understand?" "Oh, yes, I understand you, Eddie. You don't want anything of me, do you? Go out and get that combination, just like that? What'll I do? Step into the street and whistle?" "It's up to you. Get busy." "As usual," retorted Stull in an acrid voice. "All the same, I'm telling you there ain't a chauffeur you'd have in Saratoga. Who handed you that dope?" "Try. I need the chauffeur part of the combine anyway. If he won't go abroad, I'll leave him in town. Get a wiggle on, Ben. How's things?" "All right. We had War Axe and Lady Johnson. Some killing, eh? That stable is winning all along. We've got Adriutha and Queen Esther today. The Ocean Bell skate is scratched. Talking Cap and me is thick with the legislature outfit. We'll trim 'em tonight. How you feeling, Eddie?" "Never better. I'll call you up in the morning. Ding dong." "Wait, are you really going abroad?" shouted Stull. But Brandes had already hung up. He walked leisurely back to Brookhollow through the sunshine. He had never been as happy in all his life. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of The Dark Star. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Dark Star by Robert W. Chambers. Chapter 9. Nonresistance. "Long distance calling you, Mr. Stull. One moment, please. Here's your party," concluded the operator. Stull, huddled sleepily on his bed, picked up the transmitter from the table beside him with a frightful yawn. "Who is it?" he inquired sourly. "It's me, Ben." "Say, Eddie, have a heart, will you? I need the sleep." Brandis' voice was almost jovial. "Wake up, you poor tout. It's nearly noon." "Well, wasn't I singing hymns with Doc and Cap till breakfast time? And believe me, we trimmed the senator's bunch. They've got their transportation back to Albany, and that's about all. Careful what you say. I'm talking from the Gayfield house. The parson got here all right. He's just left. He'll tell you about things. Listen, Ben, the chauffeur you sent me from Saratoga got here last evening, too. I went out with him, and he drives all right. Did you look him up? Now, how could I look him up when you gave me only a day to get him for you? Did he have references? Sure, a wad of them, but I couldn't verify them. Who is he? I forget his name. You ought to know it by now. How did you get him? Left word at the desk. An hour later, he came to my room with a couple of bums. I told him about the job. I told him you wanted a chauffeur willing to go abroad. He said he was all that and then some. So I sent him on. Anything you don't fancy about him? Nothing, I guess. He seems all right. Only I'd like to know about a man. How can I find out if you don't give me time? All right, Ben. I guess he'll do. By the way, I'm starting for town in 10 minutes. What's the idea? Ask the parson. Have you any other news except that you killed that Albany bunch of grafters? No. Yes, but it ain't good news. I was going to call you soon as I waked up. What's the trouble? There ain't any trouble, yet. But a certain party has showed up here, a very smooth young man whose business is hunting trouble. Get me? After a silence, Stull repeated, Get me, Eddie? No. Listen, a certain slippery party. Who, damn it? Talk out. I'm in a hurry. Very well, then. Maxie Venom is here. The name of his wife's disbarred attorney sent a chill over Brandis. What's he doing in Saratoga? He demanded. I'm trying to find out. He was to the races yesterday. He had seen Doc. Of course, Doc hadn't laid eyes on you for a year. Oh, no, indeed. Heard you was somewhere south, down and out. I don't guess Maxie was fooled none. What we've done here in Saratoga is growing too big to hush up. What we've done? What do you mean we? I told you to work by yourself quietly, Ben, and keep me out of it. That's what I'd done. Didn't I circulate the news that you and me had quit partnership? And even then you wouldn't take my advice. Oh, no. You must show up here at the track with a young lady. How long has Maxie Venom been in Saratoga? Snapped Brandis. He told Doc he had just come, but Cat found out he'd been here a week. All I hope is he didn't see you with the Brookhollow party. Do you think he did? Listen, Eddie, Max is a smooth guy. Find out what he knows, do you hear? Who, me? Me try to make Maxie Venom talk? That snake? If he isn't on to you now, that would be enough to put him wise. Act like you had sense, Eddie. Call that other matter off and slide for town. I can't, Ben. You got to. I can't, I tell you. You're nutty in the head. Don't you suppose that Max is wise to what I've been doing here? And don't you suppose he knows damn well that you're back of whatever I do? If you ain't crazy, you'll call that party off for a while. Brandis's even voice over the telephone sounded a trifle unnatural, almost hoarse. I can't call it off. It's done. What's done? What I told you I was going to do. That. The parson married us. Oh. Wait, Parson Smalley married us in church, assisted by the local dominie. I didn't count on the dominie. It was her father's idea. He butted in. Then is it... That's what I'm not sure about. You see, the parson did it, but the dominie stuck around. Whether he got a half Nelson on me, I don't know till I ask. Anyway, I expected to clinch things later, so it doesn't really matter, unless Max Venom means bad. Does he, do you think? He always does, Eddie. Yes, I know. Well, then I'll wait for a cable from you. And if I've got to take 3 months off in Paris, why, I've got to, that's all. Good God, what about Stein? What about the theater? You'll handle it for the first 3 months. Say, I've got to go now. I think she's waiting. Who? My wife. Oh. Yes, the chauffeur took her back to the house in the car to put something in her suitcase that she forgot. I'm waiting for her here at the Gayfield house. We're on our way to town. Going to motor in. Our trunks have gone by rail. After a silence, Stull's voice sounded again, tense, constrained. You better go aboard tonight. That's right, too. What's your ship? Lusitania. What'll I tell Stein? Tell him I'll be back in a month. You look out for my end. I'll be back in time. Will you cable me? Sure. And if you get any information about Max today, call me at the Knickerbocker. We'll dine there and then go aboard. I get you. Say, Eddie, I'm that worried. If this break of yours don't kill our luck. Don't you believe it? I'm going to fight for what I got till someone hands me the count. She's the first thing I ever wanted. I've got her, and I guess I can keep her. And listen, there's nothing like her in all of God's world. When did you do it? Demanded Stowe coldly. This morning at 11. I just stepped over here to the garage. I'm talking to you from the bar. She's back by this time and waiting, I guess. So take care of yourself till I see you. Same to you, Eddie. And be leery of Max, he's bad. When they disbar a man like that, he's twice as dangerous as he was. His ex-partner, Abe Grittelfeld, is a certain party's attorney of record. Ask yourself what you'd be up against if that pair of wolves get started after you. You know what Max would do to you if he could. And Minna, too. Don't worry. I am worrying, and you ought to. You know what you've done to Max. Don't think he ever forgets. He'll do you if he can, same as Minna will. Brandis' stolid face lost a little of its sanguine color, where he stood in the telephone box behind the bar of the Gayfield house. Yes, he knew well enough what he had once done to the disbarred lawyer out in Athabasca when he was handling the unknown, and Venom, the disbarred, was busy looking out for the Athabasca blacksmith, furnishing the corrupt brains for the firm of Venom and Grittelfeld, and paying steady court to the prettiest girl in Athabasca, Ilse Dumont. And Brandis Unknown had almost killed Max Venom's blacksmith. Brandis had taken all Venom's money, and then his girl. More than that, he had made this girl, in the theatrical sense of the word, and he had gambled on her beauty and her voice and had won out with both. Then, while still banking her salary to reimburse himself for his trouble with her, he had tired of her sufficiently to prove unfaithful to his marriage vows at every opportunity. And opportunities were many. Venom had never forgiven him. Ilse Dumont could not understand treachery, and Venom's detectives furnished her with food for thought that presently infuriated her. And now she was employing Max Venom, once senior partner in the firm of Venom and Grittelfeld, to guide her with his legal advice. She wanted Brandis's ruin, if that could be accomplished. She wanted her freedom anyway. Until he had met Rue Carew, he had taken measures to fight the statutory charges, hoping to involve Venom and escape alimony. Then he met Ruhana, and became willing to pay for his freedom, and he was still swamped in the vile bog of charges and countercharges, not yet free from it, not yet on solid ground, when the eternal gambler in him suggested to him that he take the chance of marrying this young girl before he was legally free to do so. Why on earth did he want to take such a chance? He had only a few months to wait. He had never before really cared for any woman. He loved her, as he understood love, as much as he was capable of loving. If in all the world there was anything sacred to him, it was his sentiment regarding Rue Carew. Yet he was tempted to take the chance. Even she could not escape his ruling passion. At the last analysis, even she represented to him a gambler's chance. But in Brandis there was another streak. He wanted to take the chance that he could marry her before he had a right to and get away with it. But his nerve failed, and at the last moment he had hedged, engaging Parson Smalley to play the lead instead of an ordained clergyman. All these things he now thought of as he stood undecided, worried, in the telephone booth behind the bar at the Gayfield house. Twice Stull had spoken, and had been bidden to wait and to hold the wire. Finally, shaking off the premonition of coming trouble, Brandis called again. Ben? Yes, I'm listening. I'll stay in Paris if there's trouble. And throw Stein down? What else is there to do? Well, you can wait, can't you? You don't seem to be able to do that anymore, but you better learn. All right, what next? Make a getaway, now. Yes, I'm going at once. Keep me posted, Ben. Be good. He hung up and went out to the wide, tree-shaded street where Ruhana sat in the runabout awaiting him, and the new chauffeur stood by the car. He took off his straw hat, pulled the cap and goggles from his pocket. His man placed the straw hat in the boot. Get what you wanted, Rue? Yes, thank you. Been waiting long? I don't think so. All right, he said cheerily, climbing in beside her. I'm sorry I kept you waiting. Had a business matter to settle. Hungry? Rue, very still and colorless, said no, with a mechanical smile. The chauffeur climbed into the rumble. "I'll jam her through," nodded Brandis as the car moved swiftly westward. "We'll lunch in Albany on time." Half a mile and they passed Neelan's Mills, where old Dick Neelan stood in his boat out on the pond and cast a glittering lure for pickerel. She caught a glimpse of him, his sturdy frame, white hair and ruddy visage, and a swift, almost wistful memory of young Jim Neelan passed through her mind. But it was a very confused mind, only the bewildered mind of a very young girl, and the memory of the boy flashed into its confusion and out again as rapidly as the landscape sped away behind the flying car. Dully she was aware that she was leaving familiar and beloved things, but could not seem to realize it. Childhood, girlhood, father and mother, Brookhollow, the mill, Gayfield, her friends, all were vanishing in the flying dust behind her, dwindling, dissolving into an infinitely growing distance. They took the gradual slope of a mile-long hill as swallows take the air. Houses, barns, woods, orchards, grain fields flew by on either side, other cars approaching past them like cannonballs. The sunlit, undulating world flowed glittering away behind. Only the stainless blue ahead confronted them immovably, a vast, magnificent goal, vague with the mystery of promise. "On this trip," said Brandis, "we may only have time to see the Louvre and the palaces and all like that. Next year we'll fix it so we can stay in Paris and you can study art." Ruhana's lips formed the words, "Thank you." "Can't you learn to call me Eddie?" he urged. The girl was silent. "You're everything in the world to me, Rue." The same little mechanical smile fixed itself on her lips, and she looked straight ahead of her. "Haven't you begun to love me just a little bit, Rue?" "I like you. You are very kind to us." "Don't your affections seem to grow a little stronger now?" he urged. "You are so kind to us," she repeated gratefully. "I like you for it." The utterly unawakened youth of her had always alternately fascinated and troubled him. Gambler that he was, he had once understood that patience is a gambler's only stock in trade. But now, for the first time in his career, he found himself without it. "You said," he insisted, "that you'd love me when we were married." She turned her child's eyes on him in faint surprise. "A wife loves her husband always, doesn't she?" "Do you?" "I suppose I shall. I haven't been married very long enough to feel as though I'm really married. When I begin to realize it, I shall understand, of course, that I love you." It was the calm and immature reply of a little girl playing house. He knew it. He looked at her pure, perplexed profile of a child and knew that what he had said was futile, understood that it was meaningless to her, that it was only confusing a mind already dazed, a mind of which too much had been expected, too much demanded. He leaned over and kissed the cold, almost colorless cheek. Her little mechanical smile came back. Then he remembered the chauffeur behind him and Brandis reddened. He was unaccustomed to a man on the rumble. "Could I talk to Mother on the telephone when we get to New York?" she asked presently, still painfully flushed. "Yes, darling, of course." "I just want to hear her voice," murmured Rue. "Certainly. We can send her a wireless, too, when we're at sea." That interested her. She inquired curiously in regard to wireless telegraphy and other matters concerning ocean steamers. In Albany, her first wave of loneliness came over her in the stuffy dining room of the big, pretentious hotel when she found herself seated at a small table alone with this man whom she seemed, somehow or other, to have married. As she did not appear inclined to eat, Brandis began to search the card for something to tempt her, and glancing up presently, saw tears glimmering in her eyes. For a moment he remained dumb as though stunned by some sudden and terrible accusation, for a moment only. Then, in an unsteady voice, "Rue, darling, you must not feel lonely and frightened. I'll do anything in the world for you. Don't you know it?" She nodded. "I tell you," he said in that even, concentrated voice of his which scarcely moved his narrow lips, "I'm just crazy about you. You're my own little wife. You're all I care about. If I can't make you happy, somebody ought to shoot me." She tried to smile. Her full lips trembled. A single tear, brimming, fell on the cloth. "I don't mean to be silly, but Brookhollow seems ended forever." It's only 40 miles, he said with heavy joviality. Shall we turn around and go back? She glanced up at him with an odd expression, as though she hoped he meant it. Then her little mechanical smile returned, and she dried her eyes naively. I don't know why I cannot seem to get used to being married, she said. I never thought that getting married would make me so lonely. Let's talk about art, he suggested. You're crazy about art and you're going to Paris. Isn't that fine? Oh, yes. Sure, it's fine. That's where art grows. Artville is Paris's other name. It's all there, Rue. The Louvre, the palaces, the Latin Quarter, the statues, the churches, and all like that. What is the Louvre like? She asked tremulously, determined to be brave. As he had seen the Louvre only from the outside, his imaginary description was cautious, general, and brief. After a silence, Rue asked whether he thought that their suitcases were quite safe. Certainly, he smiled. I checked them. And you're sure they are safe? Of course, darling. What worries you? And as she hesitated, he remembered that she had forgotten to put something into her suitcase, and that the chauffeur had driven her back to the house to get it while he himself went into the Gayfield house to telephone Stull. What was it you went back for, Rue? He asked. One thing I went back for was my money. Money? What money? Money my grandmother left me. I was to have it when I married. $6,000. You mean you have it in your suitcase? He asked, astonished. Yes, half of it. A check? No, in hundreds. Bills? Yes, I gave Father $3,000. I kept $3,000. In bills, he repeated, laughing. Is your suitcase locked? Yes, I insisted on having my money in cash, so Mr. Wexall of the Mohawk Bank sent a messenger with it last evening. But, he asked, still immensely amused, why do you want to travel about with $3,000 in bills in your suitcase? She flushed a little, trying to smile. I don't know why. I never before had any money. It is pleasant to know I have it. But I'll give you all you want, Rue. Thank you. I have my own, you see. Of course. Put it away in some bank. When you want pin money, ask me. She shook her head with a troubled smile. I couldn't ask anybody for money, she explained. Then you don't have to. We'll fix your allowance. Thank you, but I have my money, and I don't need it. This seemed to amuse him tremendously, and even Rue laughed a little. You are going to take your money to Paris? He asked. Yes. To buy things? Oh, no, just to have it with me. His rather agreeable laughter sounded again. So that was what you forgot to put in your suitcase, he said. No wonder you went back for it. There was something else very important, too. What, darling? My drawings, she explained innocently. Your drawings? Do you mean you've got them, too? Yes, I want to take them to Paris and compare them with the pictures I shall see there. It ought to teach me a great deal. Don't you think so? Are you crazy to study? He asked, touched to the quick by her utter ignorance. It's all I dream about. If I could work that way and support myself and my father and mother. But, Rue, wake up. We're married, little girl. You don't have to work to support anybody. I forgot, said the girl vaguely, her confused gray eyes resting on his laughing greenish ones. Still laughing, he summoned the waiter, paid the reckoning. Hannah rose as he did. They went slowly out together. On the sidewalk beside their car stood the new chauffeur, smoking a cigarette which he threw away without haste when he caught sight of them. However, he touched the peak of his cap civilly with his forefinger. Brandis, lighting a cigar, let his slow eyes rest on the new man for a moment. Then he helped Rue into the tonneau, got in after her, and thoughtfully took the wheel, conscious that there was something or other about his new chauffeur that he did not find entirely to his liking. End of chapter 9.
Chapter 10 of The Dark Star. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Dark Star by Robert W. Chambers. Driving Head On. It was mid-afternoon when they began to pass through the series of suburbs which the city has flung like a single tentacle northward for 100 miles along the eastern banks of the Hudson. A smooth road of bluestone with a surface like velvet, rarely broken by badly paved or badly worn sections, ran straight south. Past mansions standing amid spacious lawns, all ablaze with late summer and early autumn flowers, they sped. Past parks, long stretches of walls, high fences of wrought iron, through which brief glimpses of woodlands and splendid gardens caught Rue's eye. And every now and then, slowing down to traverse some village square and emerging from the further limits, the great river flashed into view, sometimes glassy, still under high headlands, or along towering parapets of mountains, sometimes ruffled and silvery where it widened into bay or inland sea, with a glimmer of distant villages on the further shore. Over the western bank a blinding sun hung in a sky without a cloud, a sky of undiluted azure. But farther south, and as the sun declined, traces of vapors from the huge but still distant city stained the heavens. Gradually the increasing haze changed from palest lavender and lemon gold to violet and rose, with smoldering undertones of fire. Beneath it the river caught the stains in deeper tones, flowing in somber washes of flame or spreading wide under pastel tints of turquoise set with purple. Now, as the sun hung lower, the smoke of every river boat, every locomotive speeding along the shores below, lay almost motionless above the water, tinged with the delicate enchantment of declining day. And into this magic veil Rue was passing already through the calm of a late August afternoon, through tree-embowered villages and towns, the names of which she did not know, swiftly, inexorably passing into the iris-gray obscurity where already the silvery points of arc lights stretched away into intricate geometrical designs, faint traceries, as yet sparkling with subdued luster under the sunset heavens. Vast shadowy shapes towered up ahead, outlying public buildings, private institutions, industrial plants, bridges of iron and steel, the ponderous bowed spans of which crossed wildernesses of railroad tracks or craft-crowded waters. Two enormous arched viaducts of granite stretched away through sparkling semi-obscurity, High Bridge and Washington Bridge. Then it became an increasing confusion of phantom masses against the fading sky. Bridges, towers, skyscrapers, viaducts, boulevards, a wilderness of streets outlined by the growing brilliancy of electric lamps. Brandes, deftly steering through the swarming maze of twilight avenues, turned east across the island, then swung south along the curved parapets and spreading gardens of Riverside Drive. Perhaps Brandes was tired. He had become uncommunicative, inclined to silence. He did point out to her the squat, truncated mass where the great general slept, called her attention to the river below, where 3 gray battleships lay. A bugle call from the decks came faintly to her ears. If Rue was tired, she did not know it as the car swept her steadily deeper amid the city's wonders. On her left, beyond the trees, the great dwellings and apartments of the drive were already glimmering with light in every window. To the right, under the foliage of this endless necklace of parks and circles, a summer-clad throng strolled and idled along the river wall, and past them moved an unbroken column of automobiles, taxicabs, and omnibuses. At 72nd Street they turned to the east across the park, then into 5th Avenue South once more. She saw the name of the celebrated avenue on the street corner, turned to glance excitedly at Brandes, but his preoccupied face was expressionless, almost forbidding, so she turned again in quest of other delightful discoveries. But there was nothing to identify for her the houses, churches, hotels, shops on this endless and bewildering avenue of gray stone. As they swung west into 42nd Street, she caught sight of the great marble mass of the library, but had no idea what it was. Into this dusky canyon, aflame with light, they rolled, where street lamps, the lamps of vehicles, and electric signs dazzled her unaccustomed eyes so that she saw nothing except a fiery vista filled with the rush and roar of traffic. When they stopped, the chauffeur dropped from the rumble and came around to where a tall head porter in blue and silver uniform was opening the tonneau door. Brandis said to his chauffeur, "Here are the checks. Our trunks are at the Grand Central. Get them aboard, then come back here for us at 10 o'clock. The chauffeur lifted his hand to his cap and looked stealthily between his fingers at Brandis. 10 o'clock, he repeated. Very good, sir. Rue instinctively sought Brandis's arm as they entered the crowded lobby, then remembered, blushed, and withdrew her hand. Brandis had started toward the desk with the intention of registering and securing a room for the few hours before going aboard the steamer, but something halted him, some instinct of caution. No, he would not register. He sent their luggage to the parcels room, found a maid who took Rue away, then went on through into the bar, where he took a stiff whiskey and soda, a thing he seldom did. In the toilet he washed and had himself brushed. Then, emerging, he took another drink en passant, conscious of an odd, dull sense of apprehension for which he could not account. At the desk they told him there was no telephone message for him. He sauntered over to the newsstand, stared at the display of periodicals, but had not sufficient interest to buy even an evening paper. So he idled about the marble-columned lobby, now crowded with a typical early autumn throng in quest of dinner, and the various nocturnal amusements which the city offers at all times to the frequenters of its 1,000 temples. Rue came out of the ladies' dressing room, and he went to her and guided her into the dining room on the left, where an orchestra was playing. In her blue provincial traveling gown, the slender girl looked oddly out of place amid lace and jewels and the delicate tints of frail evening gowns, but her cheeks were bright with color and her gray eyes brilliant, and the lights touched her thick chestnut hair with a ruddy glory, so that more than one man turned to watch her pass, and the highly contemptuous indifference of more than one woman ended at her neck and chin. What Rue ate she never afterward remembered. It was all merely a succession of delicious sensations for the palate, for the eye, for the ear when the excellent orchestra was playing some gay overture from one of the newer musical comedies or comic operas. Brandis at times seemed to shake off a growing depression and rouse himself to talk to her, even jest with her. He smoked cigarettes occasionally during dinner, a thing he seldom did, and when coffee was served he lighted one of his large cigars. Rue, excited under an almost childishly timid manner, leaned on the table with both elbows and linked fingers, listening, watching everything with an almost breathless intelligence which strove to comprehend. People left, others arrived, the music continued. Several times people passing caught Brandis's eye and bowed and smiled. He either acknowledged such salutes with a slight and almost surly nod, or ignored them altogether. One of his short, heavy arms lay carelessly along the back of his chair, where he was sitting sideways looking at the people in the lobby, watching with that same odd sensation of foreboding of which he had been conscious from the first moment he had entered the city line. What reason for apprehension he had he could not understand. Only an hour lay between him and the seclusion of the big liner. A few hours, and he and this girl beside him would be at sea. Once he excused himself, went out to the desk and made an inquiry, but there was no telephone or telegraph message for him, and he came back chewing his cigar. Finally, his uneasiness drew him to his feet again. "Rue," he said, "I'm going out to telephone to Mr. Stull. It may take some little time. You don't mind waiting, do you?" "No," she said. "Don't you want another ice or something?" She confessed that she did, so he ordered it and went away. As she sat leisurely, tasting her ice and watching with unflagging interest the people around her, she noticed that the dining room was already 3/4 empty. People were leaving for cafe, theater, or dance. Few remained. Of these few, 2 young men in evening dress now arose and walked toward the lobby, one ahead of the other. One went out, the other, in the act of going, glanced casually at her as he passed, hesitated, halted, then half smiling, half inquiringly, came toward her. "Jim Nealon!" she exclaimed impulsively. "I mean, Mr. Nealon," a riot of color flooding her face. But her eager hand remained outstretched. He took it, pressed it lightly, ceremoniously, and still standing, continued to smile down at her. Amid all this strange, infernal glitter, amid a city of 6 million strangers, suddenly to encounter a familiar face, to see somebody, anybody, from Gayfield, seemed a miracle too delightful to be true. "You are Rue Carew," he said. "I was not certain for a moment. You know we met only once before." Rue, conscious of the startled intimacy of her first greeting, blushed with the memory. But Nealon was a tactful young man. He said easily, with his very engaging smile, "It was nice of you to remember me so frankly and warmly. You have no idea how pleasant it was to hear a Gayfield voice greet me as Jim." "I didn't intend to." "Please intend it in future, Rue. You don't mind, do you?" "No." "And will you ever forget that magnificent winter night when we drove to Brookhollow after the party?" "I have remembered it." "So have I. Are you waiting for somebody? Of course you are," he added, laughing. "But may I sit down for a moment?" "Yes, I wish you would." So he seated himself, lighted a cigarette, glanced up at her, and smiled. "When did you come to New York?" he asked. "Tonight." "Well, isn't that a bit of luck to run into you like this? Have you come here to study art?" "No. Yes, I think later I am to study art here." "At the League?" "I don't know." "Better go to the League," he said. "Begin there, anyway. Do you know where it is?" "No," she said. He called a waiter, borrowed a pencil and pad, and wrote down the address of the Art Students' League. He had begun to fold the paper when a second thought seemed to strike him, and he added his own address. "In case I can do anything for you in any way," he explained. Rue thanked him, opened her reticule, and placed the folded paper there beside her purse. "I do hope I shall see you soon again," he said, looking gaily, almost mischievously, into her gray eyes. "This certainly resembles fate. Don't you think so, Rue, this reunion of ours?" "Fate?" she repeated. "Yes, I should even call it romantic. Don't you think our meeting this way resembles something very much like romance?" She felt herself flushing, tried to smile. "It couldn't resemble anything," she explained with quaint honesty, "because I am sailing for Europe tomorrow morning. I am going on board in less than an hour. And also, Also, he prompted her, amused yet oddly touched by her childishly literal reply. "I am married." "Good Lord," he said. "This morning," she added, tasting her ice. "And you're sailing for Europe on your honeymoon," he exclaimed. "Well, upon my word. And what is your ship?" "The Lusitania." "Really? I have a friend who is sailing on her, a most charming woman. I sent flowers to her only an hour ago." "Did you?" asked Rue, interested. "Yes, she is a widow, the Princess Mischenka, a delightful and pretty woman. I am going to send a note to the steamer tonight saying that my very particular friend, Ruana Carew, is on board, and won't she ask you to tea? You'd love her, Rue. She's a regular woman." "But oh dear, a princess?" "You won't even notice it," he said reassuringly. "She's a corker. She's an artist, too. I couldn't begin to tell you how nice she has been to me. By the way, Rue, whom did you marry?" "Mr. Brandis." "Brandis? I don't remember. Was he from upstate?" "No, New York, I think." As she bent forward to taste her ice again, he noticed for the first time the childlike loveliness of her throat and profile, looked at her with increasing interest, realized that she had grown into a most engaging creature since he had seen her. Looking up and beyond him toward the door, she said, "I think your friend is waiting for you. Had you forgotten him?" "Oh, that's so," he exclaimed, then rising and offering his hand. "I wish you happiness, Rue. You have my address. When you return, won't you let me know where you are? Won't you let me know your husband?" "Yes, please do. You see, you and I have a common bond in art, another in our birthplace. Gayfield folk are your own people and mine. Don't forget me, Rue." "No, I won't." So he took his leave gracefully and went away through the enthralling, glittering unreality of it all, leaving a young girl thrilled, excited, and deeply impressed with his ease and bearing amid awe-inspiring scenes in which she, too, desired most ardently to find herself at ease. Also, she thought of his friend, the Princess Mischenka, and again as before, the name seemed to evoke within her a recollection of having heard it before, very long ago. She wondered whether Neelan would remember to write, and if he did, she wondered whether a real princess would actually condescend to invite her to take tea. End of section 10, read by Brize Cries, Ohio.
Chapter 11 of The Dark Star. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Nick Johnson. The Dark Star by Robert W. Chambers. Chapter 11. The Breakers. The east dining room was almost empty now, though the lobby and the cafe beyond still swarmed with people arriving and departing. Brandes, chafing at the telephone, had finally succeeded in getting Stull on the wire, only to learn that the news from Saratoga was not agreeable, that they had lost on every horse. Also, Stull had another disquieting item to detail. It seemed that Maxie Venham had been seen that morning in the act of departing for New York on the fast express, and with him was a woman resembling Brandes's wife. "Who saw her?" demanded Brandes. "Doc. He didn't get a good square look at her. You know the hats women wear." "All right, I'm off, Ben. Goodbye." The haunting uneasiness which had driven him to the telephone persisted when he came out of the booth. He cast a slow, almost sleepy glance around him, saw no familiar face in the thronged lobby, then he looked at his watch. The car had been ordered for 10. It lacked half an hour at the time. He wished he had ordered the car earlier. For now his uneasiness was verging on that species of superstitious inquietude which at times obsesses all gamblers, which is known as a hunch. He had a hunch that he was in wrong somehow or other. An overpowering longing to get on board the steamer assailed him, a desire to get out of the city, get away quick. The risk he had taken was beginning to appear to him as an unwarranted piece of recklessness. He was amazed with himself for having taken such a chance, disgusted at his foolish and totally unnecessary course with this young girl. All he had had to do was wait a few months. He could have married in safety then. And even now he didn't know whether or not the ceremony performed by Parson Smalley had been an illegally legal one, whether it made him a bigamist for the next 3 months, or only something worse. What on earth had possessed him to take such a risk? The terrible hazard of discovery, of losing the only woman he had ever really cared for, the only one he probably could ever care for. Of course, had he been free, he would have married her. When he got his freedom, he would insist on another ceremony. He could persuade her to that on some excuse or other. But in the meantime... He entered the deserted dining room, came over to where Rue was sitting and sat down heavily, holding an unlighted cigar between his stubby fingers. "Well, little girl," he said with forced cheerfulness, "was our way very long?" "Not very." You didn't miss me? He inquired, ponderously playful. His heavy pleasantries usually left her a little doubtful and confused, for he seldom smiled when he delivered himself of them. He leaned across the cloth and laid a hot, cushiony hand over both of hers, where they lay primly clasped on the table edge. "Don't you ever miss me when I'm away from you, Rue?" he asked. "I think it is nice to be with you," she said, hotly embarrassed by the publicity of his caress. "I don't believe you mean it." But he smiled this time, at which the little rigid smile stamped itself on her lips. But she timidly withdrew her hands from his. "Rue, I don't believe you love me." This time there was no smile. She found nothing to answer, being without any experience in give-and-take conversations, which left her always uncertain and uncomfortable. For the girl was merely a creature in the making, a soft, pliable thing, to be shaped to perfection only by the light touch of some steady, patient hand that understood, or to be marred and ruined by a heavy hand which wrought at random or in brutal haste. Brandes watched her for a moment out of sleepy greenish eyes. Then he consulted his watch again, summoned a waiter, gave him the parcel room's checks, and bade him have a boy carry their luggage into the lobby. As they rose from the table, a man and a woman entering the lobby caught sight of them, halted, then turned and walked back towards the street door which they had just entered. Brandes had not noticed them where he stood by the desk, scratching off a telegram to Stull. "All okay, just going abroad, fix it with Stein." He rejoined Rue as the boy appeared with their luggage. An underporter took the bags and proceeded them towards the street. "There's the car," said Brandes with a deep breath of relief. "He knows his business, that chauffeur of mine." Their chauffeur was standing by the car as they emerged from the hotel and started to cross the sidewalk. The porter, following, set their luggage on the curbstone, and at the same instant a young and pretty woman stepped lightly between Rue and Brandes. "Good evening, Eddie," she said, and struck him a staggering blow in the face with her white-gloved hand. Brandes lost his balance, stumbled sideways, recovered himself, turned swiftly, and encountered the full, protruding black eyes of Maxie Venum staring close and menacingly into his. From Brandes's cut lip, blood was running down over his chin and collar. His face remained absolutely expressionless. The next moment his eyes shifted, met Ruana's stupefied gaze. "Go into the hotel," he said calmly. "Quick, stay where you are," interrupted Maxie Venum, and caught the speechless and bewildered girl by the elbow. Like lightning, Brandes's hand flew to his hip pocket, and at the same instant his own chauffeur seized both his heavy, short arms and held them rigid, pinned behind his back. "Frisk him," he panted. Venum nimbly relieved him of the dull black weapon. "Can the fake gun play, Eddie?" he said, coolly shoving aside the porter who attempted to interfere. "You're double-crossed. We got the goods on you. Come on, who's the girl?" The woman who had struck Brandes now came up again beside Venum. She was young, very pretty, but deathly white, except for the patches of cosmetic on either cheek. She pointed at Brandes. There was blood on her soiled and split glove. "You dirty dog," she said unsteadily. "You'll marry this girl before I've divorced you, will you? And you think you're going to get away with it? You dog! You dirty dog!" The porter attempted to interfere again, but Venum shoved him out of the way. Brandes, still silently struggling to free his imprisoned arms, ceased twisting suddenly, and swung his heavy head towards Venum. His hat had fallen off, his face, deeply flushed with exertion, was smeared with blood and sweat. "What's the idea, you fool?" he said in a low voice. "I'm not married to her." But Ruana heard him say it. "You claim that you haven't married this girl?" demanded Venum loudly. motioning towards Rue, who stood swaying, half dead, held fast by the gathering crowd, which pushed around them from every side. "Did you marry her, or did you fake it?" repeated Venum in a louder voice. "It's jail one way, maybe both." "He married her in Gayfield at 11 this morning," said the chauffeur. "Parson Smalley turned the trick." Brandis's narrow eyes glittered. He struggled for a moment, gave it up, shot a deadly glance at Maxie Venum, at his wife, at the increasing throng crowding closely about him. Then his infuriated eyes met Rue's, and the expression of her face apparently crazed him. Frantic, he hurled himself backward, jerking one arm free, tripped, fell heavily with the chauffeur on top, twisting, panting, struggling convulsively, while all around him surged the excited crowd, shouting, pressing closer, trampling one another in eagerness to see. Rue, almost swooning with fear, was pushed, jostled, flung aside. Stumbling over her own suitcase, she fell to her knees, rose, and scarce conscious of what she was about, caught up her suitcase and reeled away into the light-shot darkness. She had no idea what she was doing or where she was going. The terror of the scene still remained luridly before her eyes. The shouting of the crowd was in her ears. An indescribable fear of Brandis filled her, a growing horror of this man who had denied that he had married her. And the instinct of a frightened and bewildered child drove her into blind flight, anywhere to escape this hideous, incomprehensible scene behind her. Hurrying on, alternately confused and dazzled by the patches of darkness and flaring light, clutched at and followed by a terrible fear, she found herself halted at the curbstone of an avenue through which lighted tramcars were passing. A man spoke to her, came closer, and she turned desperately and hurried across the street where other people were crossing. From overhead sounded the roaring dissonance of an elevated train. On either side of her, phantom shapes swarmed, figures which moved everywhere around her, now illuminated by shop windows, now silhouetted against them. And always, through the deafening confusion of her brain, the dismay, the stupefaction, one dreadful fear dominated, the fear of Brandis, the dread and horror of this Judas who had denied her. She could not drive the scene from her mind, the never-to-be-forgotten picture where he stood with blood from his cut lip striping his fat chin. She heard his voice denying her through swollen lips that scarcely moved, denying that he had married her. And in her ears still sounded the other voice, the terrible words of the woman who had struck him, an unsteady, unreal voice accusing him, and her brain throbbed with the horrible repetition, "Dirty dog! Dirty dog! Dirty dog!" until almost out of her mind she dropped her bag and clapped both hands over her ears. One or two men stared at her. A taxi driver came from beside his car and asked if she was ill, but she caught up her suitcase and hurried on without answering. She was very tired. She had come to the end of the lighted avenue. There was darkness ahead. A wall, trees, and electric lights sparkling among the foliage. Perhaps the sudden glimpse of a wide and star-set sky quieted her, calmed her. Freed suddenly from the canyon of the city's streets, the unreasoning panic of a trapped thing subsided a little. Her arm ached. She shifted the suitcase to her other hand and looked across at the trees and at the high stars above, striving desperately for self-command. Something had to be done. She must find some place where she could sit down. Where was she to find it? For a while she could feel her limbs trembling, but gradually the heavy thudding of her pulse quieted. Nobody molested her, nobody had followed her. That she was quite lost did not matter. She had also lost this man who had denied her, somewhere in the depths of the confusion behind her. That was all that mattered. Escape from him, from the terrible woman who struck him and reviled him. With an effort, She checked her thoughts and struggled for self-command. Somewhere in the city there must be a railroad station from which a train would take her home. With the thought came the desperate longing for flight, and a rush of tears that almost choked her. Nothing mattered now except her mother's arms, and the rest was a nightmare, the horror of a dream which still threatened, still clutched at her with shadowy and spectral menace. For a moment or two she stood there on the curb, her eyes closed, fighting for self-control, forcing her disorganized brain to duty. Somebody must help her find a railroad station and a train. That gradually became clear to her. But when she realized that, a young man sauntered up beside her and looked at her so intently that her calmness gave way, and she turned her head sharply to conceal the starting tears. "Hello, girlie," he said. "Got anything on tonight?" With head averted, she stood there, rigid, dumb, her tear-drenched eyes fixed on the park. And after one or two jocose observations, the young man became discouraged and went away. But he had thrust the fear of strangers deep into her heart, and now she dared not ask any man for information. However, when two young women passed, she found sufficient courage to accost them, asking the direction of the railroad station from which trains departed for Gayfield. The women, who were young and brightly coloured in plumage, displayed a sympathetic interest at once. "Gayfield?" repeated the blonder of the two. "Oh, gee, dearie, I never heard of that place." "Is it on Long Island?" inquired the other. "No, it's in Mohawk County." "That's a new one, too. Mohawk County? Never heard of it, did you, Lil? Search me." "Is it upstate, dearie?" asked the other. "You better go over to Madison Avenue and take a car to the Grand Central." "Wait," interrupted her friend. "You better take a taxi. Nix on a taxi you can pick up on 6th Avenue. And to Rue, curiously sympathetic. "Say, you got friends here, haven't you, little one?" "No." "What, you don't know anyone in New York?" Rue looked at her dumbly. Then all of a sudden she remembered Neeland. "Yes," she said, "I know one person." "Where does your friend live?" In her reticule was the paper on which he had written the address of the Arts Students' League, and as an afterthought his own address. Rue lifted the blue silk bag, opened it, took out her purse and found the paper. 106 West 55th Street, she read. Studio number 10. "Why, that isn't far," said the blonder of the two. "We're going that way. We'll take you there." "Oh, I don't know. I don't know him very well." "Is it a man?" "Yes, he comes from my town, Gayfield." "Oh, I guess that's all right," said the other woman, laughing. "You got to be leery of these men, little one. Come on, we'll show you." It was only 4 blocks. Ruana presently found herself on the steps of a house from which dangled a sign, "Studios and Bachelor Apartments to Let." "What's his name?" said the woman, addressed as Lil. "Mr. Neeland." By the light of the vestibule lantern they inspected the letterboxes, found Neeland's name, and pushed the electric button. After a few seconds the door clicked and opened. "Now you're all right," said Lil, peering into the lighted hallway. "It's on the 4th floor, and there isn't any elevator that I can see. So you keep on going upstairs till your friend meets you." "Thank you so much for your great kindness." "Don't mention it. Good luck, dearie." The door clicked behind her, and Rue found herself alone. The stairs, flanked by a massive balustrade of some dark polished wood, ascended in spirals by a short series of flights and landings. Twice she rested, her knees almost giving way, for the climb upward seemed interminable. But at last, just above her, she saw a skylight, and a great stair window giving on the court. And, as she toiled up and stood clinging, breathless, to the banisters on the top landing, out of an open door stepped Neeland's shadowy figure, dark against the hall light behind him. "For heaven's sake," he said, "what on earth? The suitcase fell from her nerveless hand. She swayed a little where she stood. The next moment he had passed his arm around her and was half leading, half carrying her through a short hallway into a big, brilliantly lighted studio. End of chapter 11.
Chapter 12 of The Dark Star. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by John Leloup. The Dark Star by Robert W. Chambers. A Lifeline. She had told him her story from beginning to end, as far as she herself comprehended it. She was lying sideways now, in the depths of a large armchair, her cheek cushioned on the upholstered wings. Her hat, with its cheap blue enamel pins sticking in the crown, lay on his desk. Her hair, partly loosened, shadowed a young face grown pinched with weariness, and the reaction from shock was already making her grey eyes heavy and edging the underlids with bluish shadows. She had not come there with the intention of telling him anything. All she had wanted was a place in which to rest, a glass of water, and somebody to help her find the train to Gayfield. She told him this, remained reticent under his questioning, finally turned her haggard face to the chair back and refused to answer. For an hour or more she remained obstinately dumb, motionless except for the uncontrollable trembling of her body. He brought her a glass of water, sat watching her at intervals, rose once or twice to pace the studio, his well-shaped head bent, his hands clasped behind his back, always returning to the corner chair before the desk to sit there, eyeing her askance, waiting for some decision. But it was not the recurrent waves of terror, the ever-latent fear of Brandis, or even the appalling loneliness that broke her down. It was sheer fatigue, nature's merciless third degree, under which mental and physical resolution disintegrated, went all to pieces. And when at length she finally succeeded in reconquering self-possession, she had already stammered out answers to his gently persuasive questions, had told him enough to start the fuller confession, to which he listened in utter silence. And now she had told him everything, as far as she understood the situation. She lay sideways, deep in the armchair, tired, yet vaguely conscious that she was resting mind and body, and that calm was finally possessing the one, and the nerves of the other were growing quiet. Listlessly her grey eyes wandered around the big studio where shadowy and strangely beautiful but incomprehensible things met her gaze, like iridescent, indefinite objects seen in dreams. These radiantly unreal splendors were only Neelan's rejected Academy pictures and studies, a few cheap Japanese hangings, cheaper Nippon porcelains, and several shaky, broken-down antiques picked up for a song here and there. All the trash and truck and dust and junk characteristic of the conventional artist's habitation were there. But to Ruana, this studio embodied all the wonders and beauties of that magic temple to which, from her earliest memory, her very soul had aspired, the temple of the unknown god of art. Vaguely she endeavored to realize that she was now inside one of its myriad sanctuaries, that here, under her very tired and youthful eyes, stood one of its countless altars, that here also, nearby, sat one of those blessed acolytes who aided in the mysteries of its wondrous service. "Ruhana," he said, "are you calm enough to let me tell you what I think about this matter?" "Yes, I'm feeling better." "Good work. There's no occasion for panic. What you need is a cool head and a clear mind," she said without stirring from where she lay, resting her cheek on the chair back. "My mind has become quite clear again." "That's fine. Well, then, I think the thing for you to do is—" He took out his watch, examined it, replaced it. "Good Lord," he said, "it's 3:00. She watched him but offered no comment. He went to the telephone, called the New York Central Station, got general information, inquired concerning trains, hung up, and came back to the desk where he had been sitting. The first train out leaves at 6:03, he said. I think you'd better go into my bedroom and lie down. I'm not tired. I'll call you in time, and I'll get a taxi and take you to your train. Does that suit you, Ruana? She shook her head slightly. Why not? He asked. I've been thinking I can't go back. Can't go back? Why not? I can't. You mean you'd feel too deeply humiliated? I wasn't thinking of my own disgrace. I was thinking of Mother and Father. There was no trace of emotion in her voice. She stated the fact calmly. I can't go back to Brookhollow. It's ended. I couldn't bear to let them know what has happened to me. What did you think of doing? He asked uneasily. I must think of Mother. I must keep my disgrace from touching them. Spare them the sorrow, humiliation. Her voice became tremulous, but she turned around and sat up in her chair, meeting his gaze squarely. That's as far as I've thought, she said. Both remained silent for a long while. Then Ruana looked up from her pale preoccupation. I told you I have $3,000. Why can't I educate myself in art with that? Why can't I learn how to support myself by art? Where? Here. Yes, but what are you going to say to your parents when you write? They suppose you're on your way to Paris. She nodded, looking at him thoughtfully. By the way, he added, is your trunk on the Lusitania? Yes. That won't do. Have you the check for it? Yes, in my purse. We've got to get that trunk off the ship, he said. There's only one sure way. I'd better go down now to the pier. Where's your steamer ticket? I have both tickets and both checks in my bag. He let me have the pleasure of carrying them. Again her voice broke childishly, but the threatened emotion was strangled and resolutely choked back. Give me the tickets and checks, he said. I'll go down to the dock now. She drew out the papers, sat holding them for a few moments without relinquishing them. Then she raised her eyes to his, and a bright flush stained her face. Why should I not go to Paris by myself? She demanded. You mean now? On this ship? Yes, why not? I have enough money to go there and study, haven't I? Yes, but why not? She repeated feverishly, her gray eyes sparkling. I have $3,000. I can't go back to Brookhollow and disgrace them. What does it matter where I go? It would be all right, he said, if you had any experience. Experience? What do you call what I've had today? She exclaimed excitedly. To lose in a single day my mother, my home, to go through in this city what I have gone through, what am I going through now? Is not that enough experience, isn't it? He said, You've had a rotten awakening, Rue. A perfectly devilish experience. Only you've never traveled alone. Suddenly it occurred to him that his lively friend, the Princess Mischenka, was sailing on the Lusitania, and he remained silent, uncertain, looking with vague misgivings at this girl in the armchair opposite, this thin, unformed, inexperienced child who had attained neither mental nor physical maturity. I think, he said at length, that I told you I had a friend sailing on the Lusitania tomorrow. She remembered and nodded. But wait a moment, he added. How do you know that this fellow Brandis will not attempt to sail on her also? Something checked him, for in the girl's golden-gray eyes he saw a flame glimmer. Something almost terrible came into the child's still gaze, and slowly died out like the afterglow of lightning. And Neelan knew that in her soul something had been born under his very eyes, the first emotion of maturity bursting from the chrysalis, the flaming consciousness of outrage, and the first fierce assumption of womanhood to resent it. She had lost her color now. Her gray eyes still remained fixed on his, but the golden tinge had left them. I don't know why you shouldn't go, he said abruptly. I am going. All right, and if he has the nerve to go, if he bothers you, appeal to the captain. She nodded absently. But I don't believe he'll try to sail. I don't believe he'd dare, mixed up as he is in a dirty mess. He's afraid of the law, I tell you. That's why he denied marrying you. It meant bigamy to admit it. Anyway, I don't think a fake ceremony like that is binding. I mean, that isn't even real enough to put him in jail, which means that you're not married, Rue. Does it? I think so. Ask a lawyer anyway. There may be steps to take. I don't know. All the same, do you really want to go to France and study art? Do you really mean to sail on this ship? Yes. You feel confidence in yourself? You feel sure of yourself? Yes. You've got the backbone to see it through? Yes, it's got to be done. All right, if you feel that way. He made no move, however, but sat there watching her. After a while he looked at his watch again. "I'm going to ring up a taxi," he said. "You might as well go on board and get some sleep. What time does she sail?" "At 5:30, I believe." "Well, we haven't very long then. There's my bedroom, if you want to fix up." She rose wearily. When she emerged from his room with her hat and gloves on, the taxicab was audible in the street below. Together they descended the dark stairway up which she had toiled with trembling knees. He carried her suitcase and aided her to the taxi. "Canard Line," he said briefly, and entered the cab. Already, in the darkness of early morning, the city was awake. Workmen were abroad. Lighted tramcars passed with passengers. Great wains, trucks, and country wagons moved slowly toward markets and ferries. He had begun to tell her almost immediately all that he knew about Paris, the life there in the students' quarters, methods of living economically, what to seek and what to avoid, a homily rather hurried and condensed as they sped toward the pier. She seemed to be listening. He could not be sure that she understood or that her mind was fixed at all on what he was saying. Even while speaking, numberless objections to her going occurred to him, but as he had no better alternatives to suggest, he did not voice them. In his heart he really believed she ought to go back to Brookhollow. It was perfectly evident she would not consent to go there. As for her remaining in New York, perhaps the reasons for her going to Paris were as good. He was utterly unable to judge. He only knew that she ought to have the protection of experience, and that was lacking. "I'm going to remain on board with you," he said. "Until she sails, I'm going to try to find my very good friend, the Princess Mischenka, and have you meet her. She has been very kind to me, and I shall ask her to keep an eye on you while you are crossing, and to give you a lot of good advice." "A princess," said Rue in a tired, discouraged voice, "is not likely to pay any attention to me, I think." "She's one of those Russian or Caucasian princesses. You know, they don't rank very high. She told me so herself. She's great fun, full of life and wit and intelligence and wide experience. She knows a lot about everything and everybody. She's been everywhere, traveled all over the globe." "I don't think," she repeated, "that she would care for me at all." "Yes, she would. She's young and warm-hearted and human. Besides, she is interested in art, knows a lot about it, even paints very well herself." "She must be wonderful." "No, she's just a regular woman. It was because she was interested in art that she came to the League, and I was introduced to her. That is how I came to know her. She comes sometimes to my studio." "Yes, but you are already an artist, and an interesting man." "Oh, Rue, I'm just beginning. She's kind, that's all. An energetic, intelligent woman, full of interest in life. I know she'll give you some splendid advice. Tell you how to get settled in Paris. Lord, you don't even know French, do you?" "No." "Not a word?" "No, I don't know anything, Mr. Neeland." He tried to laugh reassuringly. "I thought it was to be Jim, not Mr.," he reminded her. But she only looked at him out of troubled eyes. In the glare of the pier's headlamps they descended. Passengers were entering the vast damp enclosure. Porters, pier officers, ship's officers, sailors passed to and fro as they moved toward the gangway where, in the electric glare of lamps, the cliff-like side of the gigantic liner loomed. At sight of the monster ship, Rue's heart leaped, quailed, leaped again. As she set one slender foot on the gangway, such an indescribable sensation seized her that she caught at Neeland's arm and held to it, almost faint with the violence of her emotion. A steward took the suitcase, preceded them down abysmal and gorgeous stairways, through salons, deep into the dimly magnificent bowels of the ocean giant, then through an endless white corridor twinkling with lights, to a stateroom where a stewardess ushered them in. There was nobody there. Nobody had been there. "He dare not come," whispered Neeland in Ruana's ear. The girl stood in the center of the stateroom, looking silently about her. "Have you any English and French money?" he asked. "No." "Give me, well, say $200, and I'll have the purser change it." She went to her suitcase, where it stood on the lounge. He unstrapped it for her. She found the big packet of treasury notes and handed them to him. "Good heavens," he muttered. "This won't do. I'm going to have the purser lock them up in the safe and give me a receipt. Then when you meet the Princess Mischenka, tell her what I have done and ask her advice. Will you, Rue?" "Yes, thank you." "You'll wait here for me, won't you?" Yes. So he noted the door number and went away hastily in search of the purser, to do what he could in the matter of foreign money for the girl. And on the upper companionway he met the Princess Mischenka, descending, preceded by porters with her luggage. "James," she exclaimed, "have you come aboard to elope with me? Otherwise, what are you doing on the Lusitania at this very ghastly hour in the morning?" She was smiling into his face, and her daintily gloved hand retained his for a moment. Then she passed her arm through his. "Follow the porter, and tell me what brings you here, my gay young friend. You see I am wearing the orchids you sent me. Do you really mean to add yourself to this charming gift?" He told the story of Ruana Carew as briefly as he could. At the stateroom door they paused while he continued the story, the Princess Mischenka looking at him very intently while she listened and never uttering a word. She was a pretty woman, not tall, rather below middle stature perhaps, beautifully proportioned and perfectly gowned. Hair and eyes were dark as velvet. Her skin was old ivory and rose, and always her lips seemed about to part a little in the faint and provocative smile which lay latent in the depths of her brown eyes. "Mon Dieu," she said, "what a history of woe you are telling me, my friend James. What a tale of innocence and of deception and outraged trust this is that you relate to me. Allons, vite. Let us find this poor, abandoned infant, this unhappy victim of your sex's well-known duplicity." "She isn't a victim, you know," he explained. "I see. Only almost a victim, yes? Where is this child, then?" "May I bring her to you, Princess?" "But of course, bring her. I am not afraid so far to look any woman in the face at 5 o'clock in the morning." And the threatened smile flashed out in her fresh, pretty face. When he came back with Rue Carew, the Princess Mischenka was conferring with her maid and with her stewardess. She turned to look at Rue as Neeland came up, continued to scrutinize her intently while he was presenting her. There ensued a brief silence. The princess glanced at Neeland, then her dark eyes returned directly to the young girl before her, and she held out her hand smilingly. "Miss Carew, I believe I know exactly what your voice is going to be like. I think I have heard in America such a voice once or twice. Speak to me and prove me right." Rue flushed. "What am I to say?" she asked naively. "I knew I was right," exclaimed the Princess Mischenka gaily. "Come into my stateroom and let each one of us discover how agreeable is the other. Shall we, my dear child?" When Neeland returned from a visit to the purser with a pocket full of British and French gold and silver for Ruana, he knocked at the stateroom door of the Princess Mischenka. That lively personage opened it, came out into the corridor holding the door partly closed behind her. "She's almost dead with fatigue and grief. I undressed her myself. She's in my bed. She has been crying." "Poor little thing," said Neeland. "Yes." "Here's her money," he said, a little awkwardly. The princess opened her wrist bag, and he dumped in the shining torrent. "Shall I call goodbye to her?" he asked. "You may go in, James." They entered together, and he was startled to see how young she seemed there on the pillows, how pitifully immature the childish throat, the tear-flushed face lying in its mass of chestnut hair. "Goodbye, Rue," he said, still awkward, offering his hand. Slowly she held out one slim hand from the covers. "Good voyage. Good luck," he said. "I wish you would write a line to me." "I will." "Then," he smiled, released her hand. "Thank you for all you have done," she said. "I shall not forget." Something choked him slightly. He forced a laugh. "Come back a famous painter, Rue. Keep your head clear and your heart full of courage, and let me know how you're getting on, won't you?" "Yes. Goodbye." So he went out, and at the door exchanged adieu with the smiling princess. "Do you like her a little?" he whispered. "I do, my friend. Also, I like you. I am old enough to say it safely, am I not?" "If you think so," he said, a funny little laugh in his eye. "You are old enough to let me kiss you goodbye." But she backed away, still smiling. "On the brow, the hair, yes, if you promise discretion, James." "What has tottering age like yours to do with discretion, Princess Naya?" he retorted impudently. "A kiss in the mouth must of itself be discreet when bestowed on youth by such venerable years as are yours." But the princess, the singularly provocative smile still edging her lips, merely looked at him out of dark and slightly humorous eyes, gave him her hand, withdrew it with decision, and entered her stateroom, closing the door rather sharply behind her. When Neeland got back to the studio, he took a couple of hours' sleep, and, being young, perfectly healthy, and perhaps not unaccustomed to the habits of the owl family, felt pretty well when he went out to breakfast. Over his coffee cup he propped up his newspaper against the carafe, and the heading on one of the columns immediately attracted his attention. Row between sporting men. Eddie Brandes, fight promoter and theatrical man, mixes it with maxi venom. A woman said to be the cause. A fray draws big crowds in front of the Hotel Knickerbocker. Both men badly battered. Get away before police arrive. Breakfasting leisurely, he read the partly humorous, partly contemptuous account of the sordid affair. Afterward, he sent for all the morning papers, but in none of them was Rohanna Carew mentioned at all, nobody, apparently, having noticed her in the exciting affair between Venom, Brandes, the latter's wife, and the chauffeur. Nor did the evening papers add anything material to the account, except to say that Brandes had been interviewed in his office at the Silhouette Theatre, and that he stated that he had not been engaged in any personal encounter with anybody, had not seen Max Venom in months, had not been near the Hotel Knickerbocker, and knew nothing about the affair in question. He also permitted a dark hint or two to escape him concerning possible suits for defamation of character against irresponsible newspapers. The accounts in the various evening editions agreed, however, that when interviewed, Mr. Brandes was nursing a black eye and a badly swollen lip, which, according to him, he had acquired in a playful sparring encounter with his business manager, Mr. Benjamin Stull. And that was all. The big town had neither time nor inclination to notice either Brandes or Venom any further. Broadway completed the story for its own edification, and by degrees arrived at its own conclusions. Only nobody could discover who was the young girl concerned, or where she came from, or what might be her name, and, after a few days, Broadway also forgot the matter amid the tarnished tinsel and raucous noises of its own mean and multifarious preoccupations. End of chapter 12.
Chapter 13 of The Dark Star. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Dark Star by Robert W. Chambers. Letters from a Little Girl. Neeland had several letters from Rohanna Carew that autumn and winter. The first one was written a few weeks after her arrival in Paris. Dear Mr. Neeland, please forgive me for writing to you, but I am homesick. I have written every week to Mother and have made my letters read as though I was still married, because it would almost kill her if she knew the truth. Someday I shall have to tell her, but not yet. Could you tell me how you think the news ought to be broken to her and father? That man was not on the steamer. I was quite ill crossing the ocean, but the last 2 days I went on deck with the Princess Mischenka and her maid, and I enjoyed the sea. The princess has been so friendly. I should have died, I think, without her, what with my seasickness and homesickness and brooding over my terrible fall. I know it is immoral to say so, but I did not want to live any longer. Truly, I didn't. I even asked to be taken. I am sorry now that I prayed that way. Well, I have passed through the most awful part of my life, I think. I feel strange and different, as though I had been very sick and had died, and as though it were another girl sitting here writing to you, and not the girl who was in your studio last August. I'd always expected happiness someday. Now I know I shall never have it. Girls dream many foolish things about the future. They have such dear, silly hopes. All my dreams are ended for me. All that remains in life for me is to work very hard so that I can learn to support myself and my parents. I should like to make a great deal of money so that when I die I can leave it to charity. I desire to be remembered for my good works. But of course, I shall first have to learn how to take care of myself and mother and father before I can aid the poor. I often think of becoming a nun and going out to nurse lepers. Only I don't know where there are any. Do you? Paris is very large and a sort of silvery grey color, full of trees with yellowing leaves. But oh, it is so lonely, Mr. Neeland. I am determined not to cry every day, but it is quite difficult not to. And then there are so many, many people, and they all talk French. They talk very fast too, even the little children. This seems such an ungrateful letter to write to you, who was so good and kind to me in my dreadful hour of trial and disgrace. I'm afraid you won't understand how full of gratitude I am to you and to the Princess Mischenka. I have the prettiest little bedroom in her house. There is a pink shade on my night lamp. She insisted that I go home with her, and I had to because I didn't know where else to go, and she wouldn't tell me. In fact, I can't go anywhere or find any place because I speak no French at all. It's humiliating, isn't it? For even the very little children speak French in Paris. But I have begun to learn. A cheerful old lady comes for an hour every day to teach me. Only it is very hard for me, because she speaks no English and I am forbidden to utter one word of my own language. And so far I understand nothing that she says, which makes me more lonely than I ever was in all my life. But sometimes it is so absurd that we both laugh. I am to study drawing and painting at a studio for women. The kind princess has arranged it. I am also to study piano and voice sculpture. This I did not suppose would be possible with the money I have, but the Princess Mischenka, who has asked me to let her take charge of my money and my expenses, says that I can easily afford it. She knows, of course, what things cost and what I am able to afford, and I trust her willingly because she is so dear and sweet to me. But I am a little frightened at the dresses she is having made for me. They can't be inexpensive. Such lovely clothes and shoes and hats and other things about which I never even heard in Brookhollow. I ought to be happy, Mr. Neeland, but everything is so new and strange. Even Sunday is not restful. And how different is Notre Dame de Paris and St. Eustache from a church at Gayfield? The high arches and jeweled windows and the candles and the dull roar of the organ drove from my mind those quiet and solemn thoughts of God which always fill my mind so naturally and peacefully in a church at home. I couldn't think of him. I couldn't even try to pray. It was as though an ocean were rolling and thundering over me where I lay drowned in the most deep place. Well, I must close, because déjeuner is ready. You see, I know one French word after all, and one other, bonjour, monsieur, which counts 2, doesn't it? Or 3 in all. It has made me feel better to write to you. I hope you will not think it a presumption. And now I shall say thank you for your great kindness to me in your studio on that most frightful night of my life. It is one of those things that a girl can never, never forget, your aid in my hour of need. Through all my shame and distress, it was your help that sustained me, for I was so stunned by my disgrace that I even forgot God himself. But I will prove that I am thankful to him and worthy of your goodness to me. I will profit by this dreadful humiliation and devote my life to a more worthy and lofty purpose than merely getting married just because a man asked me so persistently and I was too young and ignorant to continue saying no. Also, I did want to study art. How stupid, how immoral I was. And now nobody would ever want to marry me again after this. And also it's against the law, I imagine. But I don't care. I never, never desire to marry another man. All I want is to learn how to support myself by art, and someday perhaps I shall forget what has happened to me, and perhaps find a little pleasure in life when I am very old. With every wish and prayer for a happiness and success in this world of sorrow, believe me your grateful friend, Rookeru. Every naive and laboured line of the stilted letter touched and amused and also flattered Neeland, for no young man is entirely insensible to a young girl's gratitude. An agreeable warmth suffused him. It pleased him to remember that he had been associated in the moral and social rehabilitation of Rookeru. He meant to write her some kind, encouraging advice. He had every intention of answering her letter. But in New York, young men are very busy, or think they are. For youth days dawn and vanish in the space of a firefly's lingering flash, and the moments swarm by like a flight of distracted golden butterflies, and a young man is ever at their heels in a breathless chase with as much chance of catching up with the elusive moment as a squirrel has of outstripping the wheel in which he whirls. So he neglected to reply, waited a little too long, because while her childish letters still remained unanswered, came a note from the Princess Mischenka, enclosing a tremulous line from Rue. Monsieur James, doubtless you have already heard of the sad death of Ruhana's parents, within a few hours of each other, both stricken with pneumonia within the same week. The local minister cabled her as Mrs. Brandes in my care. Then he wrote to the child, "The letter has just arrived. My poor little protégée is prostrated, talks wildly of going back at once. But to what purpose now, mon ami? Her loved ones will have been in their graves for days before Rihanna could arrive. No, I shall keep her. She is young. She shall be kept busy every instant of the day. That is the only antidote for grief. Youth and time its only cure. Please write to the Baptist minister at Gayfield, James, and find out what is to be done, and have it done. Judge Carey at Orangeville had charge of the Reverend Mr. Carew's affairs. Let him send the necessary papers to Hannah here. I enclose a paper which she has executed, conferring power of attorney. If a guardian is to be appointed, I shall take steps to qualify through the good offices of Legionnaire Brothers, the international lawyers whom I have put into communication with Judge Carey through the New York representatives of the firm. There are bound to be complications, I fear, in regard to this mock marriage of hers. I have consulted my attorneys here, and they are not very certain that the ceremony was not genuine enough to require further legal steps to free her entirely. A suit for annulment is possible. Please have the house at Brookhollow locked up and keep the keys in your possession for the present. Judge Carey will have the keys sent to you. James dear, I am very indebted to you for giving to me my little friend, Ruhana Carew. Now I wish to make her entirely mine by law until the inevitable day arrives when some man shall take her from me. Write to her, James. Don't be selfish. Yours always, Naya. The line enclosed from Ruhana touched him deeply. I cannot speak of it yet. Please, when you go to Brookhollow, have flowers planted. You know where our plot is. Have it made pretty for them. Rue. He wrote at once exactly the sort of letter that an impulsive, warm-hearted young man might take time to write to a bereaved friend. He was genuinely grieved and sorry for her, but he was glad when his letter was finished and mailed, and he could turn his thoughts into other and gayer channels. To this letter she replied, thanking him for what he had written and for what he had done to make the plot in the local cemetery pretty. She asked him to keep the keys to the house in Brookhollow. Then followed a simple report of a quiet and studious daily life in the home of the Princess Mischenka, of her progress in her studies, of her hopes that in due time she might become sufficiently educated to take care of herself. It was a slightly dull, labored, almost emotionless letter. Always willing to shirk correspondence, he persuaded himself that the letter called for no immediate answer. After all, it was not to be expected that a very young girl, whom a man had met only twice in his life, could hold his interest very long when absent. However, he meant to write her again, thought of doing so several times during the next 12 months. It was a year before another letter came from her, and, reading it, he was a little surprised to discover how rapidly immaturity can mature under the shock of circumstances and exotic conditions which tend toward forced growth. Mon cher ami, I was silly enough to hope you might write to me, but I suppose you have far more interesting and important matters to occupy you. Still, don't you sometimes remember the girl you drove home with in a sleigh one winter night, ages ago? Don't you sometimes think of the girl who came creeping upstairs, half dead, to your studio door? And don't you sometimes wonder what has become of her? Why is it that a girl is always more loyal to past memories than a man ever is? Don't answer that it is because she has less to occupy her than a man has. You have no idea how busy I have been during this long year in which you have forgotten me. Among other things, I have been busy growing. I am taller by 2 inches than when last I saw you. Please be impressed by my 5 feet 8 inches. Also, I am happy. The greatest happiness in the world is to have the opportunity to learn about that same world. I am happy because I now have that opportunity. During these many months since I wrote to you, I have learned a little French. I read some, write some, understand pretty well, and speak a little. What a pleasure, mon ami. Piano and vocal music too occupy me. I love both, and I am told encouraging things. But best and most delightful of all, I am learning to draw and compose and paint from life in the academic Julian. Think of it. It is difficult, it is absorbing, it requires energy, persistence, self-denial, but it is fascinating, satisfying, glorious. Also, it is very trying, mon ami. And I descend into depths of despair, and I presently soar up out of those depressing depths into intoxicating altitudes of aspiration and self-confidence. You yourself know how it is, of course. At the criticism today, I was lifted to the 7th heaven. Pas mal, he said. Continue, mademoiselle. Which is wonderful for him. Also, my weekly sketch was chosen from among all the others, and I was given number 1. That means my choice of Tabaret on Monday morning, voyez-vous. So do you wonder that I came home with Suzanne walking on air, and that as soon as the journal was finished, I flew in here to write to you about it? Suzanne is a maid, the maid of Princess Naya, of course, who walks to and from school with me. I didn't wish her to follow me about at first, but the princess insisted, and I am resigned to it now. The Princess Mischenka is such a darling. I owe her more than I owe anybody except mother and father. She simply took me as I was, a young, stupid, ignorant, awkward country girl with no experience, no savoir-faire, no clothes, and even no knowledge of how to wear them. And she is trying to make out of me a fairly intelligent and presentable human being who will not offend her by gaucherie when with her, and who will not disgrace her when in the circle of her friends. Oh, of course, I still make a faux pas now and then, mon ami. There are dreadful pitfalls in the French language into which I have fallen more than once, and at times I have almost died of mortification. But everybody is so amiable and patient, so polite, so gay about my mistakes. I am beginning to love the French, and I am learning so much. I had no idea what a capacity I had for learning things, but then with Princess Naya and with my kind and patient teachers and my golden opportunities, even a very stupid girl must learn something. And I am not really very stupid. I've discovered that. On the contrary, I really seem to learn quite rapidly, and all that annoys me is that there is so much to learn and the days are not long enough. So anxious am I, so ambitious, so determined to get out of this wonderful opportunity everything I possibly can extract. I have lived in these few months more years than my own age adds up. I am growing old and wise very fast. Please hasten to write to me before I have grown so old that you would not recognize me if you met me. Your friend, Ruhana. The letter flattered him. He was rather glad he had once kissed the girl who could write such a letter. He happened to be engaged at that time in drawing several illustrations for a paper called the Midweek Magazine. There was a heroine, of course, in the story he was illustrating, and from memory, and in spite of the model posing for him, he made the face like the face of Ruhana Karu. But the days passed and he did not reply to her letter. Then there came still another letter from her. Why don't you write me just one line? Have you really forgotten me? You'd like me if you knew me now, I think. I'm really quite grown up, and I am so happy. The princess is simply adorable. Always we are busy, Princess Naya and I, and now, since I have laid aside mourning, we go to concerts, we go to plays, we have been 6 times to the opera, and as many more to the Théâtre Français. We have been to the Louvre and the Luxembourg many times, to St. Cloud, Versailles, Fontainebleau. Always when my studies are over, we do something interesting, and I am beginning to know Paris, and to care for it with real affection, to feel secure and happy and at home in this dear, glittering, silvery grey city, full of naked trees and bridges and palaces. And sometimes when I feel homesick and lonely, and when Brookhollow seems very, very far away, it troubles me a little to find that I am not nearly so homesick as I think I ought to be. But I think it must be like seasickness. It is too frightful to last. The Princess Mischenka has nursed me through the worst. All I can say is that she is very wonderful. On her day, which is Thursday, her pretty salon is thronged. At first, I was too shy and embarrassed to be anything but frightened and self-conscious and very miserable when I sat beside her on her Thursdays. Besides, I was in mourning and did not appear on formal occasions. Now it is different. I take my place beside her. I am not self-conscious. I am interested. I find pleasure in knowing people who are so courteous, so considerate, so gay and entertaining. Everybody is agreeable and gay, and I'm sorry that I miss so much that is witty in what is said, but I am learning French very rapidly. The men are polite to me. At first I was so gauche, so stupid and provincial that I could not bear to have anybody kiss my hand and pay me compliments. I've made a lot of other mistakes too, but I never make the same mistakes twice. So many interesting men come to our Thursdays, and some women. I prefer the men, I think. There is one old French general who is a dear, and there are young officers too, and yesterday 2 cabinet ministers and several people from the British and Russian embassies, and the Turkish Charge, whom I dislike. The women seem to be agreeable, and they all are most beautifully gowned. Some have titles, but all seem to be a little too much made up. I don't know any of them except formally, but I feel that I know some of the men better, especially the old general and a young military attaché of the Russian embassy, whom everybody likes and pets, and whom everybody calls Prince Erlich, such a handsome boy. And his real name is Alak, and I think is very much in love with Princess Naya. Now, something very odd has happened which I wish to tell you about. My father, as you know, was missionary in the Vilayet of Trebizond many years ago. While there, he came into possession of a curious sea chest belonging to a German named Konrad Wilner, who was killed in a riot near Gallipoli. In his chest were, and still are, 2 very interesting things. An old bronze Chinese figure which I used to play with when I was a child. It was called the Yellow Devil, and a native Chinese missionary once read for us the inscription on the figure which identified it as a Mongol demon called Erlich, the Prince of Darkness. The other object of interest in the box was the manuscript diary kept by this Herr Wilner to within a few moments of his death. This I have often heard read aloud by my father, but I forget much of it now, and I never understood it all because I was too young. Now here is the curious thing about it all. The first time you spoke to me of the Princess Naya Mischenka, I had a hazy idea that her name seemed familiar to me, and ever since I have known her, now and then I have found myself trying to recollect where I had heard that name, even before I heard it from you. Suddenly one evening, about a week ago, it came to me that I had heard both the names, Naya and Mischenka, when I was a child. Also the name Ehrlich. The two former names occur in Herr Wilner's diary. The latter I heard from the Chinese missionary years ago, and that is why they seem so familiar to me. It is so long since I have read the diary that I can't remember the story in which the names Naya and Mischenka are concerned. As I recollect, it was a tragic story that used to thrill me. At any rate, I didn't speak of this to Princess Naya, but about a week ago there were a few people dining here with us, among others an old Turkish admiral, Murat Pasha, who took me out. And as soon as I heard his name, I thought of that diary, and I am sure it was mentioned in it. Anyway, he happened to speak of Trebizond, and naturally I said that my father had been a missionary there many years ago. As this seemed to interest him, and because he questioned me, I told him my father's name and all that I knew in regard to his career as a missionary in Trebizond district. And somehow, I don't exactly recollect how it came about, I spoke of Herr Wilner and his death at Gallipoli and how his effects came into my father's possession. And because the old sleepy-eyed admiral seemed so interested and amused, I told him about Herr Wilner's box and his diary and the plans and maps and photographs with which I used to play as a little child. After dinner, Princess Naya asked me what it was I had been telling Murat Pasha to wake him up so completely and to keep him so amused. So I merely said that I had been telling the Admiral about my childhood in Brookhollow. Naturally, neither she nor I thought about the incident any further. Murat did not come again, but a few days later the Turkish charge d'affaires was present at a very large dinner given by Princess Naya. And two curious conversations occurred at the dinner. The Turkish charge suddenly turned to me and asked me in English whether I were not the daughter of the Reverend Wilbur Carew, who once was in charge of the American mission near Trebizond. I was so surprised at the question, but I answered yes, remembering that Murat must have mentioned me to him. He continued to ask me about my father and spoke of his efforts to establish a girls' school, first at Brusa, then at Chardak, and finally near Gallipoli. I told him I had often heard my father speak of these matters with my mother, but that I was too young to remember anything about my own life in Turkey. All the while we were conversing, I noticed that the princess kept looking across the table at us as though some chance word had attracted her attention. After dinner, when the gentlemen had retired to the smoking room, the princess took me aside and made me repeat everything that Ahmed Mirka had asked me. I told her. She said that the Turkish charge was an old busybody, always sniffing about for all sorts of information, that it was safer to be reticent and let him do the talking, and that almost every scrap of conversation with him was mentally noted and later transcribed for the edification of the Turkish Secret Service. I thought this very humorous, but going into the little salon where the piano was and where the music was kept, while I was looking for an old song by Messenger from La Bessoche called Jesui aime de la plus belle, Ahmed Mirka's handsome attaché, Colonel Izzat Bey, came up to where I was rummaging in the music cabinet. He talked nonsense in French and in English for a while, but somehow the conversation led again toward my father and the girls' school at Gallipoli, which had been attacked and burned by a mob during the first month after it had been opened, and where the German, Herr Wilner, had been killed. Monsieur, your reverend father must surely have told you stories about the destruction of the Gallipoli school, mademoiselle, he insisted. Yes, it happened a year before the mission at Trebizond was destroyed by the Turks, I said maliciously. So I have heard. What a pity. Our assembly, our peasantry, are so stupid, and it was such a fine school. A German engineer was killed there, I believe. Yes, my father said so. A certain Herr Konrad Wilner, was it not? Yes. How did you hear of him, Colonel Izzat? It was known in Stamboil. He perished by mistake, I believe, at Gallipoli. Yes, my father said that Herr Wilner was the only man hurt. He went out all alone into the mob and began to cut them with his riding whip. My father tried to save him, but they killed Herr Wilner with stones. Exactly. He spread his beautifully jeweled hands deprecatingly and seemed greatly grieved. And Herr Wilner's property? He inquired. Did you ever hear what became of it? Oh, yes, I said. My father took charge of it. Oh, It was supposed at the time that all of her villainous personal property was destroyed when the school and compound burned. Do you happen to know just what was saved, mademoiselle? Of course, I immediately thought of the bronze demon, the box of instruments, and the photographs and papers at home with which I used to play as a child. I remembered my father had said that these things were taken on board the Oneida when he, my mother, and I were rescued by marines and sailors from a guard vessel which came through the Bosporus to the Black Sea, and which escorted us to the Oneida. And I was just going to tell this to Izzat Bey when I also remembered what the princess had just told me about giving any information to Ahmed Pasha. So I merely opened my eyes very innocently and gazed at Colonel Izzat and shook my head as though I did not understand his question. The next instant the princess came in to see what I was about so long, and she looked at Izzat Bey with a funny sort of smile, as though she had surprised him in mischief and was not angry, only amused. And when Colonel Izzat bowed, I saw how red his face had grown, as red as his fez. The princess laughed and said in French, "That is the difference between professional and amateur, between Nizam and Redif, between Ahmed Pasha and our esteemed but very youthful attaché who has much yet to learn about that endless war called peace." I didn't know what she meant, but Izzat Bey turned a bright scarlet, bowed again and returned to the smoking room. And that night, while Suzanne was unhooking me, Princess Naya came into my bedroom and asked me some questions, and I told her about the box of instruments and the diary and the slippery linen papers covered with drawings and German writing with which I used to play. She said never to mention them to anybody, and that I should never permit anybody to examine those military papers because it might be harmful to America. How odd and how thrilling! I am most curious to know what all this means. It seems like an exciting story just beginning, and I wonder what such a girl as I has to do with secrets which concern the Turkish charge in Paris. Don't you think it promises to be romantic? Do you suppose it has anything to do with spies and diplomacy and kings and thrones and terrible military secrets? One hears a great deal about the embassies here being hotbeds of political intrigue. And of course, France is always thinking of Alsace and Lorraine, and there is an ever-present danger of war in Europe. Mr. Neeland, it thrills me to pretend to myself that I am actually living in the plot of a romance full of mystery and diplomacy and dangerous possibilities. I hope something will develop, as something always does in novels. And alas, my imagination, which always has been vivid, needed almost nothing to blaze into flame. It is on fire now. I dream of courts and armies and ambassadors and spies. I construct stories in which I am the heroine always, sometimes the interesting and temporary victim of wicked plots, sometimes the all-powerful, dauntless, and adroit champion of honor and righteousness against treachery and evil. Did you ever suppose that I still could remain such a very little girl? But I fear that I shall never outgrow my imagination, and it needs almost nothing to set me dreaming out stories or drawing pictures of castles and princes and swans and fairies. And even this letter seems a part of some breathlessly interesting plot which I am not only creating but actually a living part of and destined to act in. Do you want a part in it? Shall I include you? Rather late to ask your permission, for I have already included you. And somehow I think the Yellow Devil ought to be included too. Please write to me just once. But don't speak of the papers which father had, and don't mention her Conrad Villeneuve's box if you write. The princess says your letter might be stolen. I am very happy. It is rather cold tonight, and presently Suzanne will unhook me, and I shall put on such a pretty negligee, and then curl up in bed, turn on my reading light with a pink shade, and continue to read the new novel recommended to me by Princess Naya, called Le Crime de Sylvestre Bonnat. It is a perfectly darling story, and Anthony France, who wrote it, must be a darling too. The princess knows him and promises that he shall dine with us some day. I expect to fall in love with him immediately. Good night, dear Mr. Neeland. I hope you will write to me. Your little Gayfield friend grown up, Ruhana Karu. This letter he finally did answer, not voluminously, but with all cordiality, and in a few days forgot about it and about the girl to whom it was written, and there was nothing more from her until early summer. Then came the last of her letters, an entirely mature missive, firm in writing, decisive, concise, self-possessed, eloquent with an indefinite something which betrayed a calmly ordered mind already being moulded by disciplined Fontaine. My dear Mr. Neeland, I had your very kind and charming letter in reply to mine written last January. My neglect to answer it during all these months involves me in explanations which, if you like, are perhaps due you. But if you require them at all, I had rather surrender them to you personally when we meet. Possibly that encounter, so happily anticipated on my part, may occur sooner than you believe likely. I permit myself to hope so. The note which I enclose to you from the lady whom I love very dearly should explain why I venture to entertain a hope that you and I are to see each other again in the near future. As you were kind enough to inquire about myself, and what you described so flatteringly as my amazing progress in artistic and worldly wisdom, I venture to reply to your questions in order. They seem to be pleased with me at the school. I have a life drawing on the wall, a composition sketch, and a concourse study in oil. That I have not burst to atoms with pride is a miracle inexplicable. I have been told that my progress at the piano is fair, but I am very certain I shall do no more with vocal and instrumental music than to play and sing acceptably for such kind and uncritical friends as do not demand much of an amateur. Without any unusual gifts, with a rather sensitive ear, and with a very slightly cultivated and perfectly childish voice, please do not expect anything from me to please you. In French, I am already becoming fluent. You see, except for certain lessons in it, I have scarcely heard a word of English since I came here. The princess will not use it to me, nor permit its use by me. And therefore my ear being a musical one and rather accurate, I find, now that I look back upon my abysmal ignorance, a very decided progress. Also, let me admit to you, and I have already done so I see, that since I've been here, I have had daily lessons in English with a cultivated Englishwoman, and in consequence I have been learning to enlarge a very meagre vocabulary and have begun to appreciate possibilities in my own language of which I never dreamed. About my personal appearance, as long as you ask me, I think perhaps that were I less thin, I might be rather pretty. Dress makes such a vast difference in a plain girl. Also, intelligent care of one's person improves mediocrity. Of course, everybody says such gracious things to a girl over here that it would not do to accept any pretty compliment very literally, but I really believe that you might think me rather nice to look at. As for the future, the truth is that I feel much encouraged. I made some drawings in wash and in pen and ink, just ideas of mine, and Monsieur Bonvard, who is editor of The Grey Cat, a very clever weekly, has accepted them and has paid me 25 francs each for them. I was so astonished that I could not believe it. One has been reproduced in last week's paper. I have cut it out and pasted it in my scrapbook. I think, take it all in all, that seeing my first illustrations printed has given me greater joy than I shall ever again experience on earth. My daily intercourse with the Princess Mischenka continues to comfort me, inspire me, and fill me with determination so to educate myself that when the time comes I shall be ready and able to support myself with pen and pencil. And now I must bring my letter to its end. The prospect of seeing you very soon is agreeable beyond words. You have been very kind to me. I do not forget it. Yours very sincerely, Ruhana Karu. The enclosure was a note from the Princess Mischenka. Dear Jim, if in the past it has been my good fortune to add anything to yours, may I now invoke in you the memory of our very frank and delightful friendship? When you first returned to America from Paris, I found it possible to do for you a few favors in the way of making you known to certain editors. It was, I assure you, merely because I liked you and believed in your work, not because I ever expected to ask from you any favor in return. Now, fate has thrown an odd combination from her dice box, and destiny has veiled herself so impenetrably that nobody can read that awful visage to guess what thoughts possess her. You, in America, have heard of the murder of the Austrian Archduke, of course, but have you, in America, any idea what the consequences of that murder may lead to? Enough of that. Now for the favor I ask. Will you go at once to Brookhollow, go to Ruhana's house, open it, take from it a chest made of olive wood and bound with some metal which looks like silver, lock the box, take it to New York, place it in a safe deposit vault, until you can sail for Paris on the first steamer that leaves New York? Will you do this? Get the box I have described and bring it to me yourself on the first steamer that sails? And Jim, keep your eye on the box. Don't trust anybody near it. Rue says that, as she recollects, the box is about the size and shape of a suitcase and that it has a canvas and leather cover with a handle which buttons over it. Therefore, you can carry it yourself exactly as though it were your suitcase. Keep it with you in the train and on shipboard. Will you do this, Jim? It is much to ask of you. I break in upon your work and cause you great inconvenience and trouble and expense. But will you do it for me? Much depends upon your doing this. I think that possibly the welfare of your own country might depend on your doing this for me. If you find yourself embarrassed financially, cable me just one word, black, and I shall arrange matters through a New York bank. If you feel that you do not care to do me this favor, cable the single word white. If you have sufficient funds and are willing to bring the box to me yourself, cable the word blue. In case that you undertake this business for me, be careful of the contents of the box. Let nobody see it open. Be certain that the contents are absolutely secure. I dare not tell you how vitally important to civilization these papers already are, how much they may mean to the world, what powers of evil they might encourage if in any way they fall into other hands than the right ones. Jim, I have seldom taken a very serious tone with you since we have known each other. I am very serious now, and if our friendship means anything to you, prove it. Yours, Naya. As he sat there in his studio, perplexed, amazed, annoyed, yet curious, trying to think out what he ought to do, what in fact must be done somehow or other, there came a ring at his doorbell. A messenger with the cable dispatch stood there. Leland signed, tore open the envelope, and read, "Please go at once to Brookhollow and secure an olive wood box bound with silver containing military maps, plans, photographs, and papers written in German, property of Rohana Karu. Lose no time, I implore you, as an attempt to rob the house and steal the papers is likely. Beware of anybody resembling a German. Have written, but beg you not to wait for letter. Naya." Twice he reread the cablegram. Then, with a half-bewildered, half-disgusted glance around at his studio, his belongings, the unfinished work on his easel, he went to the telephone. It being July, he had little difficulty in reserving a good stateroom on the Cunarder Wallinia, sailing the following day. Then, summoning the janitor, he packed a steamer trunk and gave order to have it taken aboard that evening. On his way downtown to his bank, he stopped at a telegraph and cable office and sent a cable message to the Princess Mischenka. The text consisted of only one word, blue. He departed for Gayfield on the 5 o'clock afternoon train, carrying with him a suitcase and an automatic pistol in his breast pocket. End of Chapter 13. Read by Anooshka Bajaj.
Chapter 14 of The Dark Star. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Daniel Sanchez. The Dark Star by Robert W. Chambers. A Journey Begins. It was a 5-hour trip. He dined aboard the train with little desire for food, the July evening being oppressive, and a thunderstorm brewing over the Hudson. It burst in the vicinity of Fishkill with a lively display of lightning, deluging the Catskills with rain. And when he changed to a train on the Mohawk Division, the cooler air was agreeably noticeable. He changed trains again at Orangeville, and here the night breeze was delightful, and the scent of rain-soaked meadows came through the open car window. It was nearly 10 o'clock, and already, ahead, he caught sight of the lights of Neelan's Mills. Always the homecoming was a keen delight to him. And now, as he stepped off the train, the old familiar odors were in his nostrils, the unique composite perfume of the native place which never can be duplicated elsewhere. All the sweet and aromatic and homely smells of earth and land and water came to him with his first deep-drawn breath. The rank growth of wild flowers and weeds were part of it. The flat atmosphere of the mill pond, always redolent of water weeds and lily pads, tinctured it. Distant fields of buckwheat added heavier perfume. Neither in the quaint brick feed mill nor in the lumber mill were there any lights, but in his own home, almost buried among tall trees and vines, the light streamed from the sitting-room windows. From the dark yard, 2 or 3 dogs barked at him, then barked again in a different key, voicing an excited welcome. And he opened the picket gate and went up the path surrounded by demonstrative setters and pointers, leaping and wagging about him and making a vast amount of noise on the vine-covered veranda as he opened the door, let himself into the house, and shut them out. "Hello, Dad," he said, crossing swiftly to where his father sat by the reading lamp. Their powerful grip lingered. Old Dick Neeland, ruddy, white-haired, straight as a pine, stood up in his old slippers and quilted smoking coat, his briar pipe poised in his left hand. "Splendid, Jim. I've been thinking about you this evening." He might have added that there were few moments when his son was not in his thoughts. "Are you all right, Dad?" "Absolutely. You are too, I see." They seated themselves. "Hungry, Jim?" "No, I dined aboard. You didn't telegraph me." "No, I came at short notice." "Can't you stay?" "Dad, I have a drawing room reserved for the midnight tonight, and I am sailing on the Volhynia tomorrow at 9 in the morning." "God bless me! Why, Jim?" "Dad, I'll tell you all I know about it." His father sat with briar pipe suspended and keen blue eyes fixed on his son, while the son told everything he knew about the reason for his flying trip to Paris. "You see how it is, don't you, Dad?" he ended. "The princess has been a good and loyal friend to me. She has used her influence. I have met through her the people I ought to know, and they have given me work to do. I'm in her debt. I'm under real obligation to her, and I've got to go. That's all." Old Dick Nealon's clear eyes of a sportsman continued to study his son's face. "Yes, you've got to go," he said. He smoked for a few moments. Then, "What the devil does it mean, anyway? Have you any notion, Jim?" "No, I haven't. There seems to be some military papers in this box that is mentioned. Evidently, they are of value to somebody. Evidently, other people have got wind of that fact and desire to obtain them for themselves. It almost seems as though something is brewing over there. Trouble of some sort between Germany and some other nation. But I haven't heard of anything." His father continued to smoke for a while. Then, "There is something brewing over there, Jim." "I hadn't heard," repeated the young man. "I haven't either directly, but in my business some unusual orders have come through, from abroad. Both France and Germany have been making inquiries through agents in regard to shipments of grain and feed and lumber. I've heard of several very heavy rush orders." "What on earth could cause war?" "I can't see, Jim. Of course, Austria's attitude towards Servia is very sullen, but outside of that, I can see no trouble threatening. And yet, the Gayfield Woolen Mill has just received an enormous order for socks and underwear from the French government. They're running all night now. And another thing struck me. There has been a man in this section buying horses for the British government. Of course it's done now and then, but taking this incident with the others, which have come to my personal knowledge, it would seem as though something were brewing over in Europe." Jim's perplexed eyes rested on his father. He shook his youthful head slightly. "I can't see why," he said. "But if it's to be France and Germany again, why my sympathy is entirely for France." "Naturally," nodded his father. Their Irish ancestors had fought for Bonaparte, and for the Bourbons before him. And, cursed with cousins, like all Irish, they were aware of plenty of Nealons in France who spoke no English. Jim rose, glanced at his watch. "Dad, I'll just be running over to Brookhollow to get that box. I haven't such a lot of time if I'm to catch the midnight train at Orangeville." "I should say you hadn't," said his father. He was disappointed, but he smiled as he exchanged a hand-clasp with his only son. "You're coming right back from Paris?" "Next steamer. I've a lot of work on hand, thank goodness, but that only puts me under heavier obligations to the Princess Mischenka." "Yes, I suppose so. Anything but ingratitude, Jim. It's the vilest vice of 'em all. They say it's in the Irish blood, ingratitude. They must never prove it by a Nealand. Well, my boy, I'm not lonesome, you understand. Busy men have no time to be lonesome. But run up, will you, when you get back?" "You bet I will." "I'll show you a brace of promising pups. They stand rabbits, still, but they won't when the season is over." "Bluebird's pups?" "Yes, they take after her." "Fine! I'll be back for the shooting anyway. Many broods this season?" "A fair number. It was not too wet. For a moment they lingered, smiling at each other. Then Jim gave his father's hand a quick shake, picked up his suitcase, turned. "I'll take the runabout, Dad. Someone from the Orangeville garage will bring it over in the morning." He went out, pushed his way among the leaping dogs at the garage, threw open the doors, and turned on the electric light. A slim and trim snapper runabout stood glistening beside a larger car and two automobile trucks. He exchanged his straw hat for a cap, placed hat and suitcase in the boot, picked up a flashlight from the work table and put it into his pocket, cranked the snapper, jumped in, ran it to the service entrance where his father stood ready to check the dogs and close the gates after him. "Goodbye, Dad," he called out gaily. "Goodbye, my son." The next instant he was speeding through the starry darkness, following the dazzling path blazed out for him by his headlights. End of Chapter 14.
Chapter 15 of The Dark Star. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by teesaloveless. The Dark Star by Robert W. Chambers. Chapter 15. The Locked House. From the road just before he descended to cross the bridge into Brookhollow, he caught a gleam of light straight ahead. For a moment it did not occur to him that there was anything strange in his seeing a light in the old Carew house. Then suddenly he realized that a light ought not to be burning behind the lowered shades of a house which was supposed to be empty and locked. His instant impulse was to put on his brakes then and there, but the next moment he realized that his car must already have been heard and seen by whoever had lighted that shaded lamp. The car was already on the old stone bridge. The Carew house stood directly behind the crossroads ahead, and he swung to the right into the creek road and sped along it until he judged that neither his lights nor the sound of his motor could be distinguished by the unknown occupant of the Carew house. Then he ran his car out among the tall weeds close to the line of scrub willows edging the creek, extinguished his lights, including the tail lamp, left his engine running, stood listening a moment to the whispering whir of his motor. Then, taking a flashlight from his pocket, he climbed over the roadside wall and ran back across the pasture toward the house. As he approached the old house from the rear, no crack of light was visible, and he began to think he might have been mistaken, that perhaps the dancing glare of his own acetylenes on the windows had made it seem as though they were illuminated from within. Cautiously, he prowled along the rear under the kitchen windows, turned the corner, and went to the front porch. He had made no mistake. A glimmer was visible between the edge of the lowered shade and the window casing. Was it some impudent tramp who had preempted this lonely house for a night's lodging? Was it possibly a neighbor who had taken charge in return for a garden to cultivate and a place to sleep in? Yet, how could it be the latter when he himself had the keys to the house? Moreover, such an arrangement could scarcely have been made by Rue Carew without his being told of it. Then he remembered what the Princess Mischenka had said in her cable message, that someone might break into the house and steal the olive wood box unless he hastened to Brookhollow and secured it immediately. Was this what was being done now? Had somebody broken in for that purpose? And who might it be? A slight chill, not entirely agreeable, passed over Neeland. A rather warm sensation of irritation succeeded it. He mounted the steps, crossed the veranda, went to the door, and tried the knob very cautiously. The door was locked. Whoever might be inside either possessed a key that fitted or else must have entered by forcing a window. But Neeland had neither time nor inclination to prowl around and investigate. He had a duty to fulfill, a train to catch, and a steamer to connect with the next morning. Besides, he was getting madder every second. So he fitted his key to the door, careless of what noise he made, unlocked and pushed it open, and started to cross the threshold. Instantly, the light in the adjoining room grew dim. At the same moment, his quick ear caught a sound as though somebody had blown out the turned-down flame, and he found himself facing total darkness. "Who the devil's there?" he called, flashing his electric pocket lamp. "Come out, whoever you are. You've no business in this house, and you know it." And he entered the silent room. His flashlight revealed nothing except dining-room furniture in disorder, the doors of a cupboard standing open, one door still gently swinging on its hinges. The invisible hand that had moved it could not be far away. Neeland, throwing his light right and left, caught a glimpse of another door closing stealthily, ran forward and jerked it open. His lamp illuminated an empty passageway. He hurried through it to the door that closed the farther end, tore it open, and deluged the sitting room with his blinding light. Full in the glare, her face as white as light itself, stood a woman. Just in time, his eyes caught the glitter of a weapon in her stiffly extended hand, and he snapped off his light and ducked as the level pistol flame darted through the darkness. The next second he had her in his grasp, held her writhing and twisting, and, through the confused trample and heavy breathing, he noticed a curious crackling noise, as though the clothing she wore were made of paper. The struggle in pitch darkness was violent but brief. She managed to fire again as he caught her right arm, and felt along it until he touched the desperately clenched pistol. Then, still clutching her closed fingers, he pulled the flashlight from his side pocket and threw its full radiance straight into her face. "Let go your pistol," he breathed. She strove doggedly to retain it, but her slender fingers slowly relaxed under his merciless grip. The pistol fell, and he kicked the pearl-handled, nickel-plated weapon across the dusty board floor. They both were panting. Her right arm, rigid, still remained in its powerful clutch. He released it presently, stepped back, and played the light over her from head to foot. She was deathly white. Under her smart straw hat, which had been pushed awry, the contrast between her black hair and eyes and her chalky skin was startling. "What are you doing here in this house?" he demanded, still breathing heavily from exertion and excitement. She made an effort. "Is it your house?" she gasped. "It isn't yours, is it?" he retorted. She made no answer. "Why did you shoot at me?" She lifted her black eyes and stared at him. Her breast rose and fell with her rapid breathing, and she placed both hands over it as though to quiet it. "Come," he said. "I'm in a hurry. I want an explanation from you." The words died on his lips as she whipped a knife out of her bosom and flew at him. Through the confusion of flashlight and darkness they reeled, locked together, but he caught her arm again, jerking it so violently into the air that he lifted her off her feet. "That's about all for tonight," he panted, twisting the knife out of her helpless hand and flinging it behind him. Without further ceremony, he pulled out his handkerchief, caught her firmly, reached for her other arm, jerked it behind her back, and tied both wrists. Then he dragged a chair up and pushed her on it. Her hat had fallen off, and her hair sagged to her neck. The frail stuff of which her waist was made had been badly torn too, and hung in rags from her right shoulder. "Who are you?" he demanded. As she made no reply, he went over and picked up the knife and the pistol. The knife was a silver-mounted Kurdish dagger. The engraved and inlaid blade appeared to be dull and rusty. He examined it for a few moments, glanced inquiringly at her where she sat, pale and mute on the chair, with both wrists tied behind her. "You seem to be a connoisseur of antiques," he said. "Your dagger is certainly a collector's gem, and your revolver is equally out of date. I recommend an automatic the next time you contemplate doing murder." Walking up to her, he looked curiously into her dark eyes, but he could detect no expression in them. "Why did you come here?" he demanded. No answer. Did you come to get an olive wood box bound with silver? A slight color tinted the ashy pallor under her eyes. He turned abruptly and swept the furniture with his searchlight. He saw on a table her coat, gloves, wrist bag, and furled umbrella, and beside them what appeared to be her suitcase open. It had a canvas and leather cover. He walked over to the table, turned back the cover of the suitcase, and revealed a polished box of olive wood, heavily banded by some metal resembling silver. Inside the box were books, photographs, a bronze Chinese figure, which he recognized as the Yellow Devil, a pair of revolvers, a dagger, very much like the one he had wrested from her. But there were no military plans there. He turned to his prisoner. "Is everything here?" he asked sharply. "Yes." He picked up her wrist bag and opened it, but discovered only some money, a handkerchief, a spool of thread, and a packet of needles. There was a glass lamp on the table. He managed to light it finally, turned off his flashlight, and examined the contents of the box again thoroughly. Then he came back to where she was seated. "Get up," he said. She looked at him sullenly without moving. "I'm in a hurry," he repeated. "Get up. I'm going to search you." At that she bounded to her feet. "What?" she exclaimed furiously. But he caught hold of her, held her, untied the handkerchief, freeing her wrists. "Now pull out those papers you have concealed under your clothing," he said impatiently. And, as she made no motion to comply, "If you don't, I'll do it for you." "You dare lay a hand on me?" she flamed. "You treacherous little cat, do you think I'll hesitate?" he retorted. "Do you imagine I retain any respect for you or your person? Give me those papers." "I have no papers." "You are lying. Listen to me once and for all. I've a train to catch and a steamer to catch, and I'm going to do both. And if you don't instantly hand out those papers you've concealed, I'll have no more compunction in taking them by force than I'd have in stripping an ear of corn. Make up your mind and make it up quick." "You mean you'd strip me?" she stammered, scarlet to her hair. "That's what I mean, you lying little thief. That's just what I mean. Kick and squall all you like. I'll take those papers with me if I have to take your clothing too." Breathless, infuriated, she looked desperately around her, caught sight of the Kurdish dagger, leapt at it, and for a third time found herself struggling in his arms. "Don't!" she gasped. "Let me go. I'll give you what you want." "Do you mean it?" "Yes." He released the disheveled girl, who shrank away from him, but the devil himself glowed in her black eyes. "Go out of the room," she said, "if I'm to get the papers for you." "I can't trust you," he answered. "I'll turn my back." And he walked over to the olive wood box where the weapons lay. Standing there, he heard presently the rustle of crumpling papers, heard a half-smothered sob, waited, listening, alert for further treachery on her part. "Hurry," he said. A board creaked. "Don't move again," he cried. The floorboards creaked once more, and he turned like a flash to find her in her stocking feet, already halfway to where he stood. In either hand she held out a bundle of papers, and, as they faced each other, she took another step toward him. "Stand where you are," he warned her. "Throw those papers on the floor." Do you hear?" Looking him straight in the eyes, she opened both hands. The papers fell at her feet, and with them dropped the 2 dagger-like steel pins which had held her hat. "Now go and put on your shoes," he said contemptuously, picking up the papers and running over them. When he had counted them, he came back to where she was standing. "Where are the others?" "What others?" "The remainder Of the papers, you little devil. They're wrapped around your body. Go into that pantry. Go quick! Undress and throw out every rag you wear. She drew a deep, quivering breath, turned, entered the pantry, and closed the door. Presently the door opened a little, and her clothing dropped outside in a heap. There were papers in her stockings, papers stitched to her stays, basted inside her skirts. A roll of drawings traced on linen lay on the floor, still retaining the warmth of her body around which they had been wrapped. He pulled the faded embroidered cover from the old piano and knocked at the pantry door. "Put that on," he said, "and come out." She emerged swathed from ankle to chin, her flushed face shadowed by her fallen mass of dark hair. He turned his flashlight on the cupboard, but discovered nothing more. Then he picked up her hat, clothes, and shoes, laid them on the pantry shelf, and curtly bade her to go back and dress. "May I have the lamp and that looking-glass?" "If you like," he said, preoccupied with the papers. While she was dressing, he repacked the olive-wood box. She emerged presently, carrying the lamp, and he took it from her hurriedly, not knowing whether she might elect to throw it at his head. While she was putting on her jacket, he stood watching her with perplexed and somber gaze. "I think," he remarked, "that I'll take you with me and drop you at the Orangeville jail on my way to town. Be kind enough to start toward the door." As she evinced no inclination to stir, he passed one arm around her and lifted her along a few feet. And she turned on him, struggling, her face convulsed with fury. "Keep your insolent hands off me," she said. "Do you hear?" Oh yes, I hear." He nodded again toward the door. "Come," he repeated impatiently. "Move on." She hesitated. He picked up the olive-wood box, extinguished the lamp, opened his flash, and motioned with his head significantly. She walked ahead of him, face lowered. Outside, he closed and locked the door of the house. "This way," he said coldly. "If you refuse, I'll pick you up and carry you under my arm. I think by this time you realize I can do it, too." Halfway across the dark pasture, she stopped short in her tracks. "Have I got to carry you?" he demanded sharply. "Don't have me locked up." "Why not?" "I'm not a thief." "Oh, excuse me, what are you?" "You know. Don't humiliate me. Answer my question. What are you if you're not a lady crook?" I'm employed as you are. Play the game fairly." She halted in the dark pasture, but he motioned her to go forward. "If you don't keep on walking," he said, "I'll pick you up as I would a pet cat and carry you. Now, then, once more, who are you working for? By whom are you employed if you're not a plain thief?" "The Turkish embassy." "What?" "You knew it," she said in a low voice, walking through the darkness beside him. "What is your name?" he insisted. "Dumont." "What else?" "Ilse Dumont." "That's French?" "It's Alsatian German." "All right. Now, why did you break into that house?" "To take what you took." "To steal these papers for the Turkish embassy?" "To take them for the Turkish ambassador," he repeated incredulously. "No, for his military attaché." "What are you, a spy?" "You knew it well enough. You're one also. But you have treated me as though I were a thief. You'll be killed for it, I hope." "You think I'm a spy?" he asked, astonished. "What else are you?" "A spy?" he repeated. "Is that what you are? And you suppose me to be one too? That's funny. That's extremely—" He checked himself, looked around at her. "What are you about?" he demanded. "What's that in your hand?" "A cigarette." They had arrived at the road. He got over the wall with the box. She vaulted it lightly. In the darkness he caught the low, steady throbbing of his engine, and presently distinguished the car standing where he had left it. "Get in," he said briefly. "I'm not a thief. Are you going to lay that charge against me?" "I don't know. Is it worse than charging you with 3 separate attempts to murder me?" "Are you going to take me to jail?" "I'll see. You'll go as far as Orangeville with me anyhow." "I don't care to go." "I don't care. Whether you want to go or not, get in the car." She climbed to the seat beside the wheel. He tossed in the olive-wood box, turned on his lamps, and took the wheel. "May I have a match for my cigarette?" she asked meekly. He found one, scratched it. She placed a very thick and long cigarette between her lips, and he lighted it for her. Just as he threw the clutch and the car started, the girl blew a shower of sparks from the end of her cigarette, rose in her seat, and flung the lighted cigarette high into the air. Instantly it burst into a flare of crimson fire, hanging aloft as though it were a fire balloon, and lighting up road and creek and bushes and fields with a brilliant strontium glare. Then far in the night he heard a motor horn screech 3 times. "You young devil," he said, increasing the speed. "I ought to have remembered that every snake has its mate. If you offer to touch me, if you move, if you as much as lift a finger, I'll throw you into the creek." The car was flying now, reeling over the dirt road like a drunken thing. He hung grimly to the wheel, his strained gaze fixed on the shaft of light ahead, through which the road streamed like a torrent. A great wind roared in his ears. His cap was gone. The car hurled itself forward through an endless tunnel of darkness lined with silver. Presently he began to slow down. The furious wind died away. The streaking darkness sped by less swiftly. "Have you gone mad?" she cried in his ear. "You'll kill us both." "Wait," he shouted back. "I'll show you and your friends behind us what speed really is." The car was still slowing down as they passed over a wooden bridge, where a narrow road, partly washed out, turned to the left and ran along a hillside. Into this he steered. "Who is it chasing us?" he asked curiously, still incredulous that any embassy whatever was involved in this amazing affair. "Friends? More Turks?" She did not reply. He sat still, listening for a few moments, then hastily started his car down the hill. "Now," he said, "I'll show you what this car of mine really can do. Are you afraid?" She said between her teeth, "I'd be a fool if I were not. All I pray for is that you'll kill yourself too. We'll chance it together, my murderous little friend." The wind began to roar again as they rushed downward over a hill that seemed endless. She clung to her seat, and he hung to his wheel like grim death, and for one terrible instant she almost lost consciousness. Then the terrific pace slackened. The car, running swiftly, was now speeding over a macadam road, and Nealon laughed and cried in her ear, "Better light another of your hell's own cigarettes if you want your friends to follow us." Slowing, he drove one hand on the wheel. "Look up there," he said, pointing high at a dark hillside. "See their lights? They're on the worst road in the Gayfield Hills. We cut off 3 miles this way." Still driving with one hand, he looked at his watch, laughed contentedly, and turned to her with the sudden and almost friendly toleration born of success and a danger shared in common. "That was rather a reckless bit of driving," he admitted. "Were you frightened?" "Ask yourself how you'd feel with a fool at the wheel." "We're all fools at times," he retorted, laughing. "You were when you shot at me. Suppose I'd been seized with panic. I might have turned loose on you too." For a while she remained silent. Then she looked at him curiously. "Were you armed?" "I carry an automatic pistol in my portfolio pocket." She shrugged. "You were a fool to come into that house without carrying it in your hand. Where would you be now if I had done that? Dead, I suppose." she said carelessly. What are you going to do with me? He was in excellent humor with himself. Exhilaration and excitement still possessed him, keyed him up. Fancy, he said, a foreign embassy being mixed up in a plain case of grand larceny. Robbing with attempt to murder? My dear but bloodthirsty young lady, I can hardly comprehend it. She remained silent, looking straight in front of her. You know, he said, I'm rather glad you're not a common thief. You have lots of pluck. Plenty. You're as clever as a cobra. It isn't every poisonous snake that is clever, he added, laughing. What do you intend to do with me? She repeated coolly. I don't know. You're certainly an interesting companion. Maybe I'll take you to New York with me. You see, I'm beginning to like you. She was silent. He said, I never before met a real spy. I scarcely believe they existed in time of peace, except in novels. Really, I never imagined there were any spies working for embassies, except in Europe. You are, to me, such a rare specimen, he added gaily, that I rather dread parting with you. Won't you come to Paris with me? Does what you say amuse you? What you say does. Yes, I think I'll take you to New York anyway. And as we journey toward that great metropolis together, you shall tell me all about your delightful profession. You shall be a Scheherazade to me. Is it a bargain? She said in a pleasant, even voice. I might as well tell you now that what you've been stupid enough to do tonight is going to cost you your life. What? He exclaimed laughingly. More murder? Oh, Scheherazade, shame on your naughty, naughty behavior. Do you expect to reach Paris with those papers? I do, fair houri, I do. Rose of Stamboul. You never will. No? No. She sat staring ahead of her for a few moments, then turned on him with restrained impatience. Listen to me now. I don't know who you are. If you're employed by any government, you're a novice. Or an artist. Or a consummate artist, she admitted, looking at him uncertainly. I am an artist, he said. You have an excellent opinion of yourself. No, I'm telling the truth. My name is Neeland, James Neeland. I draw little pictures for a living. Nice little pictures for newspapers and magazines. His frankness evidently perplexed her. If that is so, she said, what interests you in the papers you took from me? Nothing at all, my dear young lady. I'm not interested in them, but friends of mine are. Who? He merely laughed at her. Are you an agent for any government? Not that I know of. She said very quietly, You make a terrible mistake to involve yourself in this affair. If you are not paid to do it, if you are not interested from patriotic motives, you had better keep aloof. But it's too late. I'm mixed up in it, whatever it may mean. Why not tell me, Scheherazade? His humorous badinage seemed only to make her more serious. Mr. Neeland, she said quietly, if you really are what you say you are, it is a dangerous and silly thing you have done tonight. Don't say that. Don't consider it so tragically. I'm enjoying it all immensely. Do you consider it a comedy when a woman tries to kill you? Maybe you are fond of murder, gentle lady. Your sense of humor seems a trifle perverted. I am more serious than I ever was in my life, and I tell you very solemnly that you'll be killed if you try to take those papers to Paris. Listen. She laid one hand lightly on his arm. Why should you involve yourself, you, an American? This matter is no concern of yours. What matter? The matter concerning those papers. I tell you, it does not concern you. It is none of your business. Let me be frank with you. Those papers are of importance to a foreign government, to the German government, And in no way do they threaten your people or your country's welfare. Why, then, do you interfere? Why do you use violence toward an agent of a foreign and friendly government? Why does a foreign and friendly government employ spies in a friendly country? All governments do. Is that so? It is. America swarms with British and French agents. How do you know? It is my business to know, Mr. Neeland. Then that is your profession? You really are a spy? Yes. And you pursue this ennobling profession with an enthusiasm which does not stop short of murder? I had no choice. Hadn't you? Your business seems to be rather a deadly one, doesn't it, Scheherazade? Yes, it might become so, Mr. Neeland. I have no personal feeling of anger for you. You offered me violence. You behaved brutally, indecently. But I want you to understand that no petty personal feeling incites me. The wrong you have done me is nothing. The injury you threaten to do my country is very grave. I ask you to believe that I speak the truth. It is in the service of my country that I have acted. Nothing matters to me except my country's welfare. Individuals are nothing. The fatherland is everything. Will you give me back my papers? No, I shall return them to their owner. Is that final? It is. I am sorry, she said. A moment later, the lights of Orangeville came into distant view across the dark and rolling country. End of chapter 15.
Chapter 16 of The Dark Star. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Dark Star by Robert W. Chambers. Scheherazade. At the Orangeville garage, Neeland stopped his car, put on his straw hat, got out carrying suitcase and box, entered the office, and turned over the care of the machine to an employee with orders to drive it back to Neeland's mills the next morning. Then he leisurely returned to his prisoner, who had given him her name as Ilse Dumont, and who was standing on the sidewalk beside the car. "Well, Scheherazade," he said, smiling, "teller of marvelous tales. I don't quite believe your stories, but they were extremely entertaining. So I won't bowstring you or cut off your unusually attractive head. No, on the contrary, I thank you for your wonder tales and for not murdering me. And furthermore, I bestow upon you your liberty. Have you sufficient cash to take you where you desire to waft yourself?" All the time her dark, unsmiling eyes remained fixed on him, calmly unresponsive to his badinage. "I'm sorry I had to be rough with you, Scheherazade," he continued, "but when a young lady sews her clothes full of papers which don't belong to her, what, I ask you, is a modest young man to do?" She said nothing. "It becomes necessary for that modest young man to can his modesty and the young ladies. Is there anything else he could do?" he repeated gaily. "He had better return those papers," she replied in a low voice. "I'm sorry, Scheherazade, but it isn't done in ultra-crooked circles. Are you sure you have enough money to go where destiny and booty call you?" "I have what I require," she answered dryly. "Then goodbye, pearl of the harem. Without rancor, I offer you the hand that reluctantly chastened you." They remained facing each other in silence for a moment. His expression was mischievously amused, hers inscrutable. Then, as he patiently and good-humoredly continued to offer her his hand, very slowly she laid her own in it, still looking him directly in the eyes. "I'm sorry," she said in a low voice. "For what? For not shooting me?" "I'm sorry for you, Mr. Neeland. You're only a boy, after all. You know nothing, and you refuse to learn. I'm sorry. Goodbye." "Could I take you anywhere?" To the Hotel Orange. I've time. The station is across the street. No, she said. She walked leisurely along the poorly lighted street and turned the first corner as though at hazard. The next moment, her trim and graceful figure had disappeared. With his heart still gay from the night's excitement, and the drop of Irish blood in him lively as champagne, he crossed the square briskly, entered the stuffy station, bought a ticket, and went out to the wooden platform beside the rails. Placing box and suitcase side by side, he seated himself upon them and lighted a cigarette. Here was an adventure. Whether or not he understood it, here certainly was a real storybook adventure at last, and he began to entertain a little more respect for those writers of romance who have so persistently attempted to convince an incredulous world that adventures are to be had anywhere, at any time, for the mere effort entailed in seeking them. In his case, however, he had not sought adventure, it had been thrust upon him by cable. And now the drop of Irish in him gratefully responded. He was much obliged to fate for his evening's entertainment. He modestly ventured to hope for favors to come. And, considering the coolly veiled threats of this young woman whom he had treated with scant ceremony, he had some reason to expect a sequel to the night's adventure. She, he thought to himself, had nothing on Godiva except a piano cover. Recollection of the absurd situation incited his reprehensible merriment to the point of unrestrained laughter, and he clasped his knees and rocked to and fro where he sat on his suitcase all alone under the stars. The midnight express was usually from 5 to 40 minutes late at Orangeville, but from there east it made up time on the downgrade to Albany. And now, as he sat watching, far away along the riverside, a star came gliding into view around an unseen curve, the headlight of a distant locomotive. A few moments later, he was in his drawing room, seated on the edge of the couch, his door locked, the shade over the window looking on the corridor drawn down as far as it would go, and the train rushing through the starry night on the downgrade toward Albany. He could not screen the corridor window entirely. The shades seemed to be too short. But it was late, the corridor dark, all the curtains in the car closed tightly over the berths, and his privacy was not likely to be disturbed. And when the conductor had taken both tickets and the porter had brought him a bottle of mineral water and gone away, he settled down with great content. Neeland was in excellent humor. He had not the slightest inclination to sleep. He sat on the side of his bed, smoking, the olive wood box lying open beside him and its curious contents revealed. But now, as he carefully examined the papers, photographs, and drawings, he began to take the affair a little more seriously, and the possibility of further trouble raised his already high spirits and caused that little drop of Irish blood to sing agreeably in his veins. Dipping into Herr Vilner's diary added a fillip to the increasing fascination that was possessing him. Well, I'm damned, he thought, if it doesn't really look as though the plans of these Turkish forts might be important. I'm not very much astonished that the Kaiser and the Sultan desire to keep for themselves the secrets of these fortifications. They really belong to them, too. They were drawn and planned by a German. He shrugged. A rotten alliance, he muttered, and picked up a bronze Chinese figure to examine it. So you're the yellow devil I've heard about, he said. Well, you certainly are a pippin. Inspecting him with careless curiosity, he turned the bronze over and over between his hands, noticing a slight rattling sound that seemed to come from within, but discovering no reason for it. And, as he curiously considered the scowling demon, he hummed an old song of his father's under his breath. One balmy day in May, the old Nick come to the door. Says I, the devil's to pay, and the debt comes hard on the poor. His eyes they shone like fire, and he gave a horrid groan. Says I to me sister Sook, Sook, tell him I ain't at home. He stood forninst the door, his wings were wings of a bat, and he raised his voice to a roar, and the tail of him switched like a cat. A word of the day, says I, O chon I'll no more roan. Says I to me brother Luke, Luke, tell him I ain't at home. As he laid the bronze figure away and closed, locked, and strapped the olive wood box, an odd sensation crept over him as though somebody were overlooking what he was doing. Of course, it could not be true, but so sudden and so vivid was the impression that he rose, opened the door, and glanced into the private washroom, even poked under the bed and the opposite sofa, and of course discovered that only a living skeleton could lie concealed in such spaces. His courage, except moral courage, had never been particularly tested. He was naturally quite fearless, even carelessly so, and whether it was the courage of ignorance or a constitutional inability to be afraid never bothered his mind, because he never thought about it. Now, amused at his unusual fit of caution, he stretched himself out on his bed, still dressed, debating in his mind whether he should undress and try to sleep, or whether it were really worthwhile before he boarded the steamer. And as he lay there, a cigarette between his lips, wakeful, his restless gaze wandering, he suddenly caught a glimpse of something moving, a human face pressed to the dark glass of the corridor window between the partly lowered shade and the cherry wood sill. So amazed was he that the face had disappeared before he realized that it resembled the face of Ilse Dumont. The next instant he was on his feet and opening the door of the drawing-room, but the corridor between the curtained berths was empty and dark and still. Not a curtain fluttered. He did not care to leave his doorway either, with the box lying there in his bed. He stood with one hand on the knob, listening, peering into the dusk, still excited by the surprise of seeing her on the same train that he had taken. However, on reflection, he quite understood that she could have had no difficulty in boarding the midnight train for New York without being noticed by him, because he was not expecting her to do such a thing, and he had paid no attention to the group of passengers emerging from the waiting room when the express rolled in. This is rather funny, he thought. I wish I could find her. I wish she'd be friendly enough to pay me a visit. Scheherazade is certainly an entertaining girl, and it's several hours to New York. He lingered a while longer, but seeing and hearing nothing except darkness and assorted snores, he stepped into his stateroom and locked the door again. Sleep was now impossible. The idea of Scheherazade prowling in the dark corridor outside amused him intensely and aroused every atom of his curiosity. Did the girl really expect an opportunity to steal the box? Or was she keeping a sinister eye on him with a view to summoning accomplices from vasty metropolitan deeps as soon as the train arrived? Or, having failed at Brookhollow, was she merely going back to town to report progress backward? He finished his mineral water and, still feeling thirsty, rang on the chance that the porter might still be awake and obliging. Something about the entire affair was beginning to strike him as intensely funny, and the idea of foreign spies slinking about Brookhollow, the seriousness with which this young girl took herself and her mission, her amateur attempts at murder, her solemn mention of the Turkish embassy, all these excited his sense of the humorous. And again incredulity crept in, and presently he found himself humming Irwin's immortal Kaiser refrain. High lee, high low, der winds de blow, just like die Wacht am Rhein. Und what is mine belongs to me, and what is yours is mine. There came a knock at his door. He rose and opened it, supposing it to be the porter, and was seized in the powerful grasp of two men and jerked into the dark corridor. One of them had closed his mouth with a gloved hand, crushing him with an iron grip around the neck. The other caught his legs and lifted him bodily, and as they slung him between them, his startled eyes caught sight of Ilse Dumont entering his drawing-room. It was a silent, fierce struggle through the corridor to the front platform of the vestibule train. It took both men to hold, overpower, and completely master him, but they tried to do this and, at the same time, lift the trap that discloses the car steps, and could not manage it. The instant Neeland realized what they were trying to do, he divined their shocking intention in regard to himself, and the struggle became terrible there in the swaying vestibule. Twice he nearly got at the automatic pistol in his breast pocket, but he could not quite grasp it. They slammed him and thrashed him around between them, apparently determined to open the trap, fling him from the train, and let him take his chances with the wheels. Then, of a sudden, came a change in the fortunes of war. They were trying to drag him over the chain sagging between the forward mail car and the Pullman when one of them caught his foot on it and stumbled backward, releasing Nealon's right arm. In the same instant, he drove his fist into the face of his other assailant so hard that the man's head jerked backward as though his neck were broken, and he fell flat on his back. Already the train was slowing down for the single stop between Albany and New York, Hudson. Nealon got out his pistol and pointed it shakily at the man who had fallen backward over the chain. "Jump," he panted. "Jump, quick!" The man needed no other warning. He opened the trap, scrambled, and wriggled down the mail car steps and was off the train like a snake from a sack. The other man, bloody and ghastly white, crept under the chain after his companion. He was a well-built, good-looking man of 40, with blue eyes and a golden beard all over blood. He seemed sick from the terrific blow dealt him, but as the train had almost stopped, Nealon pushed him off with the flat of his foot. Drenched in perspiration, disheveled, bruised, he slammed both traps and ran back into the dark corridor and met Ilse Dumont coming out of his stateroom carrying the olive wood box. His appearance appeared to stupefy her. He took the box from her without resistance and, pushing her back into the stateroom, locked the door. Then, still savagely excited and the hot blood of battle still seething in his veins, he stood staring wickedly into her dazed eyes, the automatic pistol hanging from his right fist. But after a few moments, something in her naive astonishment, her amazement to see him alive and standing there before her, appealed to him as intensely ludicrous, and he dropped on the edge of the bed and burst into laughter uncontrolled. "Scheherazade, oh, Scheherazade," he said, weak with laughter, "if you could only see your face, if you could only see it, my dear child, it's too funny to be true. It's too funny to be a real face. Oh, dear, I'll die if I laugh any more. You'll assassinate me with your face." She seated herself on the lounge opposite, still gazing blankly at him in his uncontrollable mirth. After a while, he put back the automatic into his breast pocket, took off coat and waistcoat without paying the slightest heed to her or to convention, opened his own suitcase, selected a fresh shirt, tie, and collar, and taking with him his coat and the olive wood box, went into the little washroom. He scarcely expected to find her there when he emerged, cooled and refreshed, but she was still there, seated as he had left her on the lounge. "I wanted to ask you," she said in a low voice. "Did you kill them?" "Not at all, Scheherazade," he replied gaily. "The Irish don't kill. They beat up their friends, that's all. Fist and blackthorn, my pretty lass, but nix for the knife and gun." "How did you do it?" "Well, I got tired having a ham-fisted Dutchman pawing me and closing my mouth with his big splay fingers. So I asked him to slide overboard and shoved his friend after him." "Did you shoot them?" "No, I tell you," he said disgustedly. "I hadn't a chance in hot blood, and I couldn't do it in cold. No, Scheherazade, I didn't shoot. I pulled a gun for dramatic effect, that's all." After a silence, she asked him in a low voice what he intended to do with her. "Do? Nothing. Chat affably with you until we reach town, if you don't mind. Nothing more violent than that, Scheherazade." The girl, sitting sideways on the sofa, leaned her head against the velvet corner as though very tired. Her small hands lay in her lap listlessly, palms upturned. "Are you really tired?" he asked. "Yes, a little." He took the 2 pillows from his bed and placed them on the sofa. "You may lie down if you like, Scheherazade. Won't you need them?" "Sunburst of my soul, if I pillow my head on anything while you are in the vicinity, it will be on that olive wood box." For the first time, the faintest trace of a smile touched her lips. She turned, settled the pillows to her liking, and stretched out her supple figure on the sofa with a slight sigh. "Shall I talk to you, Scheherazade, or let you snuggle into the chaste arms of Morpheus?" I can't sleep. Is it a talk fest, then? I am listening. Were the two recent gentlemen who so rudely pounced upon me the same gentlemen who so cheerfully chased me in an automobile when you made red fire? Yes. I was betting on it. Nice-looking man, the one with the classical map and the golden frick. She said nothing. Scheherazade, he continued with smiling malice, do you realize that you are both ornamental and young? Why so young and murderous, fair Houri? Why delight in manslaughter in any degree? Why cultivate assault and battery? Why swipe the property of others? She closed her eyes on the pillow, but, as he remained silent, presently opened them again. I asked them not to hurt you, she said irrelevantly. Who? Oh, your strenuous friends with the footpad technique. Well, they obeyed you unwillingly. Did they hurt you? Oh, no, but the car wheels might have. The car wheels? Yes, they were all for dumping me down the steps of the vestibule. But I've got a nasty disposition, Scheherazade, and I kicked and bit and screamed so lustily that I disgusted them, and they simply left the train and concluded to cut my acquaintance. It was evident that his good-humored mockery perplexed her. Once or twice the shadow of a smile passed over her dark eyes, but they remained uncertain and watchful. You really were astonished to see me alive again, weren't you? He asked. I was surprised to see you, of course. Alive? I told you that I asked them not to really hurt you. Do you suppose I believe that after your pistol practice on me? It is true, she replied, her eyes resting on him. You wish to reserve me for more pistol practice? I have no enmity for you. Oh, Scheherazade, he protested, laughing. You are wrong, Mr. Neeland. After what I did to you? To his surprise, a bright blush spread over her face where it lay framed by the pillows. She turned her head abruptly and lay without speaking. He sat thinking for a few minutes, then leaning forward from where he sat on the bed's edge. After a man's been shot at and further intimidated with a large, unpleasantly rusty Kurdish dagger, he is likely to proceed without ceremony. All the same, I am sorry I had to humiliate you, Scheherazade. She lay silent, unstirring. A girl would never forgive that, I know, he said. So I shall look for a short shrift from you if your opportunity ever comes. The girl appeared to be asleep. He stood up and looked down at her. The color had faded from the one cheek visible. For a while he listened to her quiet breathing. Then, the imp of perversity seizing him, and intensely diverted by the situation, he bent over her, touched her cheek with his lips, put on his hat, took box and suitcase, and went out to spend the remaining hour or two in the smoking room, leaving her to sleep in peace. But no sooner had he closed the door on her than the girl sat straight up on the sofa, her face surging in color, and her eyes brilliant with starting tears. When the train arrived at the Grand Central Station in the gray of a July morning, Neeland, finding the stateroom empty, lingered to watch for her among the departing passengers. But he lingered in vain, and presently a taxicab took him and his box to the Cunard docks and deposited him there. And an hour later he was in his cabin on board that vast ensemble of machinery and luxury, the Cunarder Volhynia, outward bound and headed straight at the dazzling disk of the rising sun. And thought of Scheherazade faded from his mind as a tale that is told. End of chapter 16. Read by Kate Adams, New York, New York, June 18th, 2023.
Chapter 17 of The Dark Star. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by J.L. Walden. The Dark Star by Robert W. Chambers. A White Skirt. It was in mid-ocean that Neeland finally came to the conclusion that nobody on board the Volhynia was likely to bother him or his box. The July weather had been magnificent. Blue skies, a gentle wind, and a sea scarcely silvered by a comber. Assorted denizens of the Atlantic took part in the traditional vaudeville performance for the benefit of the Volnia passengers. Gulls followed the wake to mid-ocean. Mother Carey's chickens skimmed the baby billows. Dolphins turned watery flip-flaps under the bows, and even a distant whale consented to oblige. Everybody pervaded the decks, morning, noon, and evening. The most squeamish recovered confidence in 24 hours, and every constitutional lubber concluded he was a born sailor. Neelan really was one. No nausea born from the bad adjustment of that anatomical auricular gyroscope recently discovered in man ever disturbed his abdominal nerves. Short of shipwreck, he enjoyed any entertainment the Atlantic offered him. So he was always on deck, tranquilly happy and with nothing in the world to disturb him except his responsibility for the olive wood box. He dared not leave it in his locked cabin. He dared not entrust it to anybody. He lugged it about with him wherever he went. On deck, it stood beside his steamer chair. It dangled from his hand when he promenaded, exciting the amazement and curiosity of others. It reposed on the floor under the table and beneath his attentive feet when he was at meals. These elaborate precautions indicated his wholesome respect for the persistence of Scheherazade and her friends. He was forever scanning his fellow voyagers at table, in the smoking room, and as they strolled to and fro in front of his steamer chair, trying to make up his mind concerning them. But Neeland, a clever observer of externals, was no reader of character. The passenger list never seemed to confirm any conclusions he arrived at concerning any of the passengers on the Volenia. A gentleman he mistook for an overfed broker turned out to be a popular clergyman with outdoor proclivities. A slim, poetic-looking youth who carried a copy of Words and Wind about the deck traveled for the Goldleaf Lard Company. Taking them all in all, Neelan concluded that they were as harmless a collection of reconcentrados as he had ever observed. And he was strongly tempted to leave the box in his locked stateroom. He decided to do so one afternoon after luncheon, and lugging his box, started to return to his stateroom with that intention, instead of going on deck, as usual, for a postprandial cigarette. There was nobody in the main corridor as he passed, but in the short carpeted passage leading to his stateroom, he caught a glimpse of a white serge skirt vanishing into the stateroom opposite to his, and heard the door close and the noise of a key turned quickly. His steward, being questioned on the first day out, had told him that the stateroom was occupied by an invalid gentleman traveling alone, who preferred to remain there instead of trusting to his crutches on a temperamental deck. Neelan, passing the closed and curtained door, wondered whether the invalid had made a hit or whether he had a relative aboard who wore a white serge skirt, white stockings and shoes, and was further endowed with agreeable ankles. He fitted his key to his door, turned it, withdrew the key to pocket it, and immediately became aware that the end of the key was sticky. He entered the stateroom, however, and bolted the door. Then he sat down on his sofa and examined his fingers and his door key attentively. There was wax sticking to both. When he had fully digested this fact, he wiped and pocketed his key and cast a rather vacant look around the little stateroom. And immediately his eye was arrested by a white object lying on the carpet between the bed and the sofa. A woman's handkerchief, without crest or initials but faintly scented. After he became tired of alternately examining it and sniffing it, he put it in his pocket and began an uneasy tour of his room.
If it had been entered and ransacked, everything had been replaced exactly as he had left it, as well as he could remember. Nothing, excepting this handkerchief, and the wax on the key indicated intrusion. Nothing, apparently, had been disturbed. And yet, there was the handkerchief, and there was the wax on the end of his door key. "Here's a fine business," he muttered to himself and rang for his steward. The man came, a cockney, dense as his native fog, who maintained that nobody could have entered the stateroom without his knowledge or the knowledge of the stewardess. "Do you think she's been in my cabin?" "No, sir." "Call her." The stewardess, an alert, intelligent little woman with a trace of West Indian blood in her, denied entering his stateroom. Shown the handkerchief, and invited to sniff it, she professed utter ignorance concerning it, assured him that no lady in her section used that perfume, and offered to show it to the stewardesses of other sections on the chance of their identifying the perfume or the handkerchief. "All right," said Neeland. "Take it, but bring it back, and here's a sovereign. And one thing more. If anybody pays you to deceive me, come to me, and I'll outbid them. Is that a bargain?" "Yes, sir," she said unblushingly. When she had gone away with the handkerchief, Neeland closed the door again and said to the steward, "Keep an eye on my door. I am positive that somebody has taken a wax impression of the keyhole. What I said to that stewardess also holds good with you. I'll outbid anybody who bribes you." "Very good, sir." "Sure it's good. It's devilish good. Here's a beautiful and newly minted gold sovereign. Isn't it artistic? It's yours, steward." "Thank ye, sir." "Not at all. And by the way, what's that invalid gentleman's name?" "Hawks, sir." "Hawks?" "Yes, sir. Mr. Herbert Hawks." "American?" "I don't know, sir." "British?" "Shall I inquire, sir?" Starting to go. "Not of him. Don't be a lunatic, steward. Please try to understand that I want nothing said about this matter or about my inquiries." "Yes, sir." "Very well, then. Find out, if you can, who Mr. Herbert Hawks is. Find out all you can concerning him. It's easy money, isn't it?" "Oh, yes, sir." "Wait a moment. Has he any friends or relatives on board?" "Not that I know, sir." "Oh, no friends, eh? No ladies who wear white serge skirts and white shoes and stockings?" "No, sir. Not as I knows of." "Oh. Suppose you step across to his door, knock, and ask him if he rang. And if the door is open, take a quick slant at the room." "Very good, sir." Neeland, his door at the crack, watched the steward cross the corridor and knock at the door of Mr. Herbert Hawks. "Well, what is it?" came a heavy voice from within. "Mr. Hawks, sir, did you ring?" "No, I did not." "Oh, beg pardon, sir." The steward was starting to return to Neeland, but that young man motioned him violently away from his door and closed it. Then, listening, his ear against the panel, he presently heard a door in the passage creak open a little way, then close again stealthily. He possessed his soul in patience, believing that Mr. Hawks or his fair friend in the white skirt had merely taken a preliminary survey of the passage, and perhaps also of his closed door. But the vigil was vain. The door did not reopen. No sound came from the stateroom across the passageway. To make certain that the owner of the white shoes and stockings did not leave that stateroom without his knowledge, he opened his door with many precautions and left it on the crack, stretching a rubber band from knob to bolt so that the wind from the open port in the passage should not blow it shut. Then, drawing his curtain, he sat down to wait. He had a book, one of those slobbering American novels which serve up falsehood thickly buttered with righteousness and are consumed by the morally sterilized. And as he smoked, he read. And as he read, he listened. One eye always remained on duty. One ear was alert. He meant to see who was the owner of the white shoes if it took the remainder of the voyage to find out. The book aided him as a commonplace accompaniment aids a soloist, alternately boring and exasperating him. It was an uplift book, where the heroine receives whacks with patient smiles. Fate boots her from pillar to post, and she blesses fate and is much obliged. That most deadly reproach to degenerate human nature, the accidental fact of sex, had been so skillfully extirpated from those pages that, like chaste amoeba, the characters merely multiplied by immaculate subdivision, and millions of lineal descendants of the American dodo were made gleeful for $1.50 net. It was hard work waiting, harder work reading. But between the two and a cigarette now and then, Neelan managed to do his century go until dinner time approached and the corridors resounded with the trample of the hungry. The stewardess reappeared a little later and returned to him his handkerchief and the following information. Mr. Hawkes, it appeared, traveled with a trained nurse whose stateroom was on another deck. That nurse was not in her stateroom, but a similar handkerchief was, scented with similar perfume. "You're a wonder," said Neeland, placing some more sovereigns in her palm and closing her fingers over them. "What is the nurse's name?" "Miss White." "Very suitable name. Has she ever before visited Mr. Hawkes in his stateroom?" "Her stewardess says she has been indisposed since we left New York." "Hasn't been out of her cabin?" "No." "I see. Did you inquire what she looked like?" "Her stewardess couldn't be certain. The stateroom was kept dark, and the tray containing her meals was left at the bedside. Miss White smokes." "Yes," said Neelan reflectively. "She smokes red light cigarettes, I believe. Thank you very much. More sovereigns if you are discreet. And say to my steward that I'll dine in my stateroom. Soup, fish, meat, any old thing you can think of. Do you understand?" "Perfectly, sir." When she had withdrawn, he kneeled down on his sofa and looked out through the port at the sunset sea. There was a possibility that Scheherazade and her friends might be on board the Volhynia. Who else would be likely to take wax impressions of his keyhole and leave a scented scrap of a handkerchief on his stateroom floor? That they had kept themselves not only out of sight but off the passenger list merely corroborated suspicion. That's what they'd be likely to do. And now there was no question in his mind of leaving the box in his cabin. He'd cling to it like a good woman to alimony. Death alone could separate his box from him. As he knelt there, sniffing the salt perfume of the sea, his ears on duty detected the sound of a tray in the corridor. "Leave it on the camp table outside my door," he said over his shoulder. "Very good, sir." He was not hungry. He was thinking too hard. "Confound it," he thought to himself. "Am I to squat here in ambush for the rest of the trip?" The prospect was not agreeable for a man who loved the sea. All day and most of the starry night, the hurricane deck called to him. and his whole anatomy responded. And now, to sit hunched up here like a rat in the hold was not to his taste. Suppose he should continue to frequent the deck, carrying with him his box, of course. He might never discover who owned the white serge skirt, or who owned the voice which pronounced is as is. Meanwhile, it occurred to him that for a quarter of an hour or more, his dinner outside his door had been growing colder and colder. So he slid from the sofa, unstrapped the rubber band, opened the door, lifted table and tray into his stateroom with a sharp glance at the opposite door, and readjusting the rubber band, composed himself to eat. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of The Dark Star. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by J.L. Walden. The Dark Star by Robert W. Chambers. By radio. Perhaps it was because he did not feel particularly hungry that his dinner appeared unappetizing. Possibly because it had been standing in the corridor outside his door for 20 minutes, which did not add to its desirability. The sun had set, and the air in the room had grown cold. He felt chilly, and when he uncovered the silver tureen and discovered that the soup was still piping hot, he drank some of it to warm himself. He had swallowed about half a cupful before he discovered that the seasoning was not agreeable to his palate. In fact, the flavor of the hot broth was so decidedly unpleasant that he pushed aside the cup and sat down on the edge of his bunk without any further desire to eat anything. A glass of water from the carafe did not seem to rid him of the subtle, disagreeable taste lingering in his mouth. In fact, the water itself seemed to be tainted with it. He sat for a few moments fumbling for his cigarette case, feeling curiously uncomfortable, as though the slightest motion of the ship were affecting his head. As he sat there, looking at the unlighted cigarette in his hand, it fell to the carpet at his feet. He started to stoop for it, caught himself in time, pulled himself erect with an effort. Something was wrong with him, very wrong. Every uneven breath he drew seemed to fill his lungs with the odor of that strange and volatile flavor he had noticed. It was beginning to make him giddy. It seemed to affect his vision, too. Suddenly, a terrible comprehension flashed through his confused mind, clearing it for a moment. He tried to stand up and reach the electric bell. His knees seemed incapable of sustaining him. Sliding to the floor, he attempted to crawl toward the olive wood box, managed to get one arm around it, grip the handle. Then, with a last desperate effort, he groped in his breast pocket for the automatic pistol, freed it, tried to fire it, but the weapon and the unnerved hand that held it fell on the carpet. A muscular paralysis set in like the terrible rigidity of death. He could still see and hear as in a thickening dream. A moment later, from the corridor, a slim hand was inserted between the door and the jamb. The supple fingers became busy with the rubber band for a moment, released it. The door opened very slowly. For a few seconds, two dark eyes were visible between door and curtain, regarding intently the figure lying prone upon the floor. Then the curtain was twitched noiselessly aside, A young woman in the garb of a trained nurse stepped swiftly into the stateroom on tiptoe, followed by a big, good-looking, blue-eyed man wearing a square golden beard. The man, who carried with him a pair of crutches, but who did not appear to require their aid, hastily set the dinner tray and camp table outside in the corridor, then closed and bolted the door. Already the nurse was down on her knees beside the fallen man, trying to loosen his grasp on the box. Then her face blanched. "It's like the rigor of death itself," she whispered fearfully over her shoulder. "Could I have given him enough to kill him?"
"He took only half a cup and a swallow of water. No."
"I can't get his hand free."
"Wait, I try."
He pulled a big horn-handled clasp knife from his pocket and deliberately opened the 8-inch blade. "What are you doing?" she whispered, seizing his wrist. "Don't do that." The man with the golden beard hesitated, then shrugged, pocketed his knife, and seized Neelan's rigidly clenched hand.
"You are right. It makes too much muss."
Tugging savagely at the clenched and unconscious hand.
"Sacramentum! What for a death grip is this, curls? If I cut his hand off, so ease their blood and gossip right away already. No, too much muss. Wait, I try another way."
Neelan groaned. "Oh, don't, faltered the girl. "You're breaking his wrist."
"Ugh!"
grunted her companion.
"I try. I can it not accomplish. See once if the box opens."
"It is locked."
"Search this pig dog for the key."
She began a hurried search of Neelan's clothing, presently discovered her own handkerchief, thrust it into her apron pocket, and continued rummaging while the bearded man turned his attention to the automatic pistol. This he finally succeeded in disengaging, and he laid it on the wash basin. "Here are his keys," whispered the nurse feverishly, holding them up against the dim circle of evening sky framed by the open port. "You had better light the stateroom. I can't see. Hurry. I think he is beginning to recover." When the bearded man had switched on the electric light, he returned to kneel once more beside the inert body on the floor, and began to pull and haul and tug at the box in an attempt to insert the key in the lock. But the stiffened clutch of the drugged man made it impossible either to release the box or get at the keyhole.
"Ach, was? Verfluchter Schweinhund!"
He seized the rigid hand, and exerting all the strength of a brutally inflamed fury, fairly ripped loose the fingers.
"Also,"
he panted, seizing the stiffened body from the floor and lifting it.
"Hold you him by the long and Yankee legs once, and I push him out."
"Out of the port?"
"Gewiss. Otherwise he recovers to raise some hell."
"It is not necessary. How shall this man know?"
"You left your handkerchief. He is no fool. He makes a noise. No. It is safer. We push him overboard."
"I'll take the papers to Carl, and then I can remain in my stateroom."
"No. Lift his legs. I tell you. You want I hold them in my arms all day while you talk? You take his legs right away. Quick!"
He staggered a few paces forward with his unwieldy burden, and setting one knee on the sofa, attempted to force Neelan's head and shoulders through the open port. At the same moment, a rapid knocking sounded outside the stateroom door. "Quick!" breathed the nurse. "Throw him on his bed." The blue-eyed, golden-bearded man hesitated. Then, as the knocking sounded again, imperative, persistent, he staggered to the bed with his burden, laid it on the pillows, seized his crutches, rested on them, breathing heavily, and listening to the loud and rapid knocking outside the door. "We've got to open," she whispered. "Don't forget that we found him unconscious in the corridor." And she slid the bolt noiselessly, opened the stateroom door, and stepped outside the curtain into the corridor. The Cockney steward stood there with a messenger. "Wireless for Mr. Neeland," he began, but his speech failed and his jaw fell at the sight of the nurse in her cap and uniform. And when, on his crutches, the bearded man emerged from behind the curtain, the steward's eyes fairly protruded. "The young gentleman is ill," explained the nurse coolly. "Mr. Hawks heard him fall in the corridor and came out on his crutches to see what had happened. I chanced to be passing through the main corridor, fortunately. I'm doing what I can for the young gentleman." "Oh," said the steward, staring over her shoulder at the bearded man on crutches. "There is no need of calling the ship's doctor," said the man on crutches. "This young woman is a hospital nurse, and she is so polite and obliging to volunteer her service for the poor young gentleman." "Yes," she said carelessly. "I can remain here for an hour or two with him. He requires only a few simple remedies. I've already given him a sedative, and he is sleeping very nicely." Yes, it is not grave. Pooh, it is nothing. He slip and knock his head. Maybe too much champagne. He sleep, and by he feel better. It is not advisable to make a fuss, so we are not longer needed, steward. I return to my room." And nodding pleasantly, the bearded man hobbled out on his crutches and entered his own stateroom across the passage. "Steward," said the nurse pleasantly, "you may leave the wireless telegram with me. When Mr. Neeland wakes, I'll read it to him." "Give that telegram to me," burst out a ghostly voice from the curtained room behind her. Every atom of color left her face, and she stood there as though stiffened into marble. The steward stared at her. Still staring, he passed gingerly in front of her and entered the curtained room. Neeland was lying on his bed as white as death, but his eyes fluttered open in a dazed way. "Steward," he whispered. "Yes, sir, Mr. Neeland." "My box." His eyes closed. "Box, sir? Where is it?" "Which box, sir? Is it this one here on the floor?" Lifting the olive wood box in its case, the key was in the lock. The other keys hung from it, dangling on a steel ring. The nurse stepped calmly into the room. "Steward," she said in her low, pleasant voice, "the sedative I gave him has probably confused his mind a little." "Put that box under my head," interrupted Neeland's voice like a groan. "I tell you," whispered the nurse, "he doesn't know what he is saying." "I got to obey him, ma'am." "I forbid you." "Steward," gasped Neeland. "Sir?" "My box. I want it." "Certainly, sir." "Here, beside my pillow." "Yes, sir." He laid the box beside the sick man. "Is it locked, steward?" "Key sticking in it, sir. Yes, it's locked, sir." open. The nurse, calm, pale, tight-lipped, stood by the curtain, looking at the bed over which the steward leaned, opening the box. "Here you are, sir," he said, lifting the cover. "I say, nurse, give him a lift, won't ye?" The nurse coolly stepped to the bedside, stooped, raised the head and shoulders of the prostrate man. After a moment, his eyes unclosed. He looked at the contents of the box with a perceptible effort. "Lock it, steward. Place it beside me, next the wall. So place the keys in my pocket. Thank you. I had a pistol." "Sir?" "A pistol. Where is it?" The steward's roving glance fell finally upon the wash basin. He walked over, picked up the automatic, and, with an indescribable glance at the nurse, laid it across Neelan's upturned palm. The young man's fingers fumbled it, closed over the handle, and a ghost of a smile touched his ashen face. "Do you feel better, sir?" "I'm tired. Yes, I feel better." "Can I do anything for you, Mr. Neelan?" "Stay outside my door." "Do you wish the doctor, sir?" No. Don't call him, do you hear?" "I won't call him, sir." "No, don't call him." "No, sir. Mr. Neelan, there's a trained nurse here. You will not want her, will you, sir?" Again, the shadow of a smile crept over Neelan's face. "Did she come for her handkerchief?" There was a silence. The steward looked steadily at the nurse. The nurse's dark eyes were fixed on the man lying there before her. "You shan't be wanting her any more, shall you, sir?" repeated the steward, not shifting his gaze. "Yes, I think I shall want her, for a little while." Neelan slowly opened his eyes, smiled up at the motionless nurse. "How are you, Scheherazade?" he said weakly, and to the steward with an effort. "Miss White and I are old friends. However, kindly remain outside my door, and throw what remains of my dinner out of the port, and be ready at all times to look after the gentleman on crutches. I'm fond of him. Thank you, steward." Long after the steward had closed the stateroom door, Ilsa Dumont stood beside Neelan's bed without stirring. Once or twice he opened his eyes and looked at her humorously. After a while he said, "Please be seated, Scheherazade." She calmly seated herself on the edge of his couch. "Horrid soup," he murmured. "You should attend a cooking school, my dear." She regarded him absently, as though other matters absorbed her. "Yes," he repeated. "As a cook, you're a failure, Scheherazade. That broth which you seasoned for me has done funny things to my eyes, too. But they're recovering. I see much better already. My vision is becoming sufficiently clear to observe how pretty you are in your nurse's cap and apron." A slow color came into her face, and he saw her eyebrows bend inward as though she were annoyed. "You are pretty, Scheherazade," he repeated. "You know you are, don't you? But you're a poor cook and a rotten shot. You can't be perfection, you know. Cheer up. She ignored the suggestion, her dark eyes brooding and remote again, and he lay watching her with placid interest in which no rancor remained. He was feeling decidedly better every minute now. He lifted the automatic pistol and shoved it under his pillow, then cautiously flexed his fingers, his arms, and finally his knees with increasing pleasure and content. "Such dreadful soup," he said, "but I'm a lot better, thank you. Was it to have been murder this time, too, Scheherazade? Would the entire cupful have made a pretty angel of me? Oh, fie! Naughty Scheherazade!" She remained mute. "Didn't you mean manslaughter with intent to exterminate?" he insisted, watching her. Perhaps she was thinking of her blonde and bearded companion and the open port, for she made no reply. "Why didn't you let him heave me out?" inquired Neeland. "Why did you object?" At that she reddened to the roots of her hair, understanding that what she feared had been true, that Neeland, while physically helpless, had retained sufficient consciousness to be aware of what was happening to him and to understand at least a part of the conversation. "What was the stuff with which you flavored that soup, Scheherazade?" He was merely baiting her. He did not expect any reply, but to his surprise she answered him. "Verlanium. Speyer's solution is what I used," she said with a sort of listless effrontery. "Don't know it. Don't like it either. Prefer other condiments." He lifted himself on one elbow, remained propped so, tore open his wireless telegram, and after a while contrived to read it. "James Neeland, SS Volnia. Spies aboard. Be careful. If trouble threatens, Captain has instructions British government to protect you and order arrest on your complaint. Naya." With a smile that was almost a grin, Neeland handed the telegram to Ilse Dumont. "Scheherazade," he said, "you'll be a good little girl now, won't you? Because it would be a shocking thing for you and your friend across the way to land in England wearing funny bangles on your wrists and keeping step with each other, wouldn't it?" She continued to hold the slip of paper and stare at it long after she had finished reading it, and the words became a series of parallel blurs. "Scheherazade," he said lightly, "what on earth am I going to do with you?" "I suppose you will lodge a charge with the captain against me," she replied in even tones. "Why not? You deserve it, don't you? You and your humorous friend with the yellow beard." She looked at him with a vague smile. "What can you prove?" she said. "Perfectly true, dear child. Nothing. I don't want to prove anything either." She smiled incredulously. "It's quite true, Scheherazade. Otherwise I shouldn't have ordered my steward to throw the remains of my dinner out of the corridor porthole. No, dear child. I should have had it analyzed, had your stateroom searched for more of that elusive seasoning you used to flavor my dinner, had a further search made for a certain sort of handkerchief and perfume. Also, just imagine the delightful evidence which a thorough search of your papers might reveal." He laughed. "No, Scheherazade, I did not care to prove you anything resembling a menace to society, because, in the first place, I am absurdly grateful to you." Her face became expressionless under the slow flush mounting. "I'm not teasing you," he insisted. "What I say is true. I'm grateful to you for violently injecting romance into my perfectly commonplace existence. You have taken the book of my life and not only extra illustrated it with vivid and chromatic pictures, but you have unbound it, sewed into its prosaic pages several chapters ripped bodily from a penny dreadful. And you have then rebound the whole thing and pasted your own pretty picture on the cover. Come now, ought not a man to be grateful to any philanthropic girl who so gratuitously obliges him? Her face burned under his ridicule. Her clasped hands in her lap were twisted tight as though to maintain her self-control. What do you want of me? She asked between lips that scarcely moved. He laughed, sat up, stretched out both arms with a sigh of satisfaction. The color came back to his face. He dropped one leg over the bed's edge, and she stood erect and stepped aside for him to rise. No dizziness remained. He tried both feet on the floor, straightened himself, cast a gaily malicious glance at her, and slowly rose to his feet. Scheherazade, he said, isn't it funny? I ask you, did you ever hear of a would-be murderess and her escaped victim being on such cordial terms? Did you? He was going through a few calisthenics, gingerly but with increasing abandon while he spoke. I feel fine, thank you. I'm enjoying the situation extremely, too. It's a delightful paradox, this situation. It's absurd, it's enchanting, it's incredible. There's only one more thing that could make it perfectly impossible, and I'm going to do it. And he deliberately encircled her waist and kissed her. She turned white at that, and as he released her, laughing, took a step or two blindly toward the door, stood there with one hand against it as though supporting herself. After a few moments, and very slowly, she turned and looked at him. And that young man was scared for the first time since their encounter in the locked house in Brookhollow. Yet, in her face there was no anger, no menace, nothing he had ever before seen in any woman's face, nothing that he now comprehended. Only, for the moment, it seemed to him that something terrible was gazing at him out of this girl's fixed eyes, something that he did not recognize as part of her, another being hidden within her, staring out through her eyes at him. For heaven's sake, Scheherazade, he faltered. She opened the door, still watching him over her shoulder, shrank through it, and was gone. He stood for a full 5 minutes as though stupefied, then walked to the door and flung it open, and met a ship's officer face to face, already lifting his hand to knock for admittance. Mr. Neeland? He asked. Yes? Captain West's compliments, and he would be glad to see you in his cabin. Thank you. My compliments and thanks to Captain West, and I shall call on him immediately. They exchanged bows. The officer turned, hesitated, glanced at the steward who stood by the port. Did you bring a radio message to Mr. Neeland? Yes, sir. Yes, I received the message, said Neeland. The captain requests you to bring the message with you. With pleasure, said Neeland. So the officer went away down the corridor, and Neeland sat down on his bed, opened the box, went over carefully every item of its contents, relocked it with a grin of satisfaction, and, taking it with him, went off to pay a visit to the captain of the Volhynia. The bearded gentleman in the stateroom across the passage had been listening intently to the conversation with his ear flat against the keyhole. And now, without hesitating, He went to a satchel which stood on the sofa in his stateroom, opened it, took from it a large bundle of papers and a 10-pound iron scale weight. Attaching the weight to the papers by means of a heavy strand of copper wire, he mounted the sofa and hurled the weighted package into the Atlantic Ocean.
Big dogs of British,
he muttered in his golden beard. You may go and die for them when the day dawns. Then he filled and lighted a handsome porcelain pipe and puffed it with stolid satisfaction, leaving the pepper-box silver cover open. Der Tag, he muttered in his golden beard, and his clear eye swept the starlit ocean with the pensive and terrifying scrutiny of a waiting eagle. End of chapter 18.
Chapter 19 of The Dark Star. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Dark Star by Robert W. Chambers, the captain of the Volenia. The captain of the Volenia had just come from the bridge and was taking a bite of late supper in his cabin when the orderly announced Neeland. He rose at once, offering a friendly hand. Mr. Neeland, I'm very glad to see you. I know you by name and reputation already. There were some excellent pictures by you in the latest number of the midweek magazine. I'm so glad you liked them, Captain West. Yes, I did. There was a breeze in them, a gaiety, and such a fetching girl you drew for your heroine. You think so? It's rather interesting. I met a young girl once. She comes from upstate where I come from. There was a peculiar and rather subtle attraction about her face, so I altered the features of the study I was making from my model, and put in hers as I remembered them. She must be beautiful, Mr. Neeland. It hadn't struck me so until I drew her from memory. And there's more to the story. I never met her but twice in my life, the second time under exceedingly dramatic circumstances. And now I'm crossing the Atlantic at a day's notice to oblige her. It's an amusing story, isn't it? Mr. Neeland, I think it's going to be what you'd call a continued story. No. Oh, no. It ought to be, considering the elements, but it isn't. There's no further romance in it, Captain West. The captain's smile was pleasant, but skeptical. They seated themselves, Neeland declining an invitation to supper, and the captain asking his indulgence if he talked while eating. Mr. Neeland, he said, I'm going to talk rather frankly with you. I have had several messages by wireless today from British sources concerning you. Neeland, surprised, said nothing. Captain West finished his bite of supper. The steward removed the dishes and went out, closing the door. The captain glanced at the box which Neeland had set on the floor by his chair. May I ask, he said, why you brought your suitcase with you? It's valuable. The captain's keen eyes were on his. Why are you followed by spies? He asked. Neeland reddened. Yes, continued the captain of the Volenia. My government instructs me by wireless to offer you any aid and protection you may desire. I am informed that you carry papers of military importance to a certain foreign nation with which neither England nor France are on what might be called cordial terms. I am told it is likely that agents of this foreign country have followed you aboard my ship for the purpose of robbing you of these papers. Now, Mr. Neeland, what do you know about this business? Very little, said Neeland. Have you had any trouble? Oh, yes. The captain smiled. Evidently you have wriggled out of it, he said. Yes, wriggled is the literal word. Then you do not think that you require any protection from me? Perhaps I do. I've been a singularly innocent and lucky ass. It's merely chance that my papers have not been stolen, even before I started in the quest of them. Have you been troubled aboard my ship? Neeland waved his hand carelessly. Nothing to speak of, thank you. If you have any charges to make... Oh no. The captain regarded him intently. Let me tell you something, he said. Since we sailed, have you noticed the bulletins posted containing our wireless news? Yes, I've read them. Did they interest you? Yes. You mean that row between Austria and Serbia over the Archduke's murder? I mean exactly that, Mr. Neeland. And now I'm going to tell you something else. Tonight I had a radio message, which I shall not post on the bulletins for various reasons, but I shall tell you under the seal of confidence. I give you my word of honor, said Neeland quietly. I accept it, Mr. Neeland. And this is what has happened. Austria has decided on an ultimatum to Serbia, and probably will send it. They remained silent for a moment. Then the captain continued. Why should we deceive ourselves? This is the most serious thing that has happened since the Hohenzollern incident which brought about the Franco-Prussian War. Neeland nodded. You see, insisted the captain, suppose the humiliation is too severe for Serbia to endure. Suppose she refuses the Austrian terms. Suppose Austria mobilizes against her. What remains for Russia to do except to mobilize? And if Russia does that, what is going to happen in Germany? And then, instantly and automatically, what will follow in France? His mouth tightened grimly. England, he said, is the ally of France. Ask yourself, Mr. Neeland, what are the prospects of this deadly combination and deadlier situation? After a few moments, the young man looked up from his brown study. I'd like to ask you a question, perhaps not germane to the subject. May I? Ask it. Then, of what interest are Turkish forts to any of the various allied nations? To the Triple Entente or the Triple Alliance? Turkish fortifications? Yes, plans for them. The captain glanced instinctively at the box beside Neeland's chair, but his features remained incurious. Turkey is supposed to be the ally of Germany, he said. I've heard so. I know that the Turkish army is under German officers, but if war should happen, is it likely that this ramshackle nation, which was fought to a standstill by the Balkan Alliance only a few months ago, would be likely to take active sides? Mr. Neeland, it is not only likely, it is absolutely certain. You believe Germany would count on her? There is no doubt of it. Enver Pasha holds the country in his right hand. Enver Pasha is the Kaiser's jackal. But Turkey is a beaten, discredited nation. She has no modern guns. Her fleet is rusting in the Bosporus. The Dardanelles bristle with Krupp cannon, Mr. Neeland, manned by German gunners. Von der Goltz Pasha has made of a brave people a splendid army. As for ships, the ironclads and gunboats off Seraglio Point are rusting at anchor, as you say. But there are today enough German and Austrian armored ships within running distance of the Dardanelles to make for Turkey a powerful defensive squadron. Didn't you know any of these facts? No. Well, they are facts. You see, Mr. Neeland, we English sailors of the Merchant Marine are also part of the Naval Reserve, and we are supposed to know these things. Neeland was silent. Mr. Neeland, he said, in case of war between various powers of Europe, as aligned today, where do you imagine your sympathy would lie, and the sympathies of America? Both with France and England, said Neeland bluntly. You think so? Yes, I do. Unless they are the aggressors. The captain nodded. I feel rather that way myself. I feel very sure of the friendliness of your country. Because, of course, we, France and England, never would dream of attacking the Central Powers unless first assailed. He smiled, nodded toward the box on the floor. Don't you think, Mr. Neeland, that it might be safer to entrust that box, I mean, to the captain of the Royal Mail steamer, Volhynia? Yes, I do, said Neeland quietly. And about these spies, do you happen to entertain any particular suspicions concerning any of the passengers on my ship? Urged the captain. Indeed, I entertain lively suspicions and even a few certainties, replied the young fellow, laughing. You appear to enjoy the affair? I do. I've never had such a good time. I'm not going to spoil it by suggesting that you lock anybody up, either. I'm sorry you feel that way, said the captain seriously. But I do. They're friends of mine. They've given me the time of my life. A dirty trick I'd be serving myself as well as them if I came to you and preferred charges against them. The captain inspected him curiously for a few moments. Then, in a soft voice, By any chance, Mr. Neeland, have you any Irish blood in your veins? Yes, thank God, returned the young fellow, unable to control his laughter. And I'll bet there isn't a drop in you, Captain West. Not a drop, thank God. I'm sorry. I ask your pardon, Mr. Neeland, added the captain, very red in the face. But Neeland laughed so hard that after a moment the red died out of the captain's face, and a faint grin came into it. So they shook hands and said good night, and Neeland went away, leaving his box on the floor of the captain's cabin, as certain of its inviolability as he was of the Bank of England. End of Chapter 19. Read by Timothy Ossink, West Jordan, Utah, April 14th, 2023.
Chapter 20 of The Dark Star. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Lauren Fontaine. The Dark Star by Robert W. Chambers. Chapter 20. The Drop of Irish. The usual signs of land greeted Neeland when he rose early next morning and went out on deck for the first time without his olive wood box. First a few gulls, then puffins, terns, and other seafowl in increasing numbers. Weed floating, fishing smacks, trawlers tossing on the rougher coast waters. After breakfast, he noticed 2 British torpedo boat destroyers, one to starboard, the other on the port bow, apparently keeping pace with the Volnia. They were still there at noon, subjects of speculation among the passengers, and at tea time their number was increased to 5, the 3 new destroyers appearing suddenly out of nowhere, dead ahead, dashing forward through a lively sea under a swirling vortex of gulls. The curiosity of the passengers, always easily aroused, became more thoroughly stirred up by the bulletins posted late that afternoon, indicating that the tension between the several European chancelleries was becoming acute, and that emperors and kings were exchanging personal telegrams. There was all sorts of talk on deck and at the dinner table. Wild talk, speculative talk, imaginative discussions, logical and illogical. But, boiled down to its basic ingredients, the wildest imagination on board the Volnia admitted war to be an impossibility of modern times, and that, ultimately, diplomacy would settle what certainly appeared to be the ugliest international situation in 100 years. At the bottom of his heart, Neeland believed this too, wished for it when his higher and more educated spiritual self was flatly interrogated. And yet, in the everyday impulsive ego of James Neeland, the drop of Irish had begun to sing and seethe with the atavistic instinct for a row. War? He didn't know what it meant, of course. It made good poetry and interesting fiction. It rendered history amusing, made dry facts succulent. Preparations for war in Europe, which had been going on for 50 years, were most valuable, too, in contributing the brilliant hues of uniforms to an otherwise somber civilian world, and investing commonplace and sober cities with the omnipresent looming mystery of fortifications. To a painter, war seemed to be a dramatic and gorgeous affair. To a young man it appealed as all excitement appeals. The sportsman in him desired to witness a scrap.
His artist's imagination was aroused. The gambler in him speculated as to the outcome of such a war. And the seething, surging drop of Irish fizzed and purred and coaxed for a chance to edge sideways into any fight which God in his mercy might provide for a decent Gossan who had never yet had the pleasure of a broken head. Not, thought Neelan to himself, that I'll go trailing my coattails. I'll go about my own business, of course, but somebody may hit me a crack at that. He thought of Ilse Dumont, and of the man with the golden beard, realizing that he had had a wonderful time after all. Sorry in his heart that it was all over, and that the Volnia was due to let go her mudhooks in the Mercy about 3 o'clock the next morning. As he leaned on the deck rail in the soft July darkness, he could see the lights of the destroyers to port and starboard, see strings of jewel-like signals flash, twinkle, fade, and flash again. All around him along the deck, passengers were promenading, girls in evening gowns or in summer white, men in evening dress or reefed in blue as nautically as possible, old ladies toddling, swathed in veils, old gentlemen in dinner coats and sporting headgear. Every weird or conventional combination infested the decks of the Volnia. Now, for the first time during the voyage, Neelan felt free to lounge about where he listed, saunter wherever the whim of the moment directed his casual steps. The safety of the olive wood box was no longer on his mind, the handle no longer in his physical clutch. He was at liberty to stroll as carelessly as any boulevard flaneur, and he did so, scanning the passing throng for a glimpse of Ilse Dumont or of the golden-bearded one, but not seeing either of them. In fact, he had not laid eyes on them since he had supped not wisely, but too well, on the soup that Scheherazade had flavored for him. The stateroom door of the golden-bearded man had remained closed. His own little Cockney steward, who also looked out for Goldenbeard, reported that gentleman as requiring 5 meals a day, with beer in proportion, and the porcelain pipe steaming like Etna all day long. His little West Indian stewardess also reported the gossip from her friend on another corridor, which was, in effect, that Miss White, the trained nurse, took all meals in her room and had not been observed to leave that somewhat monotonous sanctuary. How many more of the band there might be, Neelan did not know. He remembered vaguely, while lying rigid under the grip of the drug, that he had heard Ilse Dumont's voice mention somebody called Carl. And he had an idea that this Carl might easily be the big ham-fisted German who had tried so earnestly to stifle him and throw him from the vestibule of the Midnight Express. However, it did not matter now. The box was safe in the captain's care. The Volnia would be lying at anchor off Liverpool before daylight. The whole exciting and romantic business was ended. With an unconscious sigh, not entirely of relief, Neelan opened his cigarette case, found it empty, turned, and went slowly below with the idea of refilling it. They were dancing somewhere on deck. The music of the ship's orchestra came to his ears. He paused a moment on the next deck to lean on the rail in the darkness and listen. Far beneath him, through sea as black as onyx, swept the reflections of the lighted ports, and he could hear the faint hiss of foam from the curling flow below. As he turned to resume his quest for cigarettes, he was startled to see directly in front of him the heavy figure of a man. So close to him, in fact, that Neelan instinctively threw up his arm, elbow out, to avoid contact. But the man, halting, merely lifted his hat, saying that in the dim light he had mistaken Neelan for a friend. And they passed each other on the almost deserted deck, saluting formally in the European fashion with lifted hats. His spirits a trifle subdued, but still tingling with the shock of discovering a stranger so close behind him where he had stood leaning over the ship's rail, Neelan continued on his way below. Probably the big man had made a mistake in good faith, but the man certainly had approached very silently, was almost at his very elbow when discovered, and Neelan remembered the light-shot depths over which, at that moment, he had been leaning, and he realized that it would have been very easy for a man as big as that to have flung him overboard before he had wit to realize what had been done to him. Neither could he forget the curious gleam in the stranger's eyes when a ray from a deck light fell across his shadowy face. Unusually small eyes, set a little too close together to inspire confidence. Nor had the man's slight accent escaped him. Not a Teutonic accent, he thought, but something fuller and softer. Something that originated east of Scutari, suggesting the Eurasian, perhaps. But Neelan's soberness was of volatile quality. Before he arrived at his stateroom, he had recovered his gaiety of spirit. He glanced ironically at the closed door of Golden Beard as he fitted his key into his own door. A lively lot, he thought to himself. What with Scheherazade, Golden Beard, and now Ali Baba. By jinx, he certainly did have an oriental voice. And he looked the part, too, with a beak for a nose and a black mustache a la Enver Pasha. Much diverted by his own waxing imagination, he turned on the light in his stateroom, filled the cigarette case, turned to go out, and saw on the carpet just inside his door a bit of white paper, folded cocked hat fashion and addressed to him. Picking it up and unfolding it, he read, "May I see you this evening at 11? My stateroom is 623. If there is anybody in the corridor, knock. If not, come in without knocking. I mean no harm to you. I give my word of honor. Please accept it for as much as your personal courage makes it worth to you. Its face value or nothing. Knowing you, I may say without flattery that I expect you. If I am disappointed, I still must bear witness to your courage and to a generosity not characteristic of your sex. You have had both power and provocation to make my voyage on this ship embarrassing. You have not done so, and self-restraint in a man is a very deadly weapon to use on a woman. I hope you will come. I desire to be generous on my part. Ask yourself whether you are able to believe this. You don't know women, Mr. Neeland. Your conclusion probably will be a wrong one. But I think you'll come, all the same. And you will be right in coming, whatever you believe. Ilse Dumont." It was a foregone conclusion that he would go. He knew it before he had half read the note, and when he finished it, he was certain. Amused, his curiosity excited, grateful that the adventure had not yet entirely ended, he lighted a cigarette and looked impatiently at his watch. It lacked half an hour of the appointed time, and his exhilaration was steadily increasing. He stuck the note into the frame of his mirror over the washstand with a vague idea that if anything happened to him, this would furnish a clue to his whereabouts. Then he thought of the steward, but although he had no reason to believe the girl who had written him, something within him made him ashamed to notify the steward as to where he was going. He ought to have done it. Common prudence, born of experience with Ilse Dumont, suggested it. And yet he could not bring himself to do it. And exactly why, he did not understand. One thing, however, he could do, and he did. He wrote a note to Captain West, giving the Paris address of the Princess Mischenka, and asked that the olive wood box be delivered to her in case any accident befell him. This note he dropped into the mailbox at the end of the main corridor as he went out. A few minutes later, he stood in an empty passageway outside a door numbered 623. He had a loaded automatic in his breast pocket, a cigarette between his fingers, and, on his agreeable features, a smile of anticipation. A smile in which amusement, incredulity, reckless humor, and a spice of malice were blended. The smile born of the drop of Irish sparkling like champagne in his singing veins. And he turned the knob of door number 623 and went in. She was reading, curled up on her sofa under the electric bulb, a cigarette in one hand, a box of bonbons beside her. She looked up leisurely as he entered, gave him a friendly nod, and, when he held out his hand, placed her own in it. With delighted gravity, he bent and saluted her fingertips with lips that twitched to control a smile. "Will you be seated, please?" she said gently. The softness of her agreeable voice struck him as he looked around for a seat, then directly at her, and saw that she meant him to find a seat on the lounge beside her. "Now indeed you are Scheherazade of the 1,001 Nights," he said gaily, "with your cigarette and your bonbons and cross-legged on your divan." "Did Scheherazade smoke cigarettes, Mr. Neeland?" "No," he admitted. "That is an anachronism, I suppose. Tell me, how are you, dear lady?" "Thank you, quite well." "And busy?" His lips struggled again to maintain their gravity. "Yes, I have been busy." "Cooking something up? I mean soup, of course," he added. She forced a smile, but reddened as though it were difficult for her to accustom herself to his half-jesting sarcasms. "So you've been busy," he resumed tormentingly, "but not with cooking lessons. Perhaps you've been practicing with your pretty little pistol. You know you really need a bit of small arms practice, Scheherazade." "Because I once missed you?" she inquired serenely. "Why, so you didn't you?" he exclaimed, delighted to goad her into replying. "Yes," she said, "I missed you. I needn't have. I am really a dead shot, Mr. Neeland." "Oh, Scheherazade," he protested. She shrugged. "I am not bragging. I could have killed you. I supposed it was necessary only to frighten you. It was my mistake, and a bad one." "My dear child," he expostulated, "you meant murder and you know it. Do you suppose I believe that you know how to shoot?" "But I do, Mr. Neeland," she returned with good-humored indifference. "My father was head Jäger to Count Gear von Sturmspitz, and I was already a dead shot with a rifle when we immigrated to Canada. And when he became an Athabasca trader, and I was only 12 years old, I could set a moose-hide shoelace swinging and cut it in two with a revolver at 30 yards. And I can drive a shingle nail at that distance, and drive the bullet that drove it, and the next, until my revolver is empty. You don't believe me, do you? You know that the beautiful Scheherazade was famous for her fantastic stories?" "Yes, I know that, Mr. Neeland. I'm sorry you don't believe I fired only to frighten you." "I'm sorry I don't," he admitted, laughing. "But I'll practice trying, and maybe I shall attain perfect credulity someday. Tell me," he added, "what have you been doing to amuse yourself?" "I've been amusing myself by wondering whether you would come here to see me tonight." "But your note said you were sure I'd come." "You have come, haven't you?" "Yes, Scheherazade, I'm here at your bidding, spirit and flesh. But I forgot to bring one thing." "What?" "The box which you have promised yourself." "Yes, the captain has it, I believe," she returned serenely. "Oh, Lord! Have you even found out that? I don't know whether I'm much flattered by this surveillance you and your friends maintain over me. I suppose you even know what I had for dinner. Do you?" "Yes." "Come, I'll call that bluff, dear lady. What did I have?" When she told him, carelessly and without humor, mentioning accurately every detail of his dinner, he lost his gaiety of countenance a little. "Oh, I say, you know," he protested, "that's going it a trifle too strong. Now why the devil should your people keep tabs on me to that extent?" She looked up directly into his eyes. "Mr. Neeland, I want to tell you why. I asked you here so that I may tell you. The people associated with me are absolutely pledged that neither the French nor the British government shall have access to the contents of your box. That is why nothing that you do escapes our scrutiny. We are determined to have the papers in that box, and we shall have them." "You have come to that determination too late," he began, but she stopped him with a slight gesture of protest. "Please don't interrupt me, Mr. Neeland." "I won't. Go on, dear lady." "Then I'm trying to tell you all I may. I am trying to tell you enough of the truth to make you reflect very seriously. This is no ordinary private matter, no vulgar attempt at robbery and crime as you think, or pretend to think. For you are very intelligent, Mr. Neeland, and you know that the contrary is true. This affair concerns the secret police, the embassies, the chancelleries, the rulers themselves of nations long since grouped into two formidable alliances radically hostile to one another. I don't think you have understood. Perhaps even yet you do not understand why the papers you carry are so important to certain governments. Why it is impossible that you be permitted to deliver them to the Princess Mischenka. Where did you ever hear of her? He demanded in astonishment. The girl smiled. Dear Mr. Neeland, I know the Princess Mischenka better, perhaps, than you do. Do you? Indeed I do. What do you know about her? Nothing at all, except that she is handsome, attractive, cultivated, amusing, and apparently wealthy. You know her as a traveler, a patroness of music and the fine arts, as a devotee of literature, as a graceful hostess, and an amiable friend who gives promising young artists letters of introduction to publishers who are in a position to offer them employment. That this girl should know so much about the Princess Mischenka and about his own relations with her amazed Neeland. He did not pretend to account for it. He did not try. He sat silent, serious, and surprised, looking into the pretty and almost smiling face of a girl who had apparently been responsible for 3 separate attempts to kill him, perhaps even a 4th attempt, and who now sat beside him talking in a soft and agreeable voice about matters concerning which he had never dreamed she had heard. For a few moments she sat silent, observing in his changing expression the effects of what she had said to him. Then, with a smile, Ask me whatever questions you desire to ask, Mr. Neeland. I shall do my best to answer them. Very well, he said bluntly. How do you happen to know so much about me? I know something about the friends of the Princess Mischenka. I have to. Did you know who I was there in the house at Brookhollow? No. When, then? When you yourself told me your name, I recognized it. I surprised you by interrupting you in Brookhollow? Yes. You expected no interruption? None. How did you happen to go there? Where did you ever hear of the olive wood box? I had advices by cable from abroad. Directions to go to Brookhollow and secure the box. Then somebody must be watching the Princess Mischenka. Of course, she said simply. Why, of course? Mr. Neeland, the Princess Mischenka and her youthful protégé, Miss Carew. What? The girl smiled wearily. Really, she said, you are such a boy to be mixed in with matters of this color. I think that's the reason you have defeated us. The trained fencer dreads a left-handed novice more than any classic master of the foils. And that is what you have done to us. Blundered, if you'll forgive me, into momentary victory. But such victories are only momentary, Mr. Neeland. Please believe it. Please try to understand, too, that this is no battle with masks and plastrons and nicely padded buttons. No, it is no comedy, but a grave and serious affair that must inevitably end in tragedy. For somebody. For me? He asked without smiling. She turned on him abruptly, and laid one hand lightly on his arm with a pretty gesture, at once warning, appealing, and protective. I asked you to come here, she said, because I want you to escape the tragedy. You want me to escape? Yes. Why? I am sorry for you. He said nothing. And I like you, Mr. Neeland. The avowal in the soft, prettily modulated voice lost none of its charm and surprise because the voice was a trifle tremulous, and the girl's face was tinted with a delicate color. I like to believe what you say, Scheherazade, he said pleasantly. Somehow or other I never did think you hated me personally, except once. She flushed, and he was silent, remembering her humiliation in the Brookhollow house. I don't know, she said in a colder tone, why I should feel at all friendly toward you, Mr. Neeland. except that you are personally courageous, and you have shown yourself generous under a severe temptation to be otherwise. As for any personal humiliation inflicted upon me," she looked down thoughtfully and pretended to sort out a bonbon to her taste, while the hot color cooled in her cheeks. "I know," he said. "I've also jeered at you, jested, nagged you, taunted you, kissed—" He checked himself, and he smiled and ostentatiously lighted a cigarette. "Well," he said, blowing a cloud of aromatic smoke toward the ceiling, "I believe that this is as strange a week as any man ever lived. It's like a storybook. Like one of your wonderful stories, Scheherazade. It doesn't seem real now that it has ended." "It is not ended," she interrupted in a low voice. He smiled. "You know," he said, "there's no use in trying to frighten such an idiot as I am." She lifted her troubled eyes. "That is what frightens me," she said. "I am afraid you don't know enough to be afraid." He laughed. "But I want you to be afraid. A really brave man knows what fear is. I want you to know." "What do you wish me to do, Scheherazade?" "Keep away from that box." "I can't do that." "Yes, you can. You can leave it in charge of the captain of this ship, and let him see that an attempt is made to deliver it to the Princess Mischenka." She was in deadly earnest. He saw that. And, in spite of himself, a slight thrill that was almost a chill passed over him, checked instantly by the hot wave of sheer exhilaration at the hint of actual danger. "Oh-ho!" he said gaily. "Then you and your friends are not yet finished with me?" "Yes, if you will consider your mission accomplished." "And leave the rest to the captain of the Volnia?" "Yes." "Scheherazade," he said, "did you suppose me to be a coward?" "No, you have done all that you can. A reserve officer of the British Navy has the box in his charge. Let him, protected by his government, send it toward its destination." In her even voice, the implied menace was the more sinister for her calmness. He looked at her, perplexed, and shook his head. "I ask you," she went on, "to keep out of this affair, to disassociate yourself from it. I ask it because you have been considerate and brave, and because I do not wish you harm." He turned toward her, leaning a little forward on the lounge. "No use," he said, smiling. "I'm in it till it ends." "Let it end, then," said a soft, thick voice directly behind him. And Neelan turned and found the man he had seen on deck standing beside him. One of his fat white hands held an automatic pistol, covering him. The other was carefully closing the door which he had noiselessly opened to admit him. "Carl!" exclaimed Ilse Dumont. "It is c'est faire that you do not stir either to interfere," he said, squinting for a second at her out of his eyes set too near together. "Carl!" she cried. "I asked him to come in order to persuade him. I gave him my word of honor." "Did you do so? Then all the better. I think we shall persuade him. Do not venture to move, young man. I shoot very willingly." And Neeland, looking at him along the blunt barrel of the automatic pistol, was inclined to believe him. His sensations were not agreeable. He managed to maintain a calm exterior, choke back the hot chagrin that reddened his face to the temples, and cast a half-humorous, half-contemptuous glance at Ilse Dumont. "You prove true, don't you?" he said coolly. "True to your trade of storytelling, Scheherazade." "I knew nothing of this," she stammered. But Neeland only laughed disagreeably. Then the door opened again softly, and Goldenbeard came in, without his crutches. End of chapter 20.